Hey dudes, today we're talking about Homelands. There will be timestamps if you want to skip to anything in particular, but first we'll go over some general information about the set, then we'll talk about each and every individual card in Wooburg order. After that, we will discuss development hell, then we will talk about the lore, and after that, we'll have some final conclusions. And after that, you'll have to find a different video to listen to in the background. But without further ado, let's get into it. Homelands is the seventh expansion set for Magic the Gathering, and it was released in October of 1995. Homelands was sold in 8-card boosters and was the last set to use this particular model. This set only had 2 print sheets, each having 121 cards on it. There is an uncommon sheet, and there are 2 cards from this sheet that would end up in the pack, and the common sheet, which had 6 cards included in the pack. There isn't much data on the collation of this set, so I can't go into as much detail as I normally would, but some cards appeared on each sheet more than once. On the uncommon sheet, there are cards called U1 and U3. U1 simply means that 1 copy of the card appears on the sheet, and U3 means that 3 copies appear on the sheet. Effectively, this means that there are 3 times as many U3 printed as there are U1. The commons appear on the sheet either 4 times at C4 or once at C1. For every uncommon sheet printed, there are 3 common sheets printed, as each pack has 2 uncommons and 6 commons. This means that the cards printed only once on the common sheet and 3 times on the uncommon sheet are effectively the same rarity, but they will appear in a different card slot. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Usually there are awesome reconstructions of the sheets on the Coalition project, but I guess nobody bothered to do this for Homelands. So to start with, we have Abbey Gargoyles. Abbey Gargoyles is a 3/4 that costs 2 and 3 white mana, for a total of 5 mana. It has flying and protection from red. And this is pretty decent, actually. Like, it's certainly not a super strong card, but a 3/4 for 5 mana with 2 keywords is pretty okay. If you think about it, it's only 1 power less than Sarah Angel for the same mana cost. Well, not the same mana cost. So this does have some issues, right? So it's 3 white mana specifically in 5 mana. That's rough. You would much rather see 3 and then 2 white mana. So this is definitely like weaker than Sarah Angel just on that. And then is protection from red weaker than vigilance? I mean, it kind of depends what you're doing, right? 3 is obviously a smaller number than 4, so it loses on that part. But this is not a terrible card, right? Like, people look at people talk about Homelands like the cards are just garbage. And that's true for some of them, but there are some pretty playable cards in this. This even, like, 2 different people brought this to the Pro Tour. Now, there is the context that Pro Tour specifically required at least 5 cards from the legal sets at the time. So you had to at least bring a 4 of and a singleton, or like a 2 and a 3 of something. But at least 2 people thought this was the 5th most worth it to bring card with them to a tournament that they were playing a lot of white in. My point is this is pretty okay. The protection from red is really nice. Flying and protection from red together is pretty interesting because not a whole lot of red flies at the time. But you can block non-flying red stuff. But one thing that was kind of a consideration is Dragon Whelp. Dragon Whelp was one of the it was a card that was played in early versions of Sly. It's quite good. It's quite a good card, and this can block it and kill it even. So I don't know. Like, this, it's hard to look at this and say this is a good card, but it's not a terrible card. Like, as far as, like, if you need a white flyer, this is pretty solid, and the rate isn't awful, but the 3 white mana does really make it hard. This is definitely, like, it's only an uncommon. It's definitely worth grabbing in a draft, assuming you're going to be in enough white to, like, you probably can only splash 1 other color if you're going to try to get this out with any level of consistency by the time you draw it, but it's a pretty solid card. And the protection from red is nice. It doesn't really do too much in this set specifically, but in a wider card pool, the protection from red is pretty nice. I don't know. I kind of like this. I think it's pretty solid. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it's fantastic. I really like this art. Christopher Rush has so many awesome pieces, and I wouldn't. This is not anywhere near the top of his pieces. There's a lot of his art that I like a lot more than this, but this is really nice. I enjoy it. The eyes are really cool. I like the kind of shading that he has. It's nice. I appreciate this one. But yeah, that is Abby Gargoyle, the first of the white cards. So let's move on. Oh boy. All right, next we have Abby Matron. Abby Matron is a 1/3 that costs 2 and a white. You can pay a white and tap it to give it +0/+3 until end of turn. Huh. So, a 1/3 for 3 mana is definitely not great. But being able to tap yourself to become a 1/6 is kind of interesting. I don't like that it costs a mana here. I don't like this. Maybe a 1/3 for 2 that can become a 0 or a 1/6 is too much. But like it doesn't have flying. It doesn't really have anything. All it can do is kind of take a pounding. It doesn't have banding, although you could combine it with banders, obviously. And in that instance, like it's actually pretty good if you combine this with a few banders and then keep it back for defense. But that's like only going to be good in like either very very casual kitchen table-y style games where you guys are playing a lot of random cards just for the fun of it, or like that's maybe pretty decent in draft too. But outside of those two like places, this is just never gonna do anything. And it costs so much mana. I think I'm being charitable. This card is pretty ass. I like the art though. So this is the first card we're talking about that has 2 arts. The arts for this one were both illustrated by Mike Kimball. We'll look at the other one in a second, but we'll talk about this one while we're here. This one is really funny. His hand's a little fucked up, but whatever. The face is just hysterical. And I actually like the stonework. I think the stonework's really nice. The perspective's a little off, but like whatever. It feels like a fusion of the Grinch and Margaret Thatcher. Or fucking what's that show? Probably on fucking forever ago. They get British nannies and they drop them off in some problem kid's house and they just fucking, you know what I'm talking about. This looks like a scene from that. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. This is fantastic. This is really funny. This brings me a lot of joy. Art is great. The card does kind of suck though. It's not good. Maybe the next one will be better. And it technically is. Alright, next we have Ace Bureaucrats. Ace Bureaucrats is a 1/1 that costs 1 and a white. And you can tap it to tap a target creature with power no greater than 2. So this is kind of interesting. This, on its own, walls Hypnotic Spectre, which is really fucking sweet. Like, if they get out a Hypnotic Spectre early, you can keep that on lock for a while, which is nice. This is definitely not, like, awful. And it's only 2 mana, right? So, like, the fact that it's a 1/1 for 2 mana is, like, it's not great, but it's far from the worst fucking rate you've ever seen. The ability definitely has some niche uses. It's certainly not strong, and stuff like this is also kind of awkward because it specifically depends on your opponent having something that this does anything against. If their weakest creature is 3, this is just kind of a dead card, and if they don't run any creatures, this is kind of a dead card. I mean, maybe you can figure out some sort of dumb combo where tapping your own thing is really fucking good, but with the card pool, I can't think of anything that would do anything with that. I don't know. It's not terrible. But it's definitely not good either. This isn't the card you'd be like, oh, hell yeah. I don't know. I think it's fine in a cube, but I wouldn't be picking this. It can definitely do some things, and I guess you could combine it with a Royal Assassin to just turn after turn machine gun all their little stuff. That's pretty funny. You could do that, I guess. I don't know. I'm dragging my feet on this one. There's really nothing here to say. Like, it's fine. The ability isn't awful, but it's also not super good and not super valuable. And at best, you can say it's not the most egregious costing thing you've ever seen because it only costs 2 mana. I guess, let me talk about the story here. I love the story of this. Like, this card is really cool specifically because it makes some level of sense. They're bureaucrats. They're charismatic. The point is, and so the story of the card here is that they are talking down some creature, right? But the limitation also is not a balanced one. Like, I'm talking about it like it's a balanced decision, but it's very likely not a balance issue. It's a lore thing, right? Because how would these talk down a Shivan dragon, right? They're just dudes. And so by limiting power, it limits it from, like, they're not talking down a force of nature, right? But maybe they can talk some sense into a white knight. Not a black knight though, because they have protection from that. If this cost 1 mana, we could have an actual conversation about this card. It would would be debatably pretty decent in some things. At 2 mana, it's just, I don't know, man. Luckily, we do have at least 2 arts to talk about. These were both illustrated by Alan Rabinowitz, I think. I don't know. I'm bad with the names. I'm sorry when I get them wrong. But this is fantastic. Like, the art is beautiful. It's well done. It's very interesting. The details are nice. It has kind of a classy feel to it, which is really nice on a card called Bureaucrats. I don't know. I think, like, from a lore aspect and just flavor and story and all that, this card is a fucking banger. Sure as fuck would have been nice if it only cost 1 mana, though. And this one, I think, is equally as fantastic. I will say both of these arts kind of, like, they're the same thing, right? Like, obviously they're not the same picture, but they don't really particularly tell much different. I guess this one kind of has a vampire vibe to it, and maybe this is a vampire-y kind of guy, which is pretty cool. I don't know. I like the art. I like the card. It's pretty weak and not super useful. There's definitely cases where it does shit, but I guess that's all I really have to say on this one, so we'll continue on. To Aeson Crusader, our first rare, I believe. Aeson Crusader is a 2+ star, 2+ star that costs 2 and 2 white mana. Aeson Crusader has power and toughness, each equal to 2 plus the number of heroes you control. Ah, interesting. I guess we can talk about this too. If you look over here at the errata, it now says soldiers and warriors. It's also now a human knight, not a crusader. So this card has gotten better with the errata updates on creature types and stuff like that. For heroes, I think there's Banalish hero and maybe 2, 3 more. There's not many of them. I can't remember any more off the top of my head. Soldiers and warriors, obviously. Well, for one, Banalish hero is now a soldier. Or maybe it's a warrior. I think it's a soldier. Human soldier, I think. And it doesn't matter. The point is that this has a lot more targets. It also synergizes with knight shit. It's kind of interesting. And it's certainly not terribly weak. It's not really anything new. It's a different take on Keldon Warlord. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the same concept and serves kind of the same function. That being said, I do think having one of these in white is a good idea. I'm not going to push too hard on this card for this idea kind of being a reiteration. I think it's fine to do stuff like that, and I also think white kind of needed something like this. Well, needed, no, because your high end should be Armageddon. What are you doing, right? Like, if you're going to do white weenie, you just fucking Armageddon, get your shit out, use your efficient removal on their shit and blow up their lands. But assuming you didn't do that for whatever reason, then you wanted to play more like this style where you're like building towards like having a big boy to like lead the charge. This is a decent high end for that kind of white weenie deck. So this is pretty cool. Like, this is not, like, I would not be surprised to see people built around this. Maybe not back in the day because, like, again, you had to play with heroes, and Keldon Warlord doesn't give a shit what creatures you're playing with, so it's better. Maybe they thought that one was too strong too. There's so many just inconsequential nerfs, or like side nerfs, if you will, to just various things on these cards. I don't know if like they were done intentionally or they just wanted to do a different idea. I'm not sure. The heroes thing is kind of stupid, but now that it's soldiers and warriors, like looking at this card as it is today, if it was that back then, I think it'd be really cool. Man, we are gonna rant. We are gonna rant about this later. But I do think you have to be like, at this point, the creature type was almost just a second name. Sure, creature types have been called out since Alpha with goblins and stuff like that, but unless you were specifically a fucking goblin or like a zombie or a merfolk, like that really didn't do anything. Yeah, we'll get to this later. I have the same complaint but larger later, so we'll worry about it then. I like this card. I think this card is interesting. My criticisms with it are just how specific the creature types are, and like, why are you doing this? I don't know. I guess like this kind of thing is fine for limited as like a high end, and you know, you build up with your heroes and eventually win. At least that's what I would say. But there's one fucking hero in this set, and it's a rare, and also kind of sucks. So again, like, I don't want to rag on them too much. They certainly were not designing around limited at the time. But even if you're not going to consider limited, like, what if this is the only Magic product somebody has opened? What are you doing? There's zero common heroes in this set for like them to like. If you like, it's at rare. Like, depending on how much of this they open, they might open this and never be able to do anything with this. That's not like, I don't know. That's not good game design, right? Like, what are you doing? Like, let people have fun and like build the cards together. Like, this is a great new player card because it's like, hey, this gets better if you do this shit with it. And there's like that sense of accomplishment, like you're figuring stuff out. Just to get kicked in the fucking dick. Like, I mean, sure, Banalish Hero is like available in like all the core sets. It's like, it's around. It's probably fairly cheap. But that's not the point. Like, if this is the only product, like, this also was like before the internet and all this other stuff. Like, there's tons of people that like their fucking uncle or whatever went to a fucking city with one of them newfangled fucking game stores, and they picked up like a fucking box of this shit because they're like, well, how much of this crap were they gonna need to like play the fucking game? And they're like, oh, well, this is gonna like buy some fucking Homelands and Fallen Empires. They'll get what they want, and buy them a starter deck or whatever, right? And like, that's all the like, and then that's their entire card pool. So like, I don't know, man. I think it's really crazy to do this and then just throw one hero in and make it a rare and make that card also suck. But we'll get to that in 2 cards. I don't know. I guess I don't. The core idea. All right. I rambled on this one. The core idea I really like. I think that the conceit of the card is very cool. I don't even hate that it's just kind of a rehash of a different of an old idea, because I think there is still a decent chunk of design space within that spot to like kind of mine. And white and red are kind of similar colors in some ways, and I think this is cool and fine. I don't like the whole hero thing and then no fucking heroes. That I think is just bullshit. But beyond that, I think this is pretty sweet. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. This is fantastic. I'm a big fan of this one. I like the low saturation. I like the blues and the pinks, the red, purples. It's very nice. It's very aesthetic. It's a cool looking card. It's a bit of a disappointment though. Let's check the next one. Next, we have Aeson Highway. This is an enchantment that costs 3 and 3 white mana. All white creatures gain planeswalking. 10 out of 10, this might be my favorite card in this set, because nothing gives me quite a jovial laugh as Aeson Highway. This card is hilarious. Obviously, doing planeswalking is stupid for all the reasons everyone's already said and talked about, right? Like, you have planeswalkers in your game. What are you fucking doing? And also, the conceit of planeswalking is just kind of makes less sense. That being said, when they do it, I think they do a pretty good job of it. There's the gazelle that's hopping around and stuff like that. I think the planeswalker in Legends is less of a good example. Legends introduces the first creature to have planeswalking, and it also introduces the card that says creatures with planeswalking do not have planeswalking anymore. Well, it says it doesn't work, but very hilarious. Very hilarious. Aeson Highway, the lore is kind of interesting. Like, a highway does speed things up. They're pretty easy to put down through the fucking plains because you don't have to fucking fight mountains or swamps or forests or the ocean or lakes or whatever. It's the easiest place to put a fucking road down. So I like that conceit. It's a cool idea. It's very, very funny to me. Not just because the term planeswalk, not just because it costs 6 fucking mana, and 3 of it is white pips. Like, whatever. You have white creatures, you probably have the white pips. But it's also so funny that it gives all white creatures planeswalk, not just yours, which, sure, fair enough. But that's just so funny to me because you have to put 6 mana into this fucking thing, and then they gain the benefit just as much as you do. I guess you could run this with conversion against a red deck, and that would be fantastic. That would be like big brain. If you manage that, like, you probably could have won before as well, but like, whatever. But yeah, you could do that. Run this with conversion. That's pretty funny. This card is just absurd on its face. It brings me great joy, though. It's interesting that it's not a world enchantment. Anyway, this one was also illustrated by Nene Thomas, and it's fantastic. I like this one a lot. I really like the art. I like the thick line borders. I like the shading. It's just nice to look at. Oh yeah, I haven't mentioned the reserve list. Like, all of these rares have been on the reserve list, and you can get them all for like $1. So, go crazy, kids. Anyway, next we have Beast Walkers. Beast Walkers is a 2/2 for 1 and 2 white mana. Also, it's a summon heroes, and it's a rare, and you can pay a green mana to give banding until the end of turn, but only to this. So, first off, this card isn't awful. It's not terrible. When you look at it in the context of it being a rare, I guess if you've decided by this point banding is pretty confusing and it should only go on like rares and stuff, like, I'm with that. It's super fucking funny to me to make a 3 mana 2/2, give it 2 of the same color pip in the cost, and then give it an activated ability cost that's a different color. That's super funny to me. Because, like, it's harder to be able to cast this shit if you're running multiple colors. But whatever. Fine. That's very funny to me. It doesn't necessarily make this a bad card. And it's not. Compared to a lot of these, it's a 3 mana 2/2. It's fine. Bounding is actually pretty good and useful in very specific situations. Having to pay for the banding kind of sucks, but, like, in limited, this is kind of gas. Outside of limited, like, you have so many fucking better options. Like, I don't understand why you would run this. Unless it's just because you think it's neat that you can spend a green mana on it and you wanted another card to run in your white-green deck. And that, like, sure, man. Like, run whatever you want. Don't listen to some jackass on the internet tell you something stupid. But this card is equally baffling to the rest of these. It's like, the lore on all these cards is really interesting. It feels like they were built by someone who doesn't understand how this fucking game works. I don't mean to be too hard on them, like, a lot of cards are bad, but there's just so many things that, like, why does this have to cost 3? Why couldn't you take a mana off this and have it be, because it's a 2 mana, it would be a 2 mana 2/2 in white, like, sure, but that's also not, like, the best white card. White Knight is that, and it has 2 fucking keywords, and this one has to pay to use one of its keywords. And its keyword is arguably worse than First Strike, and is, like, depending on the situation, definitely worse than, like, Protection from Black. But the point here is I don't know. Like, this is a rare. It's 3 mana 2/2 that has an ability that's decent, for sure. But this one baffles me. It's on the reserve list. And, like, you can tell it's a shit card, and it's never been useful anywhere, because it's a reserve list card that's less than $1. It's less than half $1. I don't know. It's not a bad card, but it's very symptomatic of, like, the issues with this set, and why people maybe don't like it as much as some of the other sets. And then, like, I guess while we're talking about that, I might as well say, like, this set is also just, like, on the back of, like, 4 other sets that were, like, disappointing to a lot of people for different reasons. Like, I'm a huge fan of the Dark, but you can't argue that the Dark was not well received, and that a lot of people didn't like the direction, and that a lot of the cards kind of sucked. Not all of them. Obviously, there are some really good cards. But, like, the same is true of, like, Fallen Empires, right? Like, again, then that set came out, and, like, there was way too fucking much of it, and a lot of people lost their fucking shirt on that shit. Like, before that, everything they got their hands on was just literally liquid fucking gold. Like, you couldn't keep it in the store. People were, like, killing each other in the streets to give you their money. And then you get Fallen Empires. And then you get Ice Age. And, like, Ice Age is fine and definitely probably better than those other two. But, like, personally, I fucking hated Ice Age. I had a miserable fucking time reading through it because it's just cards from Alpha that are, like, kind of shittier, kind of confusing, and some just not particularly fun mechanics. And I like defend cumulative upkeep over like a lot of people. A lot of people really fucking hate it. I think it's kind of neat in like a couple of situations. I wouldn't build a whole fucking set around it, and I also wouldn't just like take Alpha and then like change all the names and make the cards slightly shittier or some of them way fucking better, and then attach cumulative upkeep on it and say I fixed Alpha. So you can kind of see where people are like just fucking sick of this shit. Obviously not all of them, and I don't know. I'm trying really hard to like give Homelands a fair chance. I think people are too hard on it. I think because one, there are a lot of cards in this set that I actually really like. We've gotten to like not really any of them, but we will get to a couple of them. And I think there are some decent ideas in this set, but like so many of these cards are just like bad. And, like, I get the whole, like, we needed to power the game kind of thing, too. Sure. Obviously, Alpha's pretty strong. Even if you take out the Power 9. Sarah Angel's, like, the best fucking white creature you can have at the time. Nothing's better than Mahamoti Jin for blue. Hypnotic Spectre. There are some very pushed creatures in Alpha, and you want to, like, get away from that. But, like, they're still printing the pushed creatures. Those are all in 4th edition, revised, 5th edition. That you can get your hands on them still. I just don't understand for like the average, like what is the benefit here? And I'm not saying we need to power creep the game, but there's tons of lateral design space. You also don't need to make everything, you don't also need to add a mana to every creature every time you release a new set. Maybe I'm still mad about how dirty they did Legends. They've been doing all of this shit dirty. So, playtesters, developers, like, fuck you guys, man. Do some like, the initial designs on these are kind of, like, some of them are stupid, but some of them are really interesting. And we haven't really gotten to any that are, like, super stupid. There's you don't have, every card doesn't have to be meta relevant or have, like, be super cool or interesting or confusing or stuff like that. It's okay for cards just to be a little weird and dumb, but, like, I don't know. I'm rambling about shit. This annoys me, though. It's like, you could have made this either 2 white mana or 1 and a white mana, and it would have been fine. And if you made it 2 white mana, it doesn't even power creep Grizzly Bear, right? Because that Grizzly Bear is easier to cast. So, I don't know. Fairly playable in Limited, though. You're going to get this out early, and then if you have some green and you have any chance to use your Bandon, you'll fuck on them and win the game. Pretty good in Limited. I don't know why else you would play this anywhere. It was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and I'm a big fan of Heather's work. I really, really appreciate it. This one is pretty good. It's, I don't know, it's not my thing. The guy in the bear, like, I don't understand what's going on here. I mean, I do. It's a guy wearing a bear thing, but it's just the way that the head is compared to this. It looks like he's just, like, kind of fusing out of it. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's okay. I like Heather's work, and I think it's well done. It's just that detail alone is just kind of throwing it for me. Anyway, that's Beast Walkers. Finally, we get to talk about a cool card. Okay, so Death Speakers here is an uncommon. It's a 1/1 creature, costs a single white mana, and it has protection from black. This is fucking awesome. This is not anything like super new. It's not something they haven't done before. A creature, a 1/1 for 1 with a keyword on it, like from Alpha, right? And like this is kind of like White Knight, except not as much. So it's not a super new idea, but it's refreshing, it's interesting, and it's cool. You can do some neat stuff with this. Pestilence is available. I'm pretty sure Pestilence is in 4th edition. So like you can get your hands on Pestilence, and you throw this in a deck with White Knights and Pestilence. That's kind of neat, right? Kind of neat, because you can use this with your Pestilence to keep your Pestilence going, and you can ping your Pestilence like 4 times. This thing won't take any fucking damage, and bada bing, bada boom. Very cool. Very neat. And if you're struggling against black decks with your white weenie deck, you could, I mean, I don't know why you are. You're probably running White Knights and maybe Order a Leaper. Well, you should be. So, like, I don't know why that would be a problem for you, but if it is for some reason, you could toss a couple of these in the sideboard. This is neat. There are things you can do with it. It's not particularly strong. I would much rather have, like, a 1/1 with first strike or a 1/1 with flying. Protection is really, really good, specifically if you're playing against that color, but otherwise it does nothing. So it's very kind of binary. And I guess not even binary, because there's, like, they could be playing red, right? They could be playing white. They could be playing blue. They could be playing colorless. They could be playing green. So there's more off states than on states. Still, though, like, at the time, the meta was pretty heavy black. Not only is it pretty heavy black, but it's, like, Hypnotic Specters and Necropotence and other stuff. So this is probably not doing too much against that. But it does survive. Like, they can't drain life it. That's pretty neat. That's pretty interesting. I don't know. I think this is decent. And not only do I think this is decent, but I think this is cool. And I think this is fun, and I think this is interesting. All while being just reused ideas. There's no problem with having, like, different variations of cards that already existed. I think that's kind of neat. And I think this is done well. I think this one is awesome. It's definitely not, like, super strong, right? Like, it's probably technically one of the worst 1/1s for 1 white mana with a keyword. But it's really, really good in a couple of instances specifically. At least good enough to, like, try it. I don't know. I like this one. I think this is really cool. I think Homelands need more shit like this. This one was illustrated by Douglas Schuler. Love it. Fantastic. It's really fun to see Douglas kind of, like, develop on his technique and to, like, get better in these early sets. I think that's really cool. I really like a lot of his earlier stuff, and this is, I wouldn't call this, like, boring, but it's certainly not a super interesting piece, but it's also not supposed to be. Like, I think it tells a cool story. It's really well done. It's interesting. I like it anyway. Hasdur the Abbot. So, Hasdur the Abbot here is a rare 2/5 creature. He's a summon legend. This could be your commander. Anyway, he costs 3 and 2 white mana. You can pay X and redirect X damage dealt to any white creature back to the Abbot here. So that's fun. And he's a 2/5, so he can take a bit of a licking. Like, if somebody throws a lightning bolt at a key creature, you can pay 3, tap this, and your boy Abbot here will eat it. Yeah. That's not good. Well, for one, the rate is fucking awful. If you're spending all of your mana preventing each individual, like, 1 mana per damage, you are gonna get so far behind. Like, so far behind. There's no, I don't, unless you're making, like, infinite mana, sure, and then it's like, why don't you just fucking win? Like, I don't really see any sort of instance where this is particularly good. It's also insulting because you have to tap him. If this was just, like, X and, like, send the damage to him, maybe I'd feel a little differently about it. I still think it'd be stupid, but you could at least do it multiple times. But again, there's, like, I can't think of any instance where this would generate you any sort of real value. And even if it did, it's going to cost you way more mana than it would. Like, you would be better off just reinvesting that mana and getting more resources. You don't need me to tell you this is bad. Again, it's rare. It's on the reserve list. You can get it for, like, $50. It's not a good card. It is interesting. I appreciate that it's a legend. I appreciate that they're, like, trying to do some sort of narrative storytelling in this set. I think that's fantastic. And I think the story is really fucking cool. I just wish these creatures had, like, useful abilities that would, like, help you win a game ever. But I guess that's too much to ask. And, like, you can't even, like, run artifact creatures in this deck. I mean, you can, but you can't save them with this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's not much else to say about this one. It was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and is hilarious. This is really fucking funny to me. It's a little unsettling, I would say. But I think it's well done. I think it's fantastic. I kind of appreciate it for that. But I guess I'm done talking about Hasdur the Abbot. Let's move on to a card that hopefully isn't quite so bad. Oh, hell yeah, Leeches. Alright, so Leeches is a bad card. One, specifically from Limited, there's no poison counters in this set. Maybe I'm wrong about that. God damn it. Oh my god. Maybe there's poison in this fucking set. I looked through the whole fucking set, but my eyes glazed over before I even got to the fucking green cards. So I guess we'll just fucking never know. Point is for a draft, I don't think this is worth it because I'm almost positive there's no poison in this set. That being said, obviously they weren't designing for limited. And I really like this card. Not because I think Poison needed an answer. I don't. I think Poison was fine at the time, and I think it's, for the most part, always been fine. And some people really do not like Infect, and I get that. But I think it's fine. I don't think it's ever been ruinous to the game in any way. But people fucking hated it. Even back then, people complained about getting poison counters and not being able to do anything about it. There's so much healing even in alpha, and it was like a health bar that you couldn't heal. And I think that just rubbed people the wrong way after being like, because it was like healing salve and stream of life and then spirit link and El Hajjaj. I didn't say all those in order of release, but like the point is there's a decent chunk of healing, and even considerably more by this point. So players, could sit on all of their fucking healing spells and like their fucking like wall of stones and wall of swords and just rack that shit up and then eventually deck out or whatever. Again, broad strokes. Every person looked at this differently, right? Like, I'm not saying that all the people were whiny babies back then. The same amount of people that were whiny babies back then are roughly the same amount of people that are whiny babies today. Some people complain about shit, some people don't. But I think leeches is interesting, right? Like, because they're like, okay, fine. Here, you can remove the poison counters. I assume the damage is because of, like, Vorthos reasons. Oh, you're putting a leech, it's sucking blood, it's going to do some damage, but it gets the poison out. That is a very elegant way of describing what's going on. The story there is really, really neat and interesting. It is really funny because, like, the poison creatures also did damage at the time. Like, the 2/2, I think, gave you 2 poison counters and did 2 damage to you. And the Pit Viper? No, it's Marsh Viper and Pit Scorpion. Marsh Viper might have been a 1/1/2. Actually, I don't remember. It gave you 2 poison counters and Pit Scorpion gave you 1. But they both did damage, too. So, like, if you get hit 9 times by a Pit Viper, a Pit Scorpion... If you get hit 9 times by a Pit Scorpion, you're down to, like, you have 9 poison counters, then you're down to 11. So, like, then if you cast leeches, you would have 0 poison counters and be down to 2, which is really fucking funny. That being said, you are in the color of healing, and the only people that were probably bitching about this were the people that sat back and did healing shit, right? Like, the people that, like, that's how they wanted to interact with the game. They wanted to, cancel out what you were doing and hide behind a wall and I'm not criticizing anyone for playing the game any way they want to, but I don't know, like, anyone else either just takes I guess other people, like anyone who like felt like they wrongly lost or felt that they unfairly lost, people are gonna bitch about anytime they lose. But like most people, when you look at like poison and stuff like that, it's just like, okay, well, win faster or like blow up their creatures before they hit you, right? Like those are the solutions. And obviously, like, this depends and stuff, but we're not talking about hyper-tuned modern decks that are like kicking your ass on turn 2 or 3, like fucking Marsh, like the poison creatures is a 3 mana 1/1 and I think Viper might be 4. It's 4 or 5 mana for like again a 1/1 or a 2/2. Like, they are expensive creatures, and like Serpent Generator is fucking insane. You have to spend so much to get that going. So it's not like you were getting fucked on turn 2 or 3 here. Yeah, I don't know. So I really like leeches. This also makes them use their healing resources, right? Like, if they're going to care that much. Oh, I should have mentioned Ivory Tower. That's also like the way best fucking healing at this point. Anyway, leeches it's whatever. Like, it's not a good card. It's not like a card that you should ever run for any reason. But it's a card that the community wanted, and I think that's kind of beautiful. It's also the most expensive reserve list card we've talked about. So see, it's desired. People wanted their leeches. They still do. They need their leeches. I can't even tell if this is overcosted or undercosted or anything, because in my opinion, it's such a nothing card. But I think it's funny, and I think it's well done. I think it's The lore is well done, and I think it's interesting. And if you were enjoying the games where like this made a difference, like hell yeah, I'm glad you got a card that made a difference. I don't get it though, personally. But anyway, Leeches was pretty cool for reasons not gameplay related. So let's move on. All right. Next we have Mesa Falcon. Ooh. This one is a common. It is a 1/1 Falcon, and it costs 1 in a white mana for 2 mana. It has flying, and you can pay 1 in a white mana to give it +0/+1 until end of turn. Fairly decent, honestly. Like, in draft, definitely. Like, take the flyers, man. A 1/1 flyer for 2 is, like, that's the best you're gonna get in most drafts. Might as well take it. It's definitely pretty sweet. Just fly over their shit. The ass pumping here, or the butt pumping, is, like, obviously it's not good, but, like, it's not, like, hurting the value of the card. It's fine. If it ever comes up, it's nice to have it. It's fine, right? Like, this is fine. This is a nuts and bolty card. It's a flying, it's a falcon, I don't know, dude. This one's fine. It's better than most of these. It's a common, so you're gonna see them. But yeah, I would like it. I would draft these for sure, 100%. Like, if you were, for whatever reason, wanting to do just Homeland cards, I think this one would be a pretty good one to play. Outside of that, like, you got better options. But again, like, a 1/1 with flying for 2 mana is not, like, egregiously bad. So, like, if it's that plus anything, it's okay. It's fine. But these were illustrated by Mark Poole. I like them both. I'm a big Mark Poole fan. I like his work. This one is really nice and great. I like, again, the darker shading here, and the kind of makes it feel more close than the rest. I don't know. I'm stupid and easily tricked by perspective fucking with, I don't know. But I don't know. I like the boldness. It kind of, like, makes the bird feel more present. I don't know. I like looking at it. Let's look at the other one. Oh, yeah. This one is way better to look at, in my opinion. I really like this one. I like the, I really like how both the background and the bird kind of share. Like, it goes dark and then a bit lighter and then it goes more orange. And both the bird and the background, the sky. Fuck, I can't talk. I don't know. I like looking at it. I like Mark Poole's work. But yeah, it's not a bad card. I wouldn't laugh at you. Like, say you brought it to a pro tour or something. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Let's move on. Prophecy. Prophecy is interesting. So let's talk about Prophecy. Prophecy is a common. It's a sorcery that costs 1 white mana. Reveal the top card of target opponent's library to all players. If it is a land, gain 1 life. That opponent then shuffles his or her library. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Alright, now first off, this isn't good, right? This isn't strong. But it is really interesting. And this would probably be a card people talked about occasionally today if it was an instant. If it was an instant, you could do really fucking funny things with people, with, like, people's vampiric tutors. At a sorcery, I guess you could fuck with their sensei's divining top. They can, like, in response, do stuff, assuming they're not, like, tapped out, but anyone with, like, an instant, and I guess you could fuck with an Imperial Seal. If they had an Imperial Seal and didn't have a way to, like, instantly draw the card, you could fuck with their Imperial Seal, because that's also a sorcery. But they're gonna Vampiric Tutor at the last possible opportunity before they draw the card. The only time you're gonna get somebody on that with this is if they're, like, you're gonna get them once and maybe twice if they don't learn, if they don't learn quick, but eventually they're gonna figure it out. So the fact that this is a sorcery does mean it's kind of bad. Whereas this card would actually be definitely niche, but, like, maybe even, like, vintage playable. Maybe not, but, like, it's certainly, like, if this was an instant, it would be so sick. But that's not the card we're talking about. The card we're talking about is a 1 mana sorcery that reveals the top card of an opponent's library. If it's a land, you gain 1 life. And then that card gets shuffled away. And then you draw a card at the upkeep. So it's a 1 mana replace itself, which on its own is pretty decent. Like, this card is not, like, terrible. if you're in white and need deck thinning really bad, you should probably play like Urza's Bauble before you play this. But if that's not enough for whatever reason, this isn't the worst thing in the world. It's certainly not like good. It's not a good card, but like there's stuff there, right? I really wish this was an instant. If this was an instant, this would be so fucking sick. This would be very cool. But even at a sorcery, I love this card just because of how fucking much it makes you think, right? Like, this is actually kind of a pretty new idea. There is, like, some level of doing stupid shit like this before, and, like, a lot of it's bluishy. Like, there is some of this kind of top deck look and manipulation stuff going on. There's a Sphinx in Legends that's white that does something like this. These are interesting ideas. This is all, like, just on the cusp of being actually pretty decent in a weird niche situation. I don't think it is, though. Like, again, like against Imperial Seal and maybe Sensei's Divining Top, I'd be willing to like put this in a commander deck, right? Like, because you're usually like, if you have one dead fucking card in your hand there, like, it's not the end of the world, and it would be so fucking funny to rip this off on someone after they fucking did a like top deck manipulation for their combo, and you're just like, yeah, but what if I did this? You might start a fight though, so like make sure your friends can take a joke before you do that. But again, without the instant speed, I don't think this is actually good. But it is a 1 mana slow trip, and that on its own is like fine. Like, this is certainly not terrible. It's more interesting than actually good. It was illustrated by Christopher Rush. I like the art, very cool. It looks like Isan Shade, I think, is what's going on there. Just pretty neato. Pretty neato spaghetto. I guess that is prophecy. Let's skedaddle on though. I guess that's really all I have to say about this one. I think it's really cool. All right. Next we have Rashka the Slayer. This is a 3/3 legendary creature that costs 3 and 2 white mana. Can block creatures with flying. Okay. And if assigned to block any black creatures, Rashka the Slayer gets +1/+2. Okay. So it's a 5 mana 3/3. With reach. And if they have a black creature, it gets +1/+2. So obviously this is bad. It's terrible. It's like, I don't know. There's like no story here, right? Like, I guess it's probably because this character is difficult for Baron Singir to deal with. So that's all right. Fine. Maybe there's a good lore and Vorthos reason for this, but like, there's nothing to build here. There's like, again, this is just a great example of like the people that like wrote these cards don't like understand the gameplay at all. It's like, what purpose does this card serve other than specifically like story decks? It's 5 mana. It's not even good at all unless your opponent is playing black. What, are you just gonna throw this in your sideboard? Like, you have like, there's just so many better options. And every card doesn't have to be better than the previous cards, but this is, I don't know, this is just getting ridiculous. Like, this isn't awful, but it's an uncommon, it's a legend, and remember, legend is a downside. Legend, sure, it's cool, it has story, but this is a downside. Like, if you're going to put legendary on a creature, its stats shouldn't be worse than creatures you can run 4 copies of, and that you can have multiple copies of in play. I mean, you can run 4 copies of a legend. Although I think this was still when the legends were restricted. Legends were on the restricted list for lore reasons for a while. I don't know if they stopped that by this point, but it's very possible this card was restricted as well. I don't know. This is hard to defend. It's hard to like look at this card and say, oh, this is neat, you could do this with it. It's not even like protection from black where you could like do some kind of thing with it. This is like, what are you gonna like fucking run this with Deathlace? Like, get the fuck out of here. It's not good. It's not consistent. It's super expensive for what you get. It's just a bad card. And I don't like seeing like cool, legendary, important characters in the story just being garbage cards. But I guess what can you do? I don't have more to say about this one, but we have another card coming up, and part of my feeling on this one will be better explained at that point. So for now, I'll just say that it's a cool name, it's a cool concept for like a character, but the card is bad. I mean, yeah, I guess if it ends up in your like draft pile, put it in your deck against the dude running a lot of black cards, but otherwise it's just, I don't know. I guess you can block a Hypnotic Spectre with it, and only like 5 turns after the Hypnotic Spectre ripped out all your cards. So it's got that going for it. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it's fine. The anatomy is a little off. It's certainly not my favorite piece of his, but it's not terrible. Let's move on. I don't really have anything to say about this one. Oh boy, this is a good card. All right, so this is Semite Alchemist. Semite Alchemist is a 0/2 that costs 3 and a white mana for a total of 4 mana, and you can pay 2 white mana and tap it to prevent up to 4 damage to a creature you control. Tap that creature. That creature does not untap during your next untap. Why? Why are we putting a stun counter on it? Why is this so bad? Why does it need to be so... Semite Healer is a card that like you're printing in Revised and 4th edition. Like, sure, the blocking up to 4 is pretty cool, but you don't need to call it. It's not so cool that you can get away with costing a 0/2 for 4 mana, and then make you pay 2 white mana to do it, and then the creature gets a stun counter on it. Like, how does any of this work out in your favor for you winning a game? You spent 4 mana on this thing that does nothing to progress your game plan. Then the thing that was progressing your game plan, like they lightning bolted it or fucking whatever, or like attacked it, or like you blocked it. So then you have to pay 2 more mana and this to prevent that damage. But if you're doing that, at the time, tapped blockers didn't deal damage, right? So like then that thing wouldn't, like, you would stop it from, you would chump up, like you would prevent it from dying, and you would stop that attack from hitting you. But then the thing has a stun counter on it. Like, I do not understand like how this. Well, I do understand. This isn't. It's bad. It's a bad card. Like, this doesn't. This is a really bad card. This might be one of the worst cards we've seen in a while. It's very bad. It's expensive. The stun counter, like, okay, it doesn't actually give a stun counter, but that's what a stun counter does. You put a stun counter on it, you take the stun counter off, and they don't untap. Same kind of thing. If this card was made today, it would probably say put a stun counter on them or something like that. But this is insultingly bad, right? Like, the prevent up to 4 is really cool. It's kind of a cool idea, because preventing 1 from Semite Healer is a little rough. But that's a 2 mana 1/1 with a useful ability. I think it's a 1/1. Whatever. Whatever. Its power doesn't matter. I think it's 1 toughness. But this is just... I don't understand why this is so bad. I don't understand why this card needed to be so unappealing to play. I don't know. I get why people are like, this set sucks. Look at this. This thing sucks. And I'm not saying you can't, like there isn't stuff you can do with this. But this is bad. This is obviously bad. Just fucking have a healing salve in your hand if you care that fucking much about keeping something alive. It's so funny. And the thing is that I could maybe cope myself into saying that this card was decent, but it says a creature you control. So you can't even, like, prevent 4 damage that isn't happening, or, like, prevent 4 damage to a creature and then stun tap it if you were, like, using Pestilence or something, and, like, just hit everything and then be like, yeah, you took damage, so I prevented, during the damage prevention, I can activate this, and then your thing doesn't untap for a turn. I would maybe say, yeah, there's a situation maybe where you could get some value out of this, but you can't even do that. Like, you can save your creature and make it useless for a turn, and that's all you can do. I mean, it can save itself, then it then it stuns itself, and then it can't save something later. Yeah, I don't know. This is just really bad. It's kind of disappointing. The art's really good. This was illustrated by Tom Varnestrand, or however that's pronounced. And I like the art. The chemistry bottles are super cool. Or alchemy, I guess, technically. He's an alchemist. Kind of the same thing. But this is very cool. It's only one of the two arts we have, and I think the other one I like a little bit better. I do like this one, but this one is a little bit better in my opinion. Not because the other one is bad or anything, but I really like the window with the sun shining and there's stuff going on, the little smoke from this, and there's just more details. And I mean, they're both kind of telling the same story, but I think this one is telling more of it. The other one, the guy is like leaning in close to looking at a specific mixture, but this one just kind of gives more context. Not really, like it's not really saying anything different. I don't know. I like this one better. I guess I don't know exactly why, but I like this art better. Let's see what's next. All right. Sarah Avery. This one is a rare. It is an enchant world, which is interesting, that costs 3 and a white. So it's a total of 4 mana. All creatures with flying gain +1. This is pretty cool. I do think it's overcosted. I think like 3 mana would be fine. I think you could do 2. I don't think that would be an issue. But I do think this is fine. I think this is relatively interesting. I think this is pretty good, specifically in limited. And I think that for a few reasons. One, flying is just good, and everything is overcosted in this. Like you know, you could spend 4 mana on getting all your creatures to kill them probably twice as quick, maybe not quite, but most of your flyers are probably 1/1, so this doubles their power. Or you could spend it on a thing that prevents you taking 4 damage and stuns you. I would rather spend that on this. No, yeah, being serious, I do think that this has some like tactical advantages. So for one, flying creatures are really good, so you should be taking as many flyers as you possibly can get your hands on. And we have some common ones, right? Like there's plenty of Mesa Falcons flying around, and maybe some other ones we'll see in the other colors. So there is some flyers that you can use for sure. This is overcosted for what it is, but it's not ridiculously overcosted. 4 mana is not like egregious. It is like, it's probably egregious and constructed, but then in limited, this is fine. It's fine. It is a rare. You're likely only to get one if you get one, and I don't know that I would say this is the best rare to get, but it's certainly not the worst thing. But this also has the tactical advantage of being an enchant world. So enchant worlds, how they worked is there could only be one in play at a time. So if you had an enchant world in play and then your opponent played a different enchant world, yours would go to the graveyard and then that one would take place. Because the concept or the lore behind enchant worlds is that you were casting a spell that teleported you guys to a different plane, sort of. So like the abyss, you are taking that fight because at the time the lore is that you and everyone else that had a deck of magic cards is a planeswalker, and you're walking different planes, and whenever you run into another wizard that is also a planeswalker, you guys do magical battle. And so the idea of enchant worlds is okay, we're teleporting this battle somewhere else. And they were never super consistent with like the lore of these or like what they were doing. But mechanically, they are interesting because a enchant world not only does the thing that it does, but it also acts as removal, specifically against enchant worlds. The value of this obviously goes way down when they stop making enchant worlds, and enchant worlds isn't something that they care about, which, whatever, they decided they didn't like this idea. I thought it's a cool kind of balance knob that they could tweak that they got rid of, but, whatever. I don't think the game is worse for not having them. I just kind of like them. I think they're interesting. That being said, 4 mana for this. This costs 7 mana to try to counter Nether Void. So, that's a lot. You've probably lost that game already. But specifically in this limited, there is there's a blue card we'll talk about. It's also an enchant world that removes island walk and flying. So if you get this and you're running a bunch of flyers, it's not a bad idea to not put it down right away and to use it to like counter other enchant worlds, because then you go from all your creatures not having flying to all your creatures having their flying back and being +1/+1, which is pretty cool. So I think this one's actually interesting in the space of the card pool itself. I also think it's like perfectly fine in like Commander, I guess, maybe. Enchant World can kind of come up occasionally there, right? Because like people run Concordant Crossroads. I actually can't think of any other Enchant Worlds that see any sort of real play, but Concordant Crossroads shows up sometimes. Although generally I don't know why you'd be countering a Concordant Crossroads. They're kind of nice for everyone. But maybe, maybe. Point is I kind of like this one. I think it's kind of cool. Definitely cost too much. I'd cost it at 3, maybe even 2. 2 if you have balls. 2 I think is fine. I wouldn't even hate 1. I think it would be perfectly fine at 1, right? Like, land tax exists, right? So, like, you can do all that for 1 mana. Why can't you send us to Birdland for a mana? I'd take 2 mana. 4 seems a little much. But whatever. It is a pretty cool card. I like it. It was illustrated by Nicola Leonard. Fantastic art. I really like the art on it. It is nice. It's kind of cool. I like kind of seeing kind of greeny stuff on white cards when they make sense, and I think it does in this situation. I think it's a cool card, all things considered. It is a reserve list card though. It costs $1. So that should tell you how good it is. But I think like in specifically like certain low power environments, well, very specifically like this limited, I think it specifically hard counters another rare that hard counters a deck that would be playing this. So that's, I think, kind of interesting. Obviously, like, does that ever come up? Hard to say. But I do think it is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I got nothing else about this. Serra Bestiary. So, Serra Bestiary is an enchant creature. It costs 2 white mana. It's a common. During your upkeep, pay white or bury Serra Bestiary. Oh, good. Target creature cannot attack, block, or use any ability that includes tap in the activation cost. Awesome. Draft this every time you see it. 100%. This is removal. Holy shit. There's removal in this set. Quite honestly, it's not terrible. Obviously, this is kind of just, like, a harder to cast passivism that, like, has an upkeep cost for some reason. But passivism doesn't exist yet, so yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I like this one specifically in draft. Outside of that, you have way better options. This is bad. Don't play this. But I appreciate that there's some like kind of interesting and slightly different removal. The upkeep costs, it's a little not great, but like whatever. I don't really have like too much to say about this. It's 2 mana for a piece of removal, and then obviously like you have to keep fucking paying it, which sucks. But if you can like play this later against their like super big thing that has like has a shitload of awkward upkeep costs, then this is banger. You just can't be firing it off on anything, right? Like you have to fire it off only when you need to. But if you have some discipline with it, it can help you win games. It's pretty neat. It's obviously like shit in constructed, but I don't know, like in draft, you have to take the removal you get your hands on, right? And so far, this is the closest thing we've got. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. I don't hate this. It is pretty bad, but it's not like super awful, and it is kind of funny and interesting. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I love the art. I think it's really good. I think it's unsettling, kind of interesting, kind of creepy, in such a cool way. Yes. All right. So, do you remember the legend we talked about? Not Abbott, Shawshank. Fuck, what was her name? Rashka. It was Rashka the Slayer. Alright, you remember this card? It has reach, it costs 5 mana, it's a 3/3, and gives +1/+2 when blocking a black creature. And it's a legend. Alright, so this is Serra Inquisitors. Serra Inquisitors is a 3/3, it's an uncommon, costs 4 in a white mana. And if assigned to block any black creatures or any black creatures are assigned to block it, Sarah Inquisitors gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So this is stupid. This is ridiculous. They are not the same card, right? So what are the differences? Well, the other one is a legend, which is a downside. The other one is 3 and 2 white, which is a downside. You have said like that a white mana is much harder to make than any mana. That's just how it works. For those two downsides, it does +1/+2 versus this one's doing +2/+0. You can argue whether this one is better or that one is better. +2 power is usually way better, but +1 power and +2 defense is certainly not nothing. That being said, the other one dies to a Juzam. This one trades with a Juzam. The other one, for being legendary, having less power but more toughness, and costing an extra white pip, gets to block flying creatures. Which certainly isn't nothing. But these two cards are the same card, and neither one of them is any fun to read or to think about. All it is, okay, I have to pay 5 mana for a 3/3. I hope my opponent's playing black. It's like, sure, I don't know, man. Like, there's only 25 white cards, and you have two cards that are like almost identical, and they're both boring. I don't know. I get people. I get the frustrations people have with the Homelands. That being said, like, there's a lot of good here too. Like, these cards aren't, like, some of them are pretty interesting, right? There's a couple that I'm pretty excited about. And not only are some of them pretty interesting, but some of them have been, like, I don't want to say strong. It's not like we've seen an actually strong card. But a lot of these aren't that bad. But this one is. It's just the same fucking card. It's this. They both cost 5 mana. They're both 3/3s. They both have the same effect, except one's the one, you know, is a legend, and the numbers are mixed around, and also it has reach. Which, again, I guess the lore of this is the vampires, and Sarah, like, there's a war specifically between Sarah and the vampires. At least I think, if I'm remembering the lore right, it's something similar to that. And so, like, from a lore point of view, it does make sense that these are good at, like, dealing with the black cards that you want to be dealing with. So I can see it, but, like, there's 25 cards. Can't we come up with a... Is there no other, like... Alright, you already used protection from black, and you don't want to use that again for whatever reason? Can't we just remake Northern Paladin or something? Come on, man. Alright. It's not so bad, but, like, this is just... I'm not a fan. There's only so many cards here. Like, if this was, like, card 60, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, fuck it. Like, I mean, you gotta get the set out, sure. We're 20 cards in, and we've seen 2 that look pretty much identical. Nobody caught this? Anyway, the art is hilarious. This feels like a reference to something I don't know, that, like, that's just sticking at the back of my brain, and I can't quite put my finger at. So, like, if you look at this and are like, oh shit, that's like whatever famous painting or TV show or movie or musical group or whatever this is, it feels like a reference. Maybe it's not. I don't know. This was illustrated by Dennis Detwiller. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. Hopefully I got it close. Sorry if I didn't. I love the art. This is hilarious. It's a little unsettling. It doesn't necessarily feel like magic art to me. But it's the best part of the card by a long shot. So I'm going to give it a pass on that. Next up is Sarah Paladin, which is a common. It is a 2/2 that costs 2 and 2 white mana. And you can tap it to prevent 1 damage to any creature or player. And then you can pay 1 and 2 white mana, tap it. Attacking does not cause target creature to tap this turn. Alright. I'm feeling like... This is hard. I just keep feeling guilty about how, like, annoyed by these cards I am. So, this one is One, it's a little expensive. The abilities that it has are not worth what you're doing here. The prevent one damage, fine, right? Like you want this to like kind of feel like the Semite healer, and I like we're already doing these prevent damage things, but whatever, it's innocuous. If you want that on there and you're gonna give it another ability, fine. But the 3 mana to make it so that another creature does not tap, like what are we doing here? Uh, so so if you were building a Colossus of Sardia deck, that would be pretty fun. You'd be better off just instill energying it, because instill energy exists. That's something that you can do. It's fine. It's just not worth 3 mana and your 2/2 that you spend 4 mana for. Because like these abilities tap it, which is fine, right? Like if you want them to be like, but make them powerful enough then to like, because like there's no decision here. It's like, do I want to like do I save my 1/1 from the pestilence, or the dry spell, I guess would be more accurate here, or do I make it so that my dumb big creature like it doesn't tap when it hits in, so I can keep it up for like, I don't know. Like it's not like you can play this in your stasis deck with your other fucking vigilance things. It's just, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I like the attacking ability is really cool and interesting. It costs way too much mana. The prevention ability is kind of interesting. We've already done that on a different creature in this set. And this is also a paladin. And I get your right, like D&D, your paladins have like lay on hands and stuff like that. So like sure, like that's fine if you want to do some sort of damage prevention. Like, because paladins to like jump in and protect and stuff like that. There's 1,000 different ways you could rationalize that story. But like, why isn't it like at least 2? We spent 4 mana on this 2/2, and none of the abilities are like, I don't know. It's fine, but like if either of those if neither of those abilities cost any mana, this was a 2/2 and it cost 2 white mana, I'd still be like, it's shittier than like Order a Leaper. It's like it's, but this is just so overcosted. It's not even funny. And like I get that it's a common, sure, but that also doesn't make sense. Are paladins super common? Why do they suck? It doesn't make sense to me as a common, because like a paladin feels like it should be an uncommon thing, and the card feels like it shouldn't be terrible. A 4 mana 2/2 with 2 abilities that are awful, and one of them costs you 3 mana. What the fuck? Alright, I guess that's all I got. This was illustrated by Pete Venters, and the art is great. Pete does a fantastic job. Super buff jawline, dude. Like, some of the perspective is a little interesting. But it's great. I like the art. The art, I have no problem with the art of this set, but why is it 4 mana? Couldn't we just take a mana off of like 90% of this set? It would be so much fucking cooler if we did that. Soroya the Falconer is a rare. It's a legend. It's a 2/2 that costs 1 and 3 mana. See, it's not fucking hard. All Falcons get +1/+1. And then it has an activated ability. You can pay 1 in a white, and target Falcon gains banding until end of turn. Alright, so I have some criticisms about this, and we'll get to them. First off, we should note that this card has been errated. This is the only printing of it, because it's on the reserve list. But it's now birds. So target bird, so bird creatures get +1/+1. Target bird creature gains banding until end of turn. I forget what it's called, but they released that I think it's a 2 mana fucking 1/1 flyer. You can run any number of them, and when it like does something, you can get another one. I think if you build a deck with quite a few of those, and you know some of the really juicy white cards, you could maybe not Sarah Avery, but you could run that. That'd be funny. But this actually can be a pretty powerful deck, even up to like bracket 3, I would say. Maybe bracket 4. Probably not bracket 4, but if you ran the real mean white cards and some real stacksy pieces, maybe you could do it. you'd have to probably get lucky with draws. I guess you could find land tax pretty decent. I don't know. Point is, I actually like this card. I think this card is super interesting. I think this card is really cool. I think this is like the first card we've seen where it's like, hey, here's a direction. Go ahead and build a deck in this direction. What is that direction? Motherfucking Falcons. All right. Well, I'm digging through this set, and I already got 2 Mesa Falcons, right? So, like, that's a good start. I mean, I don't know, it's early into the game, and I don't really know much about deck building, but, like, there's some Falcons. I could build a Falcon deck, right? Well, you could. And at the time, there was Zephyr Falcon from Legends, which is a solid card. You can do some cool and interesting stuff with it. It's pretty funny. You could, I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but you could reasonably go from that to, or you could go from the Zephyr Falcon and be like, okay, it's got Vigilance. Can I do anything with that? I'm in blue, and you'd be like, oh, hey, I can run Stasis. That's kind of interesting. And then you'd be like, I'm also in white. And be like, ooh, Sarah Angel. It doesn't get the +1/+1, but it's still a fucking great card. Right? Like, there are ways you could, like... And I'm not saying... I'm not saying that you should turn your... Make a Falcon deck and it's just a Stasis deck. Oh, that's so funny. My point here is... Maybe that's not the direction you go. But the point here is there's 2 fucking Falcons in the entire game. They printed this set with 1 fucking Falcon, and we are like 2 years past the 4-of rule, right? Like, this was like you can look at Alpha and be like, I can't believe they printed 2 goblins with Goblin King, 1 fucking zombie with Zombie Master, and 1 fucking Merfolk with Lord of Atlantis. But you could run as many copies of that Merfolk as you wanted. That deck was still technically something you could build. You just didn't have any cool other pieces to go with. Obviously, that fell apart once they're like, okay, the 4-of rule, but they didn't design that set around the 4-of rule, which is why that shit happened, right? Like that's why Plague Rats is... Right? Plague Rats? I think that's the alpha one. I really hope Plague Rats is the alpha one. Anyway, that's why that card is, like, you know, less good than it was. It's not super good at any point, but, like, it was certainly more exciting when you could have, like, 20 of them. This never had that opportunity. You got, like, your white-blue, and you have 8 Falcons. Good fucking luck. That being said, I love this card. I love this card so much. I think it's interesting. I think it's a super fun commander card specifically. I think building around this is super cool. With the errata of it having birds, and... you know, all of the whippoorwills and the fucking falcons and the vultures and the summon albatross that we'll be talking about in the blue card. When all of that gets down to birds, this is awesome. This is really cool. It's a very cool idea. And cards like this are especially nice for new players because it gives you a fucking direction to start it. Like, it's way easier to figure things out and to make some mistakes when you at least have a fucking goal, right? Like, it's hard to, like, if you don't really understand much about Magic, it's like, you can't build a deck. Like, what do you put in it? What's even good? I don't know what's going on. But you can read the word Falcon, right? So I like stuff like this. I think this was awesome. I think it's funny to, like, I'm praising how, like, cool this kind of design is for newer players, but then it also gives Falcons banding without explaining what the fuck that means, which is fucking hilarious. But looking past that, I think this is very, very cool. I also think the banding's pretty good, right? Going back to the commander deck, like, you build a commander deck, Healing Hawk, and all those fucking card advantage engine hawks that give you more of them. And you, like, 2 mana give something banned, and you can just fucking chump everything forever. It's great. It's amazing. And when you win, everyone will be like, I can't believe I fucking lost to this. It's the chattest thing in the world. I love it. Look at this fucking thing. I really, like, I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's great. Super fucking cool. Super interesting. I think obviously it's like not a good commander, right? Like, because you're stuck in mono white, which is rough to begin with. But I don't know. I like it. I think at this point you could make a functional deck with it, which is pretty interesting and isn't something that you could say for a long time. In fact, part of me, like when I saw that, it was my first thought actually. When I saw, fuck, I don't remember how many years ago this was. The I don't remember what the fucking card is. It's gonna. I'll put it up here, right in front of the thing, so you know what I'm talking about. But when I saw that, it said you can run any number of this thing, and when it does search it, I'm like, dude, I bet you whoever made this just really wanted to make their Soroya deck playable. So my first thought is like, holy shit, is this the card? This is it. We did it. Point is, this is cool. I wish Homelands had more stuff like this. But even this, they fucked up. The Falcon thing, this is unacceptable. There's 2 Falcons in the entire fucking game. It's like, what are you fucking doing? At least there's 1 Falcon, right? Like this is less egregious than like the fucking hero thing. Again, what if this is the only product that this group ever has? This is a rare, and the Falcons are common, so odds are like it's pretty good odds that they'll get at least a couple of them, right? If they like open a box or 2, there's probably a couple of them. But like it's very likely you get that one where it's fucking heroes pump it up, and this is the only product you have, so there's no Banalish heroes or anything, and the only hero in the game is another rare, and you just didn't get that rare. Like that's just bullshit. Like that's just bad game design. Like who fucking did that? Like that's just like zero concern for the player experience in that instance, which is crazy. This I don't think they did quite so bad as, and I think this card just kind of inherited the problem per se. Like what do? They write bird on it because there's like also like other than Birds of Paradise, which is a mana bird. Like picking one and just going with it, like what else could they have done? They should have printed more Falcons in this set, I think. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that the Falconer problem was quite on Homelands in the same way that like the other, like the hero problem is. That one I think is just like, what are you fucking doing? At least put a fucking hero at common if you're gonna do this. But oh well. This was illustrated by Dennis Dittwiller as well, and fantastic. I love this art so much. It has this kind of soft saturation to it, and the contrast is kind of low, and it just, I don't know, it just feels homey. It's bright, it feels like a nice day, it's just nice to look at. The Falconer has this kind of smug look on her face, but like, it's well done. I like this a lot. It's a great card. It's probably one of my favorite cards in the set, other than, you know, a couple blue cards that I think are pretty cool. But this one's great. Obviously, I've noticed I've spent probably 20 minutes giving them to you. But it's a pretty cool card. It's on the reserve list. Pick your copy up now. Like, it's going straight to the fucking moon. It's almost $3. Hell yeah. We are gonna end these white cards on some cool fucking cards. I've been way too harsh on this fucking set. I've been mad about how mad I'm being. And I'm just gonna read the card. Sorry. This is Trade Caravan. It is a 1/1 that costs a white mana. During your upkeep, put a currency counter on Trade Caravan. And then you can pay 0, remove 2 currency counters from Trade Caravan to untap target basic land. Use this ability only during your opponent's upkeep. This is fucking awesome. Now, this is awesome for a couple of reasons. One, it's kind of white ramp, especially if you have any instants or anything. You know, you could do stuff with that, right? It's pretty sneaky. But also, like, even without that, like, it's obviously not a super efficient card, right? But it is, like, it's a 1/1 that is, you know, kind of has a salad ability going on it, right? So you get this out, you got some free trucking, you get those caravan hands going, and then, you know, bada bing, bada boom, you untap a fucking land, and you do it again, and 2 turns later, and you're fucking, you know, hell yeah. No, but the ability is interesting. It's pretty slow. I wouldn't call it necessarily super good, but it's really fucking interesting. They haven't really done anything like this before. Obviously, they have untapped lands, right? So there's Ley Druid and stuff like that, but that's not really what's going on here. This is a different story. Like, you could say the ability is kind of the same, and it kind of is, but you mess around with counters and stuff like that. And just because they've done an ability once or twice doesn't mean that they can't do something similar but different. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any fucking cards. So I think this is really interesting. But the thing I like about this most is that this is just, I really like. You saw this decent amount in early Magic, but they don't really do it anymore. Where they're just telling non-violent stories. So like the first example I can think of is Merchant Ship in Arabian Nights. Merchant Ship is such a cool card. It's not good per se. Like, I think it has island home. Maybe it can only attack if they have an island. But it's a 0-1 or 0-2 or something like that. And when you like get on in with it, you gain a life. And the idea is like, oh, I'm not attacking with the Merchant Ship. I'm trading. I'm sending it across the ocean, trading some supplies with, this wizard that I'm battling with. And I'm gaining life from it. Like, I'm gaining resources from this. Like I said, it's not good, but it's interesting. It's a cool story. It's fun. It's a card that just, like, kind of makes the game more of a story in such an interesting way. This set is obviously full of lore, and the set and the design is way more concerned with telling a good story than it is with interesting and complex game design. And that's fine. Like, I don't really have a criticism against that, but I just would like the cards to at least work or be, like, appealing at all to play. And this one is. This one is awesome. I like this. It's, again, not strong, but I don't know. I don't think it's terrible. In fact, I think it's pretty fun. And really, I think that's the most important thing with cards. Power level is important to an extent, as far as, like, people don't like to lose against bullshit. So, like, if they're trying to play this game, and, your opponent is, like, casting Time Lock, and so you're like, alright, it's turn 4, finally, I'm gonna play my Sarah Paladin. And then they're like, cool, I'm gonna mana drain that. And then they go to their turn, and then they're like, alright, using the 4 mana I got off of that, and these 2 that I have, I'm gonna amnesia you. And, like, that's your game experience? Like, making new cards weaker doesn't fix this problem at all. And so, like, sure, if you want to depower the environment, I get that. But, like, at least have the cards be appealing. I don't know. But this is what Trade Caravan, like, this is cool. This is cool. I don't think this is good, but at least they, when they mana drain it, they only get 1. They won't mana drain this. Hell yeah, right? Because they don't get anything from it. They'll just let you have your dumb, stupid guy. Trade Caravan is cool. I really like cards like this. I think this is a really cool idea. I think this is super fun. These were illustrated by Kaya Folio, and I am not quiet about how much I love her art, and this one is also fantastic. I really, really love these 2 pieces. This one is great. I love these little creatures here that are just fucking weird. Like, you have a fucking polar bear, a giraffe, and what I don't know, it kind of looks like a really big, like, platypus. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but that doesn't make me love it any less. And the other one is this one. And I like this one too. I actually like them kind of both the same. I don't know that I could pick. Like, if I was running Trade Caravan, I'd have to run at least 2 copies, because I don't think I could pick which art I like better. This one is so cool. It's got the turtle. It's got the spider creature. It's just, there's so much fun and whimsy in these 2 arts. It's just wonderful. It's just fantastic. This is a fucking Magic card. This is the shit that, like, gets neurons firing. It doesn't have to be powerful. It just has to be interesting, unique, and, like, something that's potentially useful. And, like, these cards were printed only once, and they're worth fuck all. So, like, obviously the test of time has said that these aren't useful, which is fine. I still think they're pretty cool. And when you're playing slower games, it's kind of interesting. As far as, like, draft, I think they're, like, fine. They're not better or worse than anything else. If you can be doing shit with your mana on their upkeep, sure, it's valuable. If you can't, then it doesn't do anything, right? Because like the mana's only good on their turn. That being said, one land is all it takes to hit them with the swords, you know? So this means that you can fucking overcommit the turn that you need to hit them with the swords instead of like saving that mana. And then as long as you time your currency right, bada bing, bada boom. Super cool. I also like that this is so this isn't the first time they've done stuff like this. Obviously, I mentioned Merchant Ship, and then Cation Money Changers is another one where they did something similar. I really appreciate that this is we're doing the caravan thing, and it's not we're doing the caravan thing. Here's some fucking life gain. It's a different like resource gain that is interesting. Way more fucking useful, arguably. Well, not even arguably. Having an extra mana is way better. Even like that you can only use on your opponent's turn is way better than having one life. So I really appreciate that. But we are on to the last one that we have to talk about, which is another card that I think is fucking cool. So let's talk about it. Yeah, Truce, baby. Truce is an instant. Oh my god, you could use this with Trade Caravan. Let's go back to Trade Caravan. It's way good. If you get this, draft the shit out of every Trade Caravan you see. Truce is a rare. It is an instant and costs 2 and a white mana. Each player may draw up to 2 cards. For each card less than 2 any player draws, that player gains 2 life. Okay. So, you cast this. Your opponent draws 2 cards and you gain 4 life. Or you cast this and you draw 2 cards and your opponent gains 4 life. Or more likely, you cast this and everybody draws two cards. This is awesome. This is very cool. But man, how come when I first started hearing about Commander and first getting into it, all I ever heard is there's no card draw or ramp in white. There's nobody playing during Homelands? What are you talking about? We had ramp with Trade Caravan and we got card draw with Truce. I like Truce. Truce is a fun card. I wouldn't say Truce is necessarily a bad card, but it probably is. The draw is a May ability, so you can choose not to take the draw if, like, taking the draw would be bad for you for whatever reason, right? So you're never going to mill your opponent out with this. I mean, you might, like, if you start the game with, like, 4 Truces before they know you're on mill, then maybe these could help mill them out. But it's a maze, right? So it's never gonna do anything like that. You can't like play this in a Chains of Mephistopheles deck to fuck on somebody. So it's not good in that sense. But it is interesting. It makes you think. Drawing cards, especially in white at the time, super cool. Like this is just neat. It's objectively kind of a bad card, but it's not like incredibly bad, and it's not so objectively a bad card that it didn't see play. Like it saw tournament play, and again they had to play 5 cards from Homelands, but somebody picked this one. This one is neat. You can definitely do stuff with it. It's really funny in group hug, and like if you're gonna do anything, damage them for how many cards they have in their hand, kind of stuff. Like this, maybe. But again, like if once they figure that out, they'll just be like, yeah, okay, I'll take 4 life. Well, fuck you then, bud. It's a truce. You're casting this. Neither one of us is coming ahead, per se. I mean, we might be, but what we're really getting is time to kind of work in the shadows a little bit. We're not going to directly hit each other. We're going to take some time here. We're going to have truce discussions, give a little each, learn a little bit, recover a little bit. I think that's great. I think this is fantastic. This is an awesome card. Not because it's particularly strong, it certainly isn't, but because it's interesting, because it makes you think, because it's cool. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, classic artist from one of the first 25. She has some really iconic, awesome art, and this one is great. I certainly wouldn't call it iconic, but I would call it interesting. Like there's the story, the art really helps capture this story. I don't know how well the story would be told to us if there wasn't art on this card. It just said truce, and then like obviously you'd get there. But I think that I think the story does a really good job on this. I think this art is well done. Okay, so that's all of the white cards. Overall, I can see the complaints that people have against Homelands. There are some really undesirable cards in here, and even the desirable cards are not strong. At least in the white cards. It's far too early for us to discuss the set as a whole, so keep that in mind. But the white cards are pretty bad. I don't really like getting too deep into the philosophy of the color pie in these reviews, because these sets are so old and they were still figuring things out, but this set in particular really doesn't play to the strengths of white. In fact, mechanically, this set seems to have a really poor understanding of what makes the color pie so interesting and special. Everything is pretty surface level. There are knights and paladins, and healing and damage prevention, and a little flying. And to be fair, white has always been the color that has been the trickiest to make feel separate from the others, but the white cards feel especially surface level in this set. That being said, there are some really cool white cards in this set that I think could definitely see more play. Maybe not in competitive Magic, but there is a lot of fun Magic that isn't competitive. But that's really all I have to say on just the white cards. We'll talk more about the ups and downs of this set once we've had the context of the entire card pool. We are starting off with Aether Storm. Aether Storm is an uncommon. It is an enchantment that costs 3 and a blue mana. No summon spells may be cast. Any player may pay 4 life to bury Aether Storm. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Alright, so this is, well, it's an interesting card. It's not particularly good. It's certainly not the worst thing in the world. This is basically just 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a person that has a creature deck. Because this gives the player an out to it, it's certainly not a lock. You're going to pay 4 mana for this, and if your opponent needs to have creatures in play to win, they're going to pay 4 life, and this is going to go away. If they don't need creatures to win, then you spend 4 mana on something that will prevent you from playing creatures if you're also playing creatures. Otherwise, it will do nothing. So this is a bad card, but it's not like a bad card in a way that's like offensive per se. This is like perfectly fine for like draft and like kitchen table-y stuff. It's definitely not powerful, but it's kind of interesting in its own way. The second you're playing like real constructed, where there is a real chance of not playing against creature decks and people are playing like fucking removal and stuff, this is really bad. But it might do something in limited specifically. The issue with like playing this in limited is obviously that you probably have creatures too. So if you're on the back foot, if you're the slow deck, maybe this is fine. I guess it could also potentially be decent in aggro. Like if you get your creatures out early before they get anything out and you slam this down before they have anything out, they'll probably just take the 4 from it, but it might slow them down a little bit. I don't know. It's not particularly good, but also it's not like awful, and it's also, I like, a lot of the really bad cards feel like they're tricking players. This one doesn't feel that way. It feels like it's pretty on its face about what it is. I don't know. It's an uncommon, in case I forgot to mention that. I don't really have anything else to say about this one, but it's a perfectly fine card. It's definitely not, it's not a chase card or anything like that, but they don't all have to be. This one is fine, in my opinion. It's just kind of some dork to kind of think about. I really like the art. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden. I'm a big Mark Teeden fan, and this is a classic Mark Teeden piece. Super cool. Definitely not like one of his best pieces, but I really like this one. I think it's nice. All right, next is our first rare. This is Baki's Curse. Baki's Curse is a sorcery that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. Baki's Curse deals 2 damage to each creature for each creature enchantment on that creature. So this is kind of interesting. I would say it's probably trash and limited. There's just not a whole lot of creature enchantments going on that are worth like playing. There's a few, but like I don't. This isn't like a win condition, at least not in limited. You could try to do something like this in I don't know, kitchen table. I guess there's like stuff like paralyze and weakness and even Spirit Link and all kinds of other weird stuff that you could do, and then eventually, like, spend 4 mana to, like, blow up all their creatures. That's not really good. It's kind of like, maybe it's okay in Commander. and they probably won't see it coming, at least not the first time. I don't know. It's not particularly strong, but it is kind of interesting to think about. I like this one. I think this is a neat card. It's something you could like reasonably build around, and the deck would probably suck, but it's not guaranteed to suck. So, but it is kind of an interesting, like, you could put this in a cube and as like kind of an archetype thing. If the cube was built in a way where people pretty much had to use creatures, I think then this has some value. I don't know. I think the set needed more stuff like this. It's fine for it to be bad. Just be interesting if you're gonna be bad, right? And I'd say this one is, at least in my opinion. It's like I read this and I was like, huh, kind of neat. I appreciate it for that. The art is awesome. I really like the art on this. It was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and it's just really neat. I really appreciate just how diverse the art direction was in the early sets. I think this is really cool. But I guess that's all I have on Baki's Curse. We'll continue on. Chain Stasis. Man, we're getting pretty lucky. These are, I wouldn't necessarily call any of these bangers, but I wouldn't call these bad or uninteresting cards. And they're not necessarily new ideas, but almost. Chain Stasis is an instant, costs 1 blue mana, tap or untap target creature. Whenever any player uses Chain Stasis to tap or untap a creature, that creature's controller may pay 2 and a blue to use Chain Stasis to tap or untap target creature. So this is really interesting. I certainly wouldn't call it a super good card, but it's certainly not terrible. I would say it's pretty decent and limited, at least at like tripping up your opponent, or maybe like, you know, is basically Twiddle, but only for creatures. But you could like Chain Stasis their biggest thing and then swing in, right? Or Chain Stasis their thing at their upkeep so they can't swing in. The interesting thing about this is with like a Prodigal Sorcerer and infinite mana, it's also a win condition. You could just continually, because if you target your creature, then you have the chance to copy it and target that creature again, and then like just target, untap, tap in response, target, untap, and just fucking machine gun everything down, right? So there's potential for this. I wouldn't call that combo like better than other combos you could be doing. And at the time, infinite mana with colored is pretty tricky. Obviously, you could do something like this in Commander. I don't know that it would be good there, but you could do it. It's an interesting card, right? There's different ways you could take it. You could even do some colluding in Commander. If you and another player have a shitload of mana and both have like a fucking pinger or something, you could just bounce it back and forth. Just take something out, blow up somebody's field, machine gun something down. Just pretty funny. So I like this card just for the kind of like humor into the game that it can inject. And I guess I should mention Chain Lightning, right? Like this is a Chain Lightning was from Legends, and this is basically the same idea. It's a little bit different because like there's way less reason to like Chain Lightning yourself over and over again than there is to Chain Stasis yourself. I would say like in draft you should just look at this as like kind of a twiddle, but I do think it's pretty useful there. Outside of that, I mean, you can do funny things with it, but otherwise, like, you probably have better choices unless you're specifically using the unique feature of this card. So yeah, Chain Stasis, interesting. I like it. It's pretty cool. It's a rare. It's on the reserve list. And it's $2.50. Holy shit. What value? I really like the art. It was illustrated by Pat Lewis. It's very, very clean, I guess. I don't know. I like the colors. I like the contrast. I like the kind of heavy shading style of it. The water looks beautiful. The details on the boat are surprisingly crisp, but not in a way that, like, takes away from the rest of the art. Perspective's a little off, but not that big of a deal. Yeah, I don't know. I really like it. Coral Reef is a common. It's an enchantment. Costs 2 blue mana. When Coral Reef comes into play, put 4 polyp counters on it. Okay. And you can pay 0 and sacrifice an island, oh good, to put 2 polyp counters on Coral Reef. 2 counters for an island. Oh boy. Pay a blue, tap a target blue creature you control, and remove a polyp counter from Coral Reef to put a +1 counter on target creature. Oh, man. I guess the train of pretty okay Homelands cards ends abruptly. What the fuck is this, dude? Who made this? So the 2 mana cost is fine. This is kind of an interesting card. I just wish that it did anything at all that wasn't a giant waste of your fucking time. Tapping a creature and paying a mana each time you like fucking transfer a counter to a plus 0/+1. That's so much. And if you want to do it more than 4 times, you have to sack a land for every 2. So sack a land, tap 2 blue creatures, and pay 2 blue mana to get +0/+2. Why? That's so much work for something that means fucking nothing. The part that annoys me most is that this is probably pretty okay in limited specifically. If you're like mostly blue. But like, why couldn't it be pay a blue, tap a blue creature to like fucking bounce a permanent or a non-land permanent probably. Like that would be an interesting and pretty cool card. But this is just, it's so much work and just so many negative downsides. By the time you're done reading it, like if you know anything about the game, you're like, well, this is like, I won't say there's zero use for this ability, because there's certainly situations where it comes up, but just the amount of resource and investment into this, you would be way better you would be better spending all this mana on like a fucking tutu. This is ridiculous. It is funny though, but man, if this was all of this and then fucking bounce a permanent, I would love this card, because then it could, be land destruction in a way, which is really cool for me personally. But I would even settle for like bounce a non-land permanent, or even like to deal a damage. Why doesn't it just do that to deal 1 damage? I mean, obviously these days we're like, don't give blue damage, but like at the time that was a pretty common thing. I agree, the damage is not what I would prefer to see, but fuck, I don't know. This is just nothing. It's so many words. This is like a great example of like the problem with this set, with like these cards. Like this is so much like initial cognitive load just to be kicked in the dick. I don't like cards like that. Like if you're going to do heavy downsides, don't make the cards suck. Because like it's so many resources. You specifically like have to have a creature out that's blue, and you have to tap it and pay a blue just to like swap the counter, and the counter that like doesn't do anything. It's way too much. It's way too much. It's a shame because there's so many like almost cool ideas in this set, because this is almost really cool. This is like kind of a fun thing. It's just it doesn't do anything. It's such a waste of resources to even bother reading the fucking card. You're like never gonna get that back, and that's not even like considering putting it in a deck. Like maybe this is pretty okay and limited because the removal is limited and like people are playing with bad cards anyway. Depending on how long the game goes, this can like provide some value really late into the game. But it's so crazy. Sacking a land is insane. Like I don't hate sacking a land as a cost, but like you got to give them something for that. Sacrifice an island to put 2 counters on this. I will say this is flavorful, and I guess like doing a real thing like bouncing a permanent or something, I'm sure that's less flavorful, but you could figure out something with this. I don't know. I want to like this card, but it doesn't do anything. I guess I don't really have anything else to say on this. I'll quit dragging it out, but this is almost cool. Doesn't do anything. Don't play it. I do really love the art though. This was illustrated by Amy Weber. Amy has some fantastic pieces. Very iconic. She has a really cool and interesting style that's quite a bit different than most of the other artists. I really appreciate that. Her specifically her like aqua cards that are like under the sea kind of shit are like really banger. Specifically her version of High Tide is incredible. This kind of gives me the High Tide vibes, and I appreciate that. I think the art's really cool. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say on fucking Coral Reef. Alright, next we have Dark Maze. Dark Maze is a common. It is a 4/5 wall that costs 4 and a blue. You can pay 0. Dark Maze can attack this turn. At end of turn, remove Dark Maze from the game. Dark Maze cannot attack the turn it comes under your control. This is pretty cool. This is pretty awesome. So I do not particularly like walls. I think walls kind of are boring. The game's already too defensive, especially early on. Obviously, as the game goes on, walls don't really mean anything anymore. And there are certainly good walls. I'm just not a big fan of walls. That's more opinion than just like I don't think walls are bad game design per se. I think maybe they went a little ham with them early on, but I understand. Flavorfully, they're really cool. I like Dark Maze for a couple reasons. One, you can attack with it. Like, this is a card that can threaten your opponent's life total, and in a game where so much of it is defensive posturing, it's refreshing to see things that kind of just move the game along. And I think this is a pretty solid one, right? You can cast it, and you can keep it around until the opportunity arises, and then it's a 4/5 for 5 mana. That's if you like attack with it early on and don't get any defensive value from it, it is kind of pricey, but assuming you get some level of defensive value out of this, that's quite reasonable and almost efficient. I really appreciate this one. I think this is a really awesome design. I don't think this is the first time that there was walls that can attack. No, it's definitely not the first time that there are walls that can attack. It's certainly not like a super new idea, but I think it's an interesting take on the idea, and I think it's fun. And again, like, obviously you want new ideas in a new set, but even just interesting takes on previous design is pretty welcome to me. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the problem is this is a wall. Like, this is not a card to get excited about when you're like flipping through a pack and you're like, oh, holy shit, I get this wall I can play that has some tactical decisions and like thought processes. I do think it's kind of exciting, but I would certainly never be excited at the idea of playing a fucking wall. I don't know. I think it's cool, and I think it also does provide some like psychological pressure. Obviously, not much, but once this is on the field, your opponent can see it, right? So like they know that at any point you can just swing in with a 4/5, so they have to consider that and plan accordingly. And I mean, obviously, any card that provides any level of threat has to be played around at some point, right? So like that's not like this is unique to Dark Maze, but I do think it's worth mentioning. I don't know. I think this one is fine as far as cards go. It's obviously not super exciting, but we have two arts for this card. This card was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and I really like them both. This one we're looking at right now is very, very cool. The maze being like a misty, smoky. It's very cool. And this dude just like dropping down as the maze like went at him is pretty cool, pretty interesting. I think it tells the story well. I think it's really cool. These arts are interesting because they are a continuation of the same piece. So when they're both right next to each other, you can kind of see they are kind of just the same scene, just different aspects of it. But I think they're really neat. I really like this art. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I have on it. But Dark Maze is a surprisingly cool card, in my opinion. Forget. What were we talking about? Anyway, Forget is a rare. Forget is a sorcery that costs 2 blue mana. Target player chooses and discards 2 cards from his or her hand. If that player does not have enough cards in hand, his or her entire hand is discarded. That player then draws as many cards as he or she discarded in this way. So, that's a mouthful, but it doesn't need to be. Like, the errata here is just target player discards 2 cards, then draws as many cards as they discarded this way. It's really weird to me that originally they thought it was confusing. Like, what do you do if it says discard 2 cards and you only have 1? I guess, like, Magic players are pedantic and they felt like you gotta tell them that, no, you don't get to not discard because you don't have enough cards. It is interesting, but yeah. The wording doesn't need to be quite so confusing. So this is a rare, and it's a pretty bad card in most instances. It kind of looks interesting, kind of feels interesting. There are definitely places where this is fucking hilarious. Like, specifically if you were running this with Chains of Mephistopheles, that's really fucking funny. But, like, that's not a unique thing to Forget, right? Like, any card that, like, forces your opponent to draw is gonna be good against Chains. But I do think Forget is especially kind of interesting in that regard. And there's definitely other stuff you can do with it too. You could play this if you are a graveyard deck to like help put stuff in the graveyard. You definitely have way fucking better choices these days. But if you are playing like specifically an older format, you still have better choices than to do this. But like I don't know, this card is interesting because it's not nuts and boltsy in that this is like a useful thing to be doing, but it is a very basic concept, right? Like there's no real new ideas here. You can even almost like see kind of Hymn to Torak in the DNA of it because it's it's a monocolored card with two colored pips, and then like it kind of reads like Hymn to Torak but way worse. Way worse because it's not random discard. So your opponent would, if you hit your opponent with this, they would get rid of their worst cards and then potentially draw better cards. Not really worth 2 mana in a card, in my opinion. I don't know that it's necessarily worth targeting yourself with this either, but that's more likely to be the more valuable use of this card. But yeah, I don't know. I really like Forget. I think it's really interesting in a unique way because it scratches that itch of like figuring out something stupid and combining cards to have something that's more than the sum of its parts. Forget isn't super good at that, but it kind of reads like it would be. So it's kind of interesting in that way. I mean, nothing ever happened with Forget. It's never been really like, maybe somebody figured something out with it. It might be funny in Commander specifically, where you can occasionally get away with doing stupid shit like this, but it's certainly not a strong or easy to use card. I don't mind Forget. I do think it's interesting. I think it's a cool idea. Every time I see this card, I'm like, there's got to be more to this, right? I've never figured it out, but even today, I still like when I say this card sucks. I'm like, yeah, but does it? And I don't know. I'm not super confident that it sucks. So I think that's really cool. I think that's an interesting space for a card to be. I would like again. This isn't like a card that you're gonna be excited about or anything like that. But I do think if you're in an open mind about the set and like a card like this comes across, it's at least interesting the first few times you see it. Maybe a card like this also gets frustrating because like it reads kind of like it would be really good and then it just kind of isn't. Yeah, I don't know. Forget is interesting in my opinion. It's not a good card. Like I don't know that I would grab it in limited. Like limited, you can get away with playing worse cards, and you're going to have more bad cards in your deck anyway. And the games tend to be a little bit slower, so maybe this is pretty decent there. There's not really any graveyard synergies in this set, so if you're discarding cards, it's because you don't want to use them or they are bad in this matchup for whatever reason, and hoping to draw into something better, which is like fine. But in that case, this is negative card advantage. This you go down 3 and get 2, so this is You could also look at this as like Bazaar of Baghdad, except that this is kind of Bazaar of Baghdad, but way worse. Because you pay 2 blue instead of it being a land that's repeatable. And also, Bazaar of Baghdad, you draw the 2 cards and then you discard the 3. With this, you have to ditch the cards first. So it's not really filtering. Like, it is filtering, but not quite as good. But yeah, I think that's how I would describe this card, as just shitty Bazaar of Baghdad. And Bazaar of Baghdad's pretty good, right? So, like, this is... I don't know, man. I want to believe... I want to believe and forget, but it's not great. But I do think it is an interesting and cool idea. I really like the art, though. This was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and the art's really cool. It's really interesting. I like the guy's hat. It's funny, and just the whole thing is... It's neat. I don't fucking know. Let's move on. Forget is... It's really interesting. It's all I really have about it, though. Alright, then we have Giant Albatross. Giant Albatross is a common. It is a 1/1 Albatross that costs 1 in a blue. It has flying, and you can pay 1 in a blue. Bury all creatures that damaged Giant Albatross this turn. The controller of any of those creatures may pay 2 life to prevent that creature from being buried. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Use this ability only when Giant Albatross is put into the graveyard from play. It's like reading a fucking terms of service. Holy shit. Why are we like this? It's a fucking 2-mana 1/1 flyer. This is so funny, right? Like, this is the problem, right? Like, this ability does fuck all. Because one, it is like, okay, it's a 1/1 flyer. They're gonna, like, block it with, this, like, sure, the ability could be potentially useful, but it's not like you're gonna hit a bunch of creatures with this. And even if you could, they're just gonna, like, anytime the opponent has a choice, it's gonna be worse for you. If the creature that you're blocking with is super important, 2 life is nothing. And if it's not, then why do they care? It's just stuff like this is stupid. Like, the ability is, like, almost never relevant. And it's just so much reading. It's so much cognitive load. And all of it is just reading words that are, like, exhausting. Like, why would you want to play this? Why would you want to, like, try to figure this out? Maybe I'm being too harsh on stuff like this. I guess it is better that it has some ability that maybe comes up once every 30 fucking games than not having an ability. So I guess I would rate it higher than if it was a generic 1/1 flyer for 2 mana, but, like, the ability just is never gonna come up. And it's not a falcon, which, yeah, sure, an albatross is not a falcon, but, like, that's also just upsetting. I don't have much else to say about this one. It's not, like, super offensive, but it's certainly a shit card. It's a common. We have 2 arts. They're both done by David A. Cherry, and the arts are nice. I like this one. I think it's really funny. The feet on the albatross as it's coming in for a landing or whatever is just fantastic. The perspective is, like, that thing is fucking massive, which is pretty cool. I appreciate that it has a little saddle on it. That's kind of funny. Probably massive. That's probably not a little saddle. Probably a normal sized one. Again, I like the art. There's nothing to say about it, really. It's decent art. The other one at least has a fun story. This is just a flying albatross. I don't hate the art, but there's just really nothing to say here. So yeah, I guess let's move on from Giant Albatross. Okay, next we have Giant Oyster. Giant Oyster is a 0/3, costs 2 and 2 blue mana, so 4 mana. You may choose not to untap Giant Oyster during your untap phase. Then you can tap Giant Oyster, and target tapped creature does not untap during its controller's untap phase, as long as Giant Oyster remains tapped. During your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on that creature. If Giant Oyster becomes untapped or leaves play, remove all these counters from the creature. So that's a mouthful. I like this card. It's certainly not super strong. And in fact, it's kind of like just a worst Royal Assassin, sort of. Obviously not completely, but I really like the story this is telling. So it's a Giant Oyster. And after your creature exerts itself, well, no, not exerts itself, because that's now a thing. But it gets tapped because it's used its ability, it's used its magic, it's attacked, whatever. It's tired, it can't really defend itself as well anymore. And Giant Oyster comes along and snatches it up. And, presumably the oyster is underwater. So as you're trapped in there, you slowly drown. And then if you manage to get out, however, you're fine. But if you don't, eventually, off to the graveyard with you. Giant Oyster is interesting. I like that it's removal. I think it's kind of interesting in specifically this format. I think it's kind of cool. 4 mana is a lot. I don't think it's too much, but I wish it was like at least a 0/4, maybe a 0/5. Or even a 0/6, then I think it would be really good. Well, not like really, really good, but it would be better. But, like, that's kind of a minor complaint, honestly. Like, I think this card is cool. I think this is interesting. It is kind of a new idea, and I don't know that this was necessarily inspired by Royal Assassin or anything like that. Like, the end result is the same. This just does it slower. And neither of them can target untapped creatures. This is interesting, and there's even some synergies in this set. There's Chain Stasis, so if you tap their creature with that, then you get them held up with the Giant Oyster, bada bing, bada boom. That's pretty fucking good and limited. So, like, I would say this is a strong card. uh, at least in limited. Outside of it, I like maybe you could make it work, but like it's just gonna get bolted. So I like the idea. I think this is cool. Like I wouldn't call this a strong card, and maybe it's a little confusing, but I think the story goes a long way to helping kind of explain what's going on. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't been a new player in a long time, so maybe it is confusing. I don't know. Like it's definitely a lot of words for what's going on. That would be a complaint I have, I guess. But I think it's a kind of appealing card. And I think it's a pretty useful card compared to most of these. Yeah, I would say Giant Oyster is pretty cool. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard. I really like the art. I think the art's really nice. I think it's very cool. Really helps tell the story, what's going on. And that little pearl is kind of neat. I guess that's not a little pearl. It's a very big pearl. That pearl could be you. Or your creature, rather. Alright, next we have Jinx. Jinx is an instant. It costs 1 in a blue. Target land becomes a basic land type of your choice until end of turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Okay, I don't like this card, but it's for reasons that I don't think are necessarily fair to criticize. Again, these sets are not designed for limited, so anytime I say like, this doesn't do anything in this limited, it's not a criticism on the set per se. It's just like, just don't like draft the card when if you're playing limited of these sets, these old ones where part of like it's going to be a less good like game experience than one of the newer sets designed for limited, but it has more historical context, and some people really enjoy the gameplay of these and the kind of high variance, and some of these cards really suck. Some people like that. If it's not your thing, understandable. But Jinx kind of doesn't really do anything in this set. Like the most use you could get out of Jinx is if you're playing against like a 2 or 3 color deck, at least, and they get kind of color screwed a little bit, and then like during their untap or whatever, you could cast this to turn that land into something for that turn. They could tap it in response, but they'll lose that mana before it gets to like their main phase, so they most likely won't be able to do anything with it. And then you've shut off, like you've color fucked them for 1 turn, right? And then during your turn you would draw 2 cards. That's not like bad per se, but it is very niche, and that's like the best you could hope. So there is like 1 instance of Island Home in this set, and there's 1 creature that can't attack unless they have an island. So if you are running that, there is some utility there, but it's still not great. That's only utility against anyone not playing an island, and that creature also really fucking sucks, and I don't know that I would recommend doing it anyway. But if you did get it and you did want to do that, Jinx might help you get that thing across the finish line against non-blue decks. And while there are really bad dual lands, while there are really, really terrible multicolor lands that we'll talk about later, I don't know that I would Jinx that if they were running it anyway, because like you should just let them play really shitty lands. So really the only lands that you would target in this set alone are just the basics. Which, like, you can target a basic with this, so you can color fuck someone if that's what you want to be doing. But again, it's only for 1 turn, and obviously those cards are not in this set, but there are enchantments that, like, do this for, like, as long as they're in play. So Jinx is kind of pretty low value. It is a cantrip. It's a slow trip, but so it's not like incredibly awful, but I'm still not like super hype on this card specifically for limited. In constructed, there's certainly cases you could be in constructed. You could certainly make a case to be running this. I don't know that it would ever actually be the optimal thing to be running, even if you really cared about this effect, because there's just better cards that do it. None of them that cantrip you, but also you're in blue, so unless the ban list is all of the good blue draw cards, you don't need to be doing this. It's not like you're white or red where cantrips are very valuable. I don't know that this card is really worth like any discussion or thought at all. Maybe I'm just wasting all of our time. It's fine, but I don't know, man. It's a Homelands card, right? This was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and I like the art. I think the art's really cool. I think it's fine to look at. I guess that's all I really have to say, so we'll just move on. To Labyrinth Minotaur. This is a common. It is a 1/4 that costs 3 and a blue mana. Oh boy. Creatures that Labyrinth Minotaur is assigned to block do not untap during their controller's next untap phase. Yeah, so in Constructed, this is laughably bad. In Limited, this is kind of okay. It is a Minotaur, which is hilarious for reasons we will get into later. But that does give it some bonus points, specifically in this Limited. Outside of that, it's pretty bad. A 1/4 for 4 mana isn't, like, awful, and I don't know, like, I don't think it's super good, but I also don't think it's terribly bad, especially if you, like, sneak attack it in. Did you redo? I would probably play it in Limited if I was in blue, which I would probably be in blue. It's best. If I could be in blue, I probably would be in blue. It's also nice because it's 4 mana, but it's only 1 blue, so you can play this in a pretty far out color deck. You probably pretty consistently get this out, which is nice. So it might be okay. Anyway, Labyrinth Minotaur was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I like Anson's work a lot. This one is pretty cool. It's interesting. I really like the colors and just how it's all, like, put together, I guess. It's nice to look at. But I like this one better. Also done by Anson Maddox, obviously. This one just has cooler details, in my opinion. I like the background and I like the perspective. It's interesting. Oh boy, the big boy. So this is a rare, and it is a 8/8 creature that costs 5 and 2 blue mana. And I'm sure everything in the text box is just upside, right? Does not untap during your untap phase. Sure. Marjan cannot attack if defending player controls no islands. If at any time you control no islands, bury Marjan. Cool. 2 blue mana. Sacrifice a creature to untap Marjan. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Oh, good. That was almost cool. 2 blue mana. -1/-0 until end of turn. Marjan deals 1 damage to target attacking creature without flying. Okay, so that last ability is kind of interesting. I don't know, dude. I'm getting so fucking tired of these 8/8, 9/9, 11/11 fucking big, massive underground blue creatures that just require you to fuck your shit up to do anything at all. Like, Swords to Plowshare is still being printed in the core sets. What are we fucking doing? Why do we think that these cards are dangerous and good? Like, Colossus of Sardia isn't good. And this is like way more downside than that. There's like at least tricks you can do to make that kind of decent. This is like what do you do here? At least you don't have to sacrifice any of your fucking lands. And also, this is the card I was saying, like, if you wanted to use this, Jinx is, like, maybe okay, because then you can attack with an 8/8. But the thing is this doesn't have any, like, evasion at all, right? Doesn't have any protection. It's an 8/8 that, like, if they have a 1/1, they just block it, and then, well, you gotta sacrifice a creature next time to attack. So, like, you aren't coming ahead in that exchange at all. Because you have to spend 2 mana and a creature just to even attack. And then they just jump block it. Done. I will say, the second ability is overcosted as shit, but it is interesting. This is actually really cool. I like this. It's an interesting idea, but again, like, all these cards that have all these massive downsides, the ideas behind them are kind of interesting. They just suck. It's just not worth the resources. There's no situation where it isn't just fucking win more. And I don't know, that's just kind of disappointing. I don't want to be too hard on, like, this designers. And again, I think this set is really awesome in a lot of ways. And I think a lot of these cards have really cool stories. They're just fucking awful. And that's probably more on development than it is on design. Whoever made these cards, A plus in the lore department, and you know, but playability is really rough on a lot of these. This one included. It's just bad. It's just a bad card. To be fair, in limited, it's probably less bad. Because the Jinx is a common, so you could have those, and like I don't know, maybe you can convince them to attack you with all their shit. It's not good. I don't hate it. I really like the art. The art was done by Daniel Gellin. Very cool art. I really like the design of this being a deep sea kind of. It's very cool. Let's see if the next card is more interesting. Hey, good news. The next card is more interesting. Memory Lapse is an interrupt. Costs 1 in a blue. Counter target spell. Put that spell on top of its owner's library. Yeah, so Memory Lapse is fucking insane. This card is like arguably better than Counterspell in certain situations. This card is commonly underestimated because it says put that spell on top of its owner's library. So naturally people are like, well, okay, but I get to cast the spell again. And that is true. Now, if your opponent is a funny guy, they could counter your shit on your turn and then on their turn use Portent on you, and then you won't get that spell back. But just because you get the spell back, it's not quite as good as people think. Obviously, if you wanted to cast that spell, you probably still want to cast that spell in a turn. But that spell also replaces your draw. So they used a card and 2 mana to make your spell not happen. And they know what you're going to use that mana on next turn. Or at least they have a good idea. And they also know what you're going to draw that next turn. So depending on how many cards you have in your hand and what's been going on with the game, they're going to have a lot of advantage of information. And this is kind of nebulous, and it really depends on like what's going on in the actual game. It's kind of why it's hard to explain why Memory Lapse is good to people. Like, I'm not good at this, explaining this, but like this is valuable information. Now, I'm not going to say that putting the card on top of the library is always correct, or even that like that advantage is something that you can super play around. It's just, it's not like people look at that and say, well, this sucks, it doesn't even get rid of the spell, but that's not true. It did. And like your next draw is that same spell, so yes, you can play that same spell again, but the control player knows what you're gonna play next, right? Like, this spell is fucking insane. It's a 2 mana hard counter that requires 1 blue. So like in your fucking 4 color control deck, you can fucking play this significantly easier. You do not have to hold up 2 blue. Like you can cast this off of an island and anything else. It's very good. Now, as far as Memory Lapse being maybe too good, I don't really have a horse in that race. I'm a very casual player. Like, I want to be good at the game, and so like I do read up and I do learn like the strategies and things that are good and bad in the game. I have a good understanding of the game, but I'm not a competitive player. I usually don't even care who wins or loses in a game. I'm just there for the variance and the fun of the puzzles and to just interact with the person. So as far as like, I never like tournament grind. I don't get mad when cards are just constantly played because the metas that I play in are, well, first off, they're often cube, right? So like a lot of these problems kind of just solve themselves when everything's just singleton or designed in a way to solve them. And on top of that, I also don't grind, right? So like I don't have to play against the best cards. If we get tired of an experience, we just move on to something different. So it's hard for me to say that the card is fine because like it can fucking ruin competitive games. But I think the card is fine. Like personally, I never had an issue with it. I think it's really fucking good. It's easily one of the best cards in this set, and I would say it's comparable to Counterspell. Mana Drain is probably better, right? Because you can Mana Drain and then fucking cast like a JM Tome off of it. You can't really do that with Memory Lapse. But like you'd run both, right? And like the same with Counterspell. Memory Lapse is very, very good. I guess that's really all I have to say about it. I like it. I think it's interesting. I really like the idea of putting the card on the top for various reasons. One, I think it's less feel baddy for like casual players. I don't know that it's less feel baddy for competitive players. Memory lapse. It's probably really annoying to try to play around. I guess I don't know what else to say about Memory Lapse. It's clearly like one of the best fucking cards in this set. It's good, obviously. Fucking showed up multiple times in tournament decks. The art, phenomenal. Amazing. Mark Teeden did both arts for this. This one is my favorite. I personally prefer this one over the other one a little bit, which we'll see in a little bit. But if I'm running Memory Lapse, and I often am, if I can run 2 copies, I usually try to run at least one of each. And if I'm running 4, 2 of each and whatever. But this one is my favorite art. Still, let's look at the other one. And as you can see, they both have a similar theme. I just like the other one for the 3D look of it a little bit better. This one is cool too, but the other one is my personal favorite. Memory Lapse is a really good card. Let's talk about another really good card. Merchant Scroll is a common. Oh yeah, did I say fucking Memory Lapse is a common too, which is fucking awesome. Not great for draft. Like, you gotta play blue, I think. Good for access, right? Merchant Scroll, also a common. Kind of insane to think about. Merchant Scroll is a sorcery. It costs 1 and a blue. Search your library for a blue instant or interrupt. Reveal that card to all players and put it into your hand. Reshuffle your library afterwards. I don't know if you've like ever looked at old Magic cards, but blue instants and interrupts are fucking sick. They're the best cards in the game. This is just Demonic Tutor, but, you know, in blue and only for the best blue cards. Because this hits fucking Ancestral Recall, this hits Counterspell, this hits Mana Drain. It hits Memory Lapse. Fuck, it hits Psionic Blast. I think Psionic Blast is an instant. There's other better cards to mention than that. But the point is this hits a lot of shit that's pretty interesting and pretty good, right? It hits Brainstorm. That being said, it is, you know, one of the weaker tutors. Not so weak that it isn't fucking restricted in Vintage and pointed in Canadian Highlander. Like, I'd like to point that out. The cards this thing fucking hits are goddamn sick. This thing is insane. This is arguably better than Memory Lapse. It's really hard to be like, well, which one's better? Like, it's time and place, right? Because, like, in Vintage, Merchant Scroll's probably a little bit better. This hits Force of Will. Force of Will is not a card that we've talked about because it doesn't exist in the sets that I've done, so we haven't really talked about it too much, but it hits fucking that. And if you look at, like, newer cards, this hits a lot of fucking amazing shit. Probably one of the most expensive cards in the set, thinking about it. Which is funny because it's a fucking common. It might not be, like, I haven't looked at every price, but most of these cards are not worth anything. Merchant Scroll kind of is. And just to highlight how useful this card is, like, look over at the prices on the sides in the reprinting. So this has been reprinted in Mystery Booster 2, which, to be fair, I don't know how large that print run was, but, you know, it certainly isn't nothing. 8th edition at uncommon, admittedly, but still, that's a pretty solid print run. And then Homelands, that print run is nothing to shake a stick at, and it's at common there. Like, this has had several printings. It's a common. It's not on the reserve list, and this card is like 7 times the price of any of the reserve list cards we've talked about, and some of them it's like 15 times the price. It just goes to show like how good this card is. I don't know what else to say about it. It's a tutor. I like tutors, specifically sometimes. I don't like tutors all the time, obviously. Like, some cubes I'll have them, some cubes I won't. That being said, there's definitely reasons to piss and moan about tutors. They definitely slow the fuck out of the game, especially for, like, new players, right? Like, if you're bad at shuffling or just don't have that much practice with it, and also, like, are not entirely sure which of your cards you're going to get, it can be fucking tedious. Even in 60 card, where you have, like, you know, multiple copies of cards and stuff like that. In fucking Commander, this can be exhausting. Like, if you give a fucking tutor to a new player that has no idea what the fuck's going on, they might have to, like, stop and check the board state a few times. They might have to, like, you know, go through all 100 fucking cards in their deck. So tutors can be annoying. They're definitely a lot of logistics, and it changes the game in a way that is like I can understand why it's annoying, right? Like if you were to tell me I fucking hate fetch lands just because it like triples the length of a fucking game, um, at least in like actions, right? Like those games also are probably only a couple turns, but I can be like, yeah, I get that. I do think fetch lands are really interesting and cool, and I really like the mana bases and the decks you can make with it, but it does kind of devolve into like good stuff bullshit too. There are reasons to hate tutors. I can agree with that. I don't. But again, I don't play super competitively, and I also vary up the way that I play a lot, so. But I guess that's really all I have to say. Merchant Scroll was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and I really like the art. I like the marbling in it. I think it's very cool. It's just a fucking Merchant Scroll, but it's sweet, it's cool. I like it. Very cool. Alright, next we have Mystic Decree. This is an enchant world. Costs 2 and 2 blue mana. All creatures lose flying and island walk. Alright, well, there's no island walk in this set, as we talked about, but there is flying. And flying is really good in draft. I think this card's pretty fucking solid in draft specifically, and it's also fucking douchey as fuck to run this with Island Sanctuary. And I think that's pretty funny. I think that's pretty cool. But going back to like limited, the Island Walk here does nothing. All creatures lose flying is pretty good. And you can, if you have this in your deck, and someone else like rips the Sarah Avery, I think it was, the Enchant World. This is the card I alluded to when I was talking about that one. These two play off of each other in a very interesting way because they're both enchant worlds, so only one can be in play at a time, which means whichever one comes down second knocks the first one out. And they're rares, right? So like in limited specifically, there's like very little chance there will be more than one of each of these in like a draft. So I think it's very interesting, right? Because this can counter their flying if you're playing against a flying player and they have the Avery out. Which, speaking of which, if you're going to do that, I wouldn't play the Avery until after this came out because this is way fucking harder to out and just fucks you, whereas you having Sarah's Avery out doesn't fuck this guy. But it's way more valuable for you to counter this than it is for him to counter that with this. Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, the point is I think this is like the only really fucking interesting interaction like baked into the design of this set. And I don't even know if they did it intentionally, but I do think it's really cool. They both cost the same amount of mana, the same number of mana. This one's a little harder to cast because it's 2 blue, but that being said, this one is also a little bit more powerful. Yeah, I really like this. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. And I think both Island Walk and Flying are kind of annoying for players some amount of the time. And so having a way to deal with it is pretty interesting and pretty cool. I like this. I think it's kind of interesting. I think that's really super interesting in limited with the other cards, and I think it's really fucking funny that they made Island Sanctuary better. It's also really good with Moat too, because Moat I don't think Moat's an enchant world, right? So you can play it with Moat too. That's probably even better. So this was illustrated by Liz Danforth. I really like this art too. I think it's very cool. It's a very fun story, and like it does kind of help with the okay, so we're transported to ocean world where this god is like, nah dude, and I can buy that. Or spirit, I don't know if that's a god, like whatever sort of mythical magical being of whatever spirit of the lake or whatever that it is. Yeah, sure, the art goes a long way to help that along, but let's move on to fucking Narwhal. Narwhal is a 2/2 summon Narwhal that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. It has first strike and protection from red. This is pretty good. It's just like White Knight or Black Knight, except that it costs double the mana. So obviously it's not as good. And cards like this are kind of insulting because it's literally just like a card that existed previously that's like colored shifted, and it costs twice as much mana. Like, maybe you'd argue it's not quite twice as much because it's not 4 blue, so, like, you have some wiggle room here, but, like, come on, it costs 4 for a fucking White Knight, except it's blue. Protection from red is pretty fucking sweet, though, against red, obviously, but, like, Lightning Bolt, don't have to deal with that, that's really fucking nice. Earthquake, don't have to fucking deal with that. That's pretty nice. Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast, you don't have to deal with stuff like that. Protection from red on a blue creature like this is actually pretty fucking valuable. And this is probably pretty fucking sick in limited, just because, you know, it's one of the better things you're getting out for 4 mana. But 4 mana is ridiculous. Like, if you wanted this to be 3 mana, because you really think that White Knight and Black Knight are too pushed, sure, like, whatever. 4 is a lot. And, like, it's also, like, fine. Like, if you think that's where the value of this should be, sure. But, it's so transparently way worse than the stuff that came before it. And you have to be careful with that, because, like, people aren't going to look at this and be like, whoa, so cool. They're going to look at this and be like, the price of gas went up again, right? So I'm not saying it's wrong to, like, balance this higher or that this mana rate is terrible or anything like that, but, like, it's just, like, you gotta be careful about doing stuff like this, I think, for, like, the people that are opening the cards and, like, reading through them and looking at them. That being said, it's a perfectly fine card. I think this is really good unlimited, and it's even not, like, the worst thing in, like there's a justification to, like, maybe run this in a big mana blue deck. I don't think so, but, like, you could cope yourself into it, maybe. It just being a White Knight that costs twice the mana is a kind of a hard pill to swallow, in my opinion. I really like the art. The art was done by David A. Cherry, and it's beautiful. Very cool, very fun. The 4 mana is a lot, but that's all I got. Let's talk about Reef Pirates. This one is a common. Reef Pirates is a 2/2, costs 1 and 2 blue mana. Whenever Reef Pirates damages an opponent, take the top card of his or her library and put it into his or her graveyard. Oh, hell yeah. That's fucking pretty sweet. That's kind of interesting. That's almost good. This is pretty sweet in specifically, like, Homelands Limited, because 40 card decks, you'll mill them out fairly quick, especially if you manage to get in with this a few times. It does not have any evasion. It's a 2/2 for 3 mana, so, like, it's easy to chump. It's probably not going to do too much work, but when we were talking about the white cards, I was kind of gassing up a rare 2/2 for 3 mana because it was a 2/2 for 3 mana. So just on that alone, this is fucking sick. And it's a common, so you could probably get a couple of them, so you have some level of consistency with them and can maybe hit in pretty early. 3 is pretty cheap, especially in this fucking set. It's an efficient card without its ability, and when its ability happens, it's kind of nice. Assuming you get in enough to, like, potentially deck them out. I don't know. I like this. I think this is cool. Maybe I've just been beaten down by terrible fucking cards, but this is at least kind of interesting, something to think about. It's probably not good enough, but it does kind of get people to think about. But yeah, I guess there's nothing else to really say about this. It's a common. It's pretty cool. It's a 2-mana. It's a 3 mana 2/2, which is pretty okay, especially in this set. The ability isn't awful. There's 2 arts for this. They were illustrated by Tom Varnestrand. I like this one. This one's very, very nice. And this one is also pretty cool. I like the other one a little bit better, especially since, like, it says summon ships. This one I guess I like better now that it's a zombie pirate and not a ship. They're a little bit like, what's going on here? But I like them both. I think they're pretty solid. And I think they do a good job of just being cool art. I don't really have much to say about it. Oh boy, a legend. Exciting stuff. This is a rare. And this is Rebecca, Wizard Savant. It is a 0/1 summon legend that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. And you can tap Rebecca. Rebecca deals 2 damage to target creature or player and does not untap during your next untap phase. Alright, hell yeah. So it's a Prodigal Sorcerer that costs 1 more mana, and it can kill a Hypnotic Spectre, but it stuns itself whenever it uses its ability. It also is a 0/1, so it can't do damage. Sure, I guess. It's kind of funny. 2 damage is very good. It's twice as much as 1 damage, in fact, which is pretty good. That being said, it is also the same amount of damage because you can only do it half as often. Burst damage is better than damage over time in most instances, depending on what's going on. I don't know. It's fine. It's kind of interesting. It's definitely nothing new, but it's funny. Also, I guess Raveki is a dwarf. That's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. I don't know. I don't have anything. It's a legend that doesn't particularly do anything interesting. Obviously, they weren't designing legends for Commander right now. It's not the worst ability in the world. It's creature removal, and it does provide pressure. It's pretty interesting in its own way. It's definitely not good, and it's not a really new idea either. But it is cool to see a legend. Let's just move on, I guess. All right. Sea Spirit. Sea Spirit is a 1/1 that costs 1 and a blue, and it has flying and protection from red. Huh. That's not terrible. This is our second flying and protection from red creature, right? The other one is a very expensive white creature, but this is at least the second time we've seen these two keywords. This is pretty solid. It's a 1/1 for 1 and a blue. Obviously, this is only good against someone playing red, but in that case, it's a flyer. Like two keyword abilities on a 1/1 for 2 mana is not bad. Flying is like kind of unblockable, which is really, really good. And protection from red means that you don't have to worry about red spells. And you can also just chump block red shit, which is really nice. This is pretty decent. It's certainly not like insane, obviously. Well balanced card, which, you know, everyone's super excited about the well balanced cards. But I like this one. I think it's interesting. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun in limited because it's really good against the red player, and otherwise it's okay. Like against the red player, this is way better than Giant Albatross, but against the against anyone else, the Giant Albatross might be better. Probably not. It's probably no different at all, but it might be. That being said, maybe this is better because you can't waste your mana on stupid shit with it, right? So like there's no way to misplay that. Or there's less ways to talk about cope. Alright, yeah, Sea Spirit is fine. It's a generic card. There's really nothing to say here. It's kind of interesting. The story is whatever, but it's kind of neat. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and this is a fantastic piece by her. She's usually kind of a shit poster. A lot of her stuff is really funny. This seems like she's taking this one seriously, and it turned out well for it. I guess that's all I really have to say about this one. Oh, it's an uncommon, if I didn't mention that, which I think is correct. At least for limited. Outside of that, it kind of doesn't fucking matter, I don't think. Alright, next we have Sea Troll. Sea Troll is a 2/1 that costs 2 and a blue mana. And you can pay a blue and regenerate it. Use this ability only during a turn in which Sea Troll blocked a blue creature or a blue creature blocked Sea Troll. Excellent. Perfect. You know, I'm sure there was tons of play testing, and it just being able to regenerate against anything made this card almost desirable. Is Sedge Troll a problem now? Like, why is it a 2/1? It's 3 mana 2/1, which fine. Regenerate is useful, but like, just make it 3 to regenerate it. Like, why does it have to be garbage against anything but another blue player? And even then, it's like, I don't know. I got nothing. This card is really bad, and it doesn't need to be this bad. Like, it feels like a reference to the other trolls, and they regenerate. Like, yeah, sure, but why? Why can it only regenerate against? I guess, whatever. I don't know. I guess there is some flavor there for why it would be that case, but the card is just so transparently bad. I don't even really want to talk about it. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin. I really like the art. I think it's really cool. I got nothing. Let's just move on to Wall of Kelp. This is our last blue card to talk about. This one is a rare. It is a 0/3 that costs 2 blue mana. It is a wall, so it can't attack. And you can pay 2 blue mana and tap this to put a Kelp token into play. Treat this token as a 0/1 blue wall. Hell yeah. Super interesting. This is not particularly strong. 2 mana for a 0/3 wall is pretty pricey. You can get, like, in alpha, there's 1 mana 0/3 walls. But the ability is really interesting and useful. There's some lore here, right? Like, Kelp grows, right? Like, so you can kind of vibe with that. And just being able to create bodies is pretty good. You could use this to sacrifice something to Lord of the Pit. I wouldn't call that necessarily a good use of this, but you could do that. Otherwise, just having a 0/1 chump blocker every turn to invalidate one fucking creature of any size that doesn't have trample, it's pretty good. This is also interesting. You can kind of build around it. You can kind of play with it. Like, my only real complaint about it is we really need to like not do so many things that make defense way better in Magic at this point. I think it's the biggest problem that the game is trying to fix, and a lot of these designs don't help with that at all. But this is at the time, this is one of the most efficient like token generators. Depending on your color, there's some better ones in the earlier sets, I guess, but for the most part, not really. Granted, what the fuck are you gonna do with a 0/1 blue wall? But there's stuff you could do with that. You can figure something out. I kind of really like this. I think this one is fun. I think this one is interesting. Again, I don't think this is necessarily good. I don't even know like what you would do with this in constructed, but it would certainly be fun to try to figure something out with it. And I guess like obviously when people look at Magic cards, they can only go through like what they like, right? So like if you don't like land destruction, you're gonna think a lot of the cards that I like are stupid and bad, and that's fine. We can all have different opinions on stuff, so just keep that in mind too, especially since I'm not super like, I'm pretty okay with like figuring out power level, but I'm certainly not one of the best players for it, and I'm like don't have the data that WotC does. Maybe it's because the cards in Homeland suck so bad, so that I'm just grasping at anything that's interesting in any way. That might be what's going on here, but I like Wall of Kelp. I think this is pretty cool. I am a sucker for interesting walls, as much as I hate them. I guess I don't really have anything interesting to say about this. Wall of Kelp was illustrated by Alan Rabinowitz, and the art's amazing. I really like it. I think it really ties in to make this card awesome. There's one thing you can say about Homelands. The art kind of kicks ass. A lot of these cards are really cool to look at, and I think that does go quite a ways to like making the set more bearable. But I guess let's conclude the blue card, shall we? I really like the blue cards in this set. The Outliers and Merchant Scroll and Memory Lapse are cards that I really enjoy, but the blue cards also have a few really interesting cards that aren't what you'd call strong. Forget is pretty interesting, Chain Stasis is really cool, and Wall of Kelp and Dark Maze are pretty inspired as far as wall designs go. I think the blue cards are my favorite in Homelands, which is kind of a shame, because blue didn't really need much help at this point, but regardless, I enjoyed the blue cards in this set. I don't really have any extra insights that I didn't cover while talking about the cards, but I do think these cards aren't too bad overall. There are a couple that I hated, but you'll have that with pretty much every set. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the black cards. Alright, on to the black cards, I suppose. First we have Baron Sengir, the big man. This is a rare. It is a 5/5 legend that costs 5 and 3 black mana. It has flying, and whenever a creature is put into the graveyard the same turn Baron Sengir damaged it, put a +2/+2 counter on Baron Sengir. And then you can tap, regenerate target vampire. Alright, so first off, this card is not particularly good, but there is a little bit of context I would like to get into. As I've said, I'm mostly looking at these cards in a kind of limited form, because otherwise most of these cards, there's really nothing to talk about, because most of them are just bad. That's kind of true of every set. Most of the cards are not particularly strong when you start playing at really high competitive levels, and that's just not the only way to play Magic, so I like to talk about these cards from a kind of different aspect. Now, this set wasn't designed for limited, as I've discussed, but if you were going to play it for limited, I think it's pretty okay as far as a lot of these sets go. However, when you're going to play these cards in a limited, you do have to kind of figure out, well, are we going to use errata? Are we going to play as written? Yada yada. Most of the time that doesn't really change much. Sometimes. This set specifically, it says regenerate target vampire, but at the time, legend was not a super type, it was just a creature type, and generally creatures weren't allowed to have more than one type, so the legendary creatures were just legends. That is kind of relevant specifically when we're talking about the set in a limited form, because if you were going to play as written, there is not a single vampire in this set. So there is nothing you could actually regenerate with this. If you're going to play with errata, one of the legends is a vampire, which kind of doesn't make sense to me because I thought they were all vampires, but whatever. I don't know the lore that much. We'll talk about that one when we get there. It's just worth noting that either this ability does nothing or it hits exactly one. I think it's an uncommon. So from a limited perspective, that ability kind of sucks. That being said, outside of limited, that ability still sucks because the only two vampires that exist at this point are Sengir Vampire and Kravokian Vampire, I think is what it's called. It'll be up there. Both of them are expensive to cast. Regenerating them would be definitely nice, but how likely are you to get all that out? So that ability on its own is kind of not great. Its other ability is basically just Sengir Vampire's ability, except it's +2/+2 instead of +1/+1. Sengir Vampire is a really strong card at this point, but it has nothing to do with its ability. It has to do with the fact that it is a 4/4 flyer for 5 mana, which is actually a really good rate at the time. It's not quite as good as Sarah Angel, because Sarah Angel can be used with stasis decks and stuff like that, but it's fairly close. Baron Sengir here is a 5/5 flyer for 8 mana, which is not anywhere near as good. So at the end of the day, this is an overcosted card with an ability that is basically win more. In my experience, the ability of Sengir and Baron is almost never relevant. It'll come up occasionally, but the only time anyone is going to let you, power up this creature is when they are going to literally lose if they don't block it and let you get the counter. So the counters do come up occasionally, but I've never seen a game state where they actually really made a difference. That being said, this is just clearly a reference to Sengir Vampire, which I think is fine. I've been talking about how there's not a whole lot of new ideas in this set, which is mostly true. I don't particularly mind stuff like this, but this is definitely a bad card, which is kind of a shame. I guess that's really all I have to say on Baron here. This was illustrated by Pete Venters. The art is really awesome. I really like the art on this card. I think it's a cool card. It's kind of a shame that it sucks. Would have been nice if this was something that you could play, but it is what it is. Anyway, next we have Black Carriage, another rare. This is a 4/4 that costs 3 and 2 black mana. Holy crap, it's a 4/4 for 5. That's pretty good. It has Trample, does not untap during your untap phase. Okay. And you can pay 0 and sacrifice a creature to untap Black Carriage. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Okay. So, first off, I don't hate this card. I think it's kind of interesting. I do think if you're going to have such an extreme downside on this, it should have been a 4/4 for 4, or maybe even 3 mana. This just seems unnecessary. That being said, a 4/4 for 5 with Trample is pretty okay. There are ways to get incidental creatures that you can sacrifice to do this, so it's kind of okay. And from a lore and story standpoint, it's pretty interesting. The only thing about this card that I really do not like is the last sentence. Use this ability only during your upkeep. That is just stupid. Like, why? This is so heavy-handed. Why are we doing this? If this card had, like, pseudo vigilance, you could sacrifice a creature and then attack with it and then sacrifice a second one so that you had it open as a blocker. That would be pretty interesting and pretty cool. As it stands, you can't do that. They specifically added an extra line to prevent you from doing that, and I just think that's wrong. Like, this set is so heavy-handed, and a common theme for me in this set is that this set would have been way more awesome if they just deleted the last line of, like, every fucking card. Not every card exactly, but a lot of them. And this is a great example of it. Like, this is a really cool idea, except it's fucking useless. I really, really don't like how heavy-handed this set is specifically with its balancing, because how this set chooses to balance things is by telling you exactly when you can do something, and that just limits a lot of possibilities, I suppose. And it also doesn't let people learn by misplaying. Because if they can only do it at a certain time, I mean, they can still misplay it, right? But you lose a lot of your ability to kind of explore the game on your own when cards are as restrictive as this. I'm not a big fan of it. This card is really close to being interesting, but it sucks and it's terrible. And that's kind of annoying. I guess I don't really have anything else to say on Black Carriage. This was illustrated by David A. Cherry, and the art is fantastic. It looks really good. Early Magic had a lot of issues getting horses to look decent. This art does a great job. Overall, this is a really cool card. It would be super exciting if it just cost like 1 or 2 mana less and you could use the ability to untap this whenever you wanted. Then it would be very interesting. As it is, it's a bulk rare. Okay, then we have Broken Visage, another rare. This is an instant that costs 4 and a black mana. Bury target non-artifact attacking creature and put a shadow token into play. Treat this token as a black creature with power and toughness equal to the power and toughness of that attacking creature. Bury shadow token at end of turn. So this is almost really interesting. This is a really cool idea for a card, but I do have a couple of issues with it. One, going back to the same thing, there's just too many restrictions on this. Why specifically does it have to be an attacking creature? Why couldn't it just be a creature? Why couldn't I use this on my turn to then take out a creature and attack into them? Is that really so wrong? Is that like I don't understand why some of these restrictions exist. I guess maybe it's for a lore reason and I fine whatever, but these are game pieces at the end of the day. It's just so heavy-handed. I don't know how else to put it, but there's so many cards in here that are kind of an interesting idea, but they're completely unplayable because they either cost too much mana or they're way too restrictive. I think this one is fine at 5 mana. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But let me attack with the token. Or, like, if you want, either let me attack with the token or let that token stay until the end of my next turn. So, again, let me attack with the fucking token. So much of early Magic is just playing creatures and staring at each other, and unless you are running the very efficient removal, which also is probably not good for the game, it just nothing fucking happens. And cards like this do not help with that problem at all. Yeah, this one is a shame, because I really like this idea. I think it's really cool and interesting. Like, this is a very cool card, but it sucks. It's unplayable. Yeah, I guess that's really all I have. It's a really cool idea, but you can't fucking play it because it's bad. And it's way too restrictive for its own good. This was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and the art is awesome. I really like I like the whole concept of what's going on here. I think it's very magical, and the art is fantastic. It's just, card is either too expensive or too restrictive. It is very cool. Let's just move on. All right, next is Cemetery Gate. A common 0/5 wall that costs 2 and a black. And it has protection from black. This is really fucking funny. I wouldn't call this a good card, but I would call it a decent enough card. I really like this one. The story is just fucking hilarious. It is flavorful. It's not necessarily a terrible card. It's certainly nothing more than like a kitchen table or cube card and like a low power thing. That being said, I think it's really interesting. It's very funny. Like I said, it's not particularly good, but I just really, really love the story that this card is telling. And I think cards like this really show the strengths of Homelands. Like, specifically with the black cards. So far, I've been pretty down on them, but I like this one. I think this one is fun. I think this one is interesting, and this one is cool. It's also the first card we've talked about that has 2 arts. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. I really like this one. This one is very funny to me and really helps tell the story, right? Like, it's not hard to tell what's going on here. It's a cemetery gate. The zombies can't get through it because it's locked. That's so funny. This art is also really cool. They both feature the same gate, except one is a close-up and shows a zombie, and this one is just more out there. I like it. They're not really telling a different story, but they are kind of different perspectives on the story, which I think is pretty neat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say about this one. It's obviously not a strong card, but I think this one is hilarious, kind of interesting. And while I don't particularly like walls, this one is at least funny. Then we have Drudge Spell. Drudge Spell is an uncommon. It is an enchantment that costs 2 black mana. You can play you can pay a black mana, remove from the game 2 target creatures in your graveyard to put a skeleton token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 black creature with black regenerate. If Drudge Spell leaves play, bury all skeleton tokens. Okay, so this is kind of neat. It's a reference to Drudge Skeleton, right? I think it's Drudge Skeleton. I might have the name wrong. Anyway, that's a 1/1 that costs 1 and a black, and you can pay a black to regenerate it. It's a pretty annoying card to deal with, and I think this is a cool and fun reference to that. As I was saying, I think this set would be better if they just removed the last sentence from most of these cards. I think you don't. I think this card would be debatably really good if it didn't have that last line. But at the end of the day, removing 2 creatures from your graveyard just for a token of a Drudge Skeleton is not great. There are ways to put creatures in your graveyard, obviously. In Limited specifically, this would mostly come down later and reuse some of your cards to get a little bit more value. And I think in Limited, this is a perfectly fine card. Outside of Limited, this might have been interesting to mess around with without that last sentence, but it's just too easy to remove. That being said, there is not much for enchantment removal in this Limited specifically, so this will likely stick around. And in there, like I said, in Limited, I think this is fine. Outside of Limited, I don't. And it's a shame because it's pretty close to being fine. I don't think it needed that last sentence at all. It's just another example of a card that is almost really cool, and the last sentence just ruins it for me, personally. Yeah, I guess I don't have too much to say about this one. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and I really like the art. It's very cool, kind of references the original in its own way. Very neat. Next, we have Dry Spell. Dry Spell is a common. It's a sorcery. It costs 1 and a black. Dry Spell deals 1 damage to each creature and player. So I really like Dry Spell. This, I would say, is one of the stronger cards in this set. Now, this set did come out after Ice Age, and Pyroclasm is a card that already exists, which is basically the same card except it does 2 damage to each creature. Personally, I think that's fine. I like that the red one deals a little bit more damage. I think this is a really interesting and playable card, and I just think this one is cool. I think it's a great idea. I think it's really interesting. The story's kind of funny. And it's just really efficient in a way that I like and appreciate. In fact, I would say I think this card is kind of underrated. If it's a pretty solid sideboard card, especially if you're playing a black deck that kind of struggles against the go wide strategies, this is a really solid way to deal with them. It's also pretty solid if you're playing a protection from black deck. So if you're playing a white black deck and you're playing stuff like Pestilence and using all of the white cards that have protection from black, Dry Spell is pretty powerful in that specific deck. So yeah, I'm really positive on this one. I like this one. I think this one is interesting. I think it's cool, and I think it can see play and be decent. It's certainly not a super strong card, and it really depends on what your opponent is playing to be any good at all, but I think this one is well designed and interesting. Anyway, Dry Spell was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and I really like the art. This one is really great. It tells a good story, and it's interesting. That being said, I prefer this art. This art is really cool to me. I think it's just super interesting, really neat, kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I just like it. I like both of the arts for this card, but this one is my favorite. Alright, next we have Feast of the Unicorn. This is a common enchant creature that costs 3 and a black mana. Target creature gets +4/+0. So, I guess I don't really know how to feel about this. +4/+0 does seem a little not much for 4 mana, but like this is fine as a limited card. Not every card has to be super strong. I don't know. This one doesn't bother me in the sense that some of the other ones do. And maybe it's just because it's a relatively simple card. It's pretty fine and fair in low power Magic, and it doesn't really offend my sensibilities in any way. I don't really have much to say about this one, if I'm being honest. At least not about the mechanics of the card. The art is amazing. This was illustrated by Dennis Detwiller. This one is pretty cool, but this one is just fantastic. I really like the story that these cards tell. Just in the from the name to the art is perfect because Feast of the Unicorn, that can mean any number of things. And then you're hit with this art of people eating a unicorn, which is kind of unsettling. They're, mystical, magical, rare creatures. It feels kind of fucked up in an interesting way. And this card is just kind of emotionally charged in a way that's interesting, and I really appreciate it. I think this card is awesome. Mechanically, it's nothing special, and realistically, it should probably be a little cheaper. But beyond that, it's very, very cool. I guess I don't have too much else to say about this one, so we will just move on to Funeral March. This is another common. It is an enchant creature, and this one costs 1 and 2 black mana. When target creature leaves play, that creature's controller sacrifices a creature he or she controls. Ignore this effect if that player controls no creatures. So this one is interesting. 3 mana is probably a little too much for this, but it's not too bad. And in Limited specifically, this is pretty interesting. I really like this one because one, on its own, it doesn't do anything, which is kind of normally a bad thing. But I do think that this one is interesting. It's kind of a puzzle piece. It's obviously not too complicated because, you put this on a creature and then either blow that creature up with another removal spell or manage to kill it through combat or something else. But what makes it interesting to me is that to get value from this card, you either have to spend another card blowing something else up, or you have to do what is called a forced heir, where they have to block with this creature in order to not be in a worse position. And so I think it's very interesting for cards to set that kind of thing up where you have to kind of outplay your opponent for them to do anything. That being said, there isn't much to this card. Most of the stuff that's interesting and complex about it isn't the card itself, but how you would play it and the things going around it, which I think is pretty cool. I think that's kind of an inspired place for cards to be. I don't necessarily think that this is the kind of thing that they should be leaning heavily into and doing all the time, but I do think it's kind of interesting and fun, and I think cards like this show that this set has more meaning than people seem to give it credit for. Again, this is, it's not a super complicated or super interesting card, but I think it's quite a bit better than a lot of these, at least as far as being interesting and fun to play. It's obviously not powerful. Unlike most of the commons, this only has one art. It was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and I like the art. The art's pretty interesting, it goes with the story, and yeah. I also think that this card is pretty flavorful, but you can say that about most of the Homelands cards, so it's not that major of a selling point. But yeah, let's move on to Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds is an uncommon. It is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 and a black mana. Attacking does not cause Ghost Hounds to tap. If assigned to block any white creatures, or any white creatures are assigned to block it, Ghost Hounds gains first strike until end of turn. So this is kind of interesting. It's not particularly good. The Vigilance is kind of nice. A keyword plus a special ability on a 1/1 for 2 mana is pretty much on rate. The ability itself is kind of whatever. It certainly can be useful against a white deck, but otherwise it does literally nothing. I will cut this set some slack for that though, because it's so heavily influenced by its story, and much of its story is kind of a war between Baron Sengir and the black cards and Sarah and the white cards. So doing this does make sense from a narrative perspective and stuff like that. I do think it's not a particularly good or interesting card, but it's also not the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know. It is a pretty bad card. I certainly would never play this in Constructed, but in Limited, it's, I guess, kind of fine. And Kitchen Table, it certainly could be fun. Cards like this can certainly be pretty interesting in special cubes that are designed around, card mechanics like this being kind of okay. And if you did a white and black cube, a lot of Homelands cards would actually be pretty interesting in that. course, that is just a cube that cuts out most of magic, so, I don't know if you would necessarily call that a positive trait of the card. It's all up to interpretation, in my opinion. Um, Ghost Hounds was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and the art's really nice. I do like the art a lot. I think it's a cool card that way. That being said, I guess I don't necessarily follow what the story is per se. A lot of these cards, it's pretty easy to tell what they're trying to get across and why the mechanics are the way they are. I'm not sure I feel that way about Ghost Hounds, but it's a minor complaint, all things considered. Overall, for an uncommon, it's pretty weak, but okay. Alright, then we have Grandmother Sengir. Grandmother Sengir is a rare 3/3 legend that costs 4 in a black. You can pay 1 in a black and tap it. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So this is bad. It's a bad card. This is not a good card, not something that I would recommend playing. I don't understand why this card is so bad. This is a legendary creature, which again is a downside. Being a legend is not like a desirable trait. It's just mechanically, it's just a downside. So the fact that this is a 5 mana 3/3 on its own is kind of insulting. And on top of that, its ability is pretty garbage. Giving a creature -1/-1 can certainly be good, but paying mana for this on top of, having to tap it so you can't attack or block with this, on top of paying 5 mana and it not being a -1/-1 counter, so it goes away at the end of the turn, like, this is just bad. This card did not need to be this bad. Especially not for one of your like main story characters. This is the biggest problem with Homelands, in my opinion, and it's kind of the Legends problem all over again, where all of the like interesting and cool cards that are like should excite players are just fucking garbage. And the like 2 mana counter spells and the tutors are fucking insane and super efficient for some reason. And that's the major problem I have with Homelands, and I would assume a lot of people feel the same way. But it's just kind of disappointing that the story is so interesting and cool, and then you like, oh, cool, I want to play with these characters, and then you just lose to anyone who is saying, okay, I don't give a shit about the story, I'm just going to play the game. And that's pretty bad game design, in my opinion. I don't think there's a problem with leaning heavily into your lore. I think that's very interesting and a large reason why a lot of people like Magic. But this is just the wrong way to do it, if you ask me. Like, cards like this are borderline insulting. Like, this whole set kind of feels like it's a trap for players that are bad at the game. Yeah, Grandmother Sengir. Storied character, terrible fucking card. I guess it is what it is. But, like, why does the ability cost mana, and why can't it just put a -1/-1 counter on a creature? Like, if it did that, I think this card would be pretty good. I don't think it would be, like, busted by any means, but it would be decent. This is just kind of mind-bogglingly bad, I guess. I don't know. I would not recommend playing, like, any of the legends in this set, really. There's a couple that are fun and interesting. This is certainly not one of them. Oh well, I guess. This was illustrated by Peter Venters, and the art goes hard as shit. Like, Peter did an amazing job in this. This art is unsettling, it's cool, it's amazing. The art really makes me wish this card was good, because, man, that would be fucking cool. Oh well. I guess it is what it is, right? Alright, then we have Greater Werewolf. This is a 2/4 creature that costs 4 in a black mana. At the end of combat, put a -0/-2 counter on all creatures blocking or blocked by Greater Werewolf. So, in some ways this feels like just a worse Thicket Basilisk, which, okay, I guess. 5 mana for a 2/4 is pretty rough, but the ability is not awful, and it is, especially in limited, you'd be really discouraged to block into this thing unless you could kill it. And if you're playing this card, even if they do like double block this to kill it or something like that, you get quite a bit of value from that. So specifically in limited, I think this card is pretty okay. It's pretty interesting. It's definitely not something that you could really play in the wider card pool, which is, the same fucking thing I've said about all of these cards, so maybe just fucking stop saying that. I don't know. I don't hate this card. I think it's kind of bad. If this was 4 mana, I don't know that I would bat an eye at it. But at 5 mana, only putting a -0, -2 counter on the creatures instead of just getting rid of them, I don't know. I guess I have mixed feelings on this. At the end of the day, it kind of plays pretty similarly to Thicket Basilisk and, Cockatrice. It is interesting as a common. Again, this set was not designed for limited, so none of those, the common, uncommon, and rare decisions are not based on that. But it is what it is, and I do think it's kind of interesting that this card is a common. 5 mana is kind of a lot, but everything in this set costs too much fucking mana, so I guess it's not. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this one. It's a pretty simple card. I don't really hate this one, but just like everything else in this set, it does kind of just feel like cards that already exist, but worse. The art is pretty fucking cool on this one. It's very unsettling and just overall very cool. I don't know. It's interesting. It really feels like a Magic card just from the art. It was illustrated by Dennis Dittwiller, and Dennis did a great job in this set. But, I mean, not all the artists did a great job in this set. That's one thing about this set. The art goes so fucking hard. I guess that's all I have to say on Greater Werewolf, though. Next, we have Headstone. Headstone is a common. It is an instant. It costs 1 and a black mana. Remove from the game target card in any graveyard. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So this is actually pretty decent. It's certainly not especially strong, especially in the wider card pool of today. But if you were only playing with cards from Homelands and before, this is kind of interesting. There is a really good chunk of card advantage in black at this point. But there is not much for good cantrips, and this is a pretty okay cantrip. Granted, at this time, graveyard decks are difficult to make work and not quite as efficient as other things you can be doing. Still, with that said, Regrowth is a pretty popular card right now. Time Twister is still something that can see some level of play, and you might occasionally run into a Black Lotus or something. So using a Headstone to remove a Black Lotus so they can't Regrowth or Time Twister it back, and then replacing itself is actually pretty decent. This card is definitely niche, but at 2 mana, I think, depending on what your card pool is, this is pretty playable. I don't really think there's much value to be had with this in Limited. There are things you can do with it, right? Like if someone is playing Drudge Spell, you can hit one of their creatures out so they can't make a token, and little things like that. But it's not going to be super valuable. That being said, with Limited, your card selection tends to be a bit worse, obviously. And so a card that replaces itself and does nothing else is not quite as bad in Limited. This kind of just makes your deck a little bit more consistent, assuming you have the time and mana to cast it. But it is an instant, so that is much easier than cards that are a sorcery, especially if you're holding back any sort of interaction or something. Not that there's a whole lot of instant speed interaction in this set, but there's a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I think this card is pretty decent. I think you can play this card competitively in the right card pools. Not very many card pools, but I think there's a place. It's also probably not the worst thing in Commander, specifically just because it replaces itself, the game's a bit slower, and, people are doing bullshit with their graveyards. I'm not sure I would recommend it in higher power, but, maybe. In higher power, it's going to have better targets in the graveyard, so maybe you could play it there. I don't know, but I do like this card. I think this card is perfectly fine. Headstone was illustrated by David A. Cherry, and I really like the art. I think it's fantastic. The shading is amazing, the perspective is really good. Overall, it's just a really cool art. There's not much going on, though, so there's not much to say about it. Alright, next we have Isan's Shade. This is an uncommon. It is a 5/5 legend that costs 3 and 3 black mana, and it has protection from white. Isan's Shade, if you're a new player, probably looks pretty fucking bad. And to be fair, it kinda is. But this card isn't terrible, especially at the time. Being a black card with protection from white, especially one that's a 5/5, means this thing is immune to a lot of the removal that's available at the time. You cannot Swords to Plowshare this, which is your go-to removal spell since it's so efficient. Terror is another one that is pretty commonly played at this time. That doesn't hit black creatures, so Isan's Shade is safe from that. And common red removal at the time is like Lightning Bolt, and this survives a Lightning Bolt. So Isan Shade is fairly hard to remove at a time when removal is super efficient. So I think this card is better than you would probably give it credit for if you were newer to the game. And you can see that because a couple people brought it to the Pro Tour. It's obviously not like a super great card, but it is pretty okay for a high end, in my opinion. In Limited, this is pretty awesome, but it does get walled by Cemetery Gate. Yeah, Isan Shade, it's a really solid card, all things considered. I like this one. And I really appreciate that it's just fucking simple. It's just an uncommon legend whose stats are okay, and its ability combined with its color is pretty valuable in the meta in the card pool at the time. So yeah, I like Isan Shade. I think this is probably the best of the high end creatures in the set. Maybe not, but it's pretty close. It's a pretty low bar. But that being said, at the time, big creatures all kind of really sucked. They really struggled to figure out how to balance them for a long time. It was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and I love the art. It looks super fucking cool. Big fan of Rush's style, and this one is just awesome. I guess that's all I have to say on Isan Shade, so let's move on. Then we have Irony Sengir. Is it irony or is it irony? I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to pronounce this. Yeah, this is the vampire dwarf. It's now a vampire dwarf. Before it was a legend. So this is a 2/2 that costs 2 and 2 black mana. White enchantments and green enchantments each cost an additional 2 to cast. So I mentioned the vampire dwarf here because nowadays this card can be regenerated by Baron Sengir. If you're playing as written, it cannot. This card is interesting. I don't think this card is bad. I will say it's very niche because it's specifically white enchantments and green enchantments. So if they're not playing those, this card does nothing, and it's a 2/2 for 4 mana, which is terrible, especially because it's a legend. So like you can't even play 2 of them. That being said, if you have space in your sideboard, this does just fuck on white green enchantress, which is pretty fucking funny. 4 mana for a stacks piece like that it's kind of the upper echelon of what you can hope to get down early enough for it to do anything. And on top of that, this is a creature, so it's about as easy to remove as a stacks piece can be. So I wouldn't call this good, but it is pretty okay. And as far as limited, I mean, most of the 2/2s are 4 mana, so it's like kind of fine in that regard. Its ability is going to be almost useless. There are a couple of there's like 3 white enchantments and like 4 or 5 green enchantments, and how playable those enchantments are ranges from not at all to pretty okay. So your mileage may vary in limited, but I don't know that I would recommend going out of your way to get this card for limited specifically. And outside of limited, it's also super fucking niche, right? Like it's an effect that when it comes up, it's kind of okay, but it's pretty expensive and it's a creature, so it's easy to remove. And most of the time, it's just not gonna fucking come up. I also don't know that I necessarily understand what the story is trying to say here, but that's on me for not giving a shit enough to like read the actual story. So I can't really comment on that. Yeah, I don't know. The card is. I mean, I'm coping here, but I do think that there are uses to this card. It's not good, though. I do really like the art, though. The art is really interesting. It was illustrated by Pete Venters. Pretty funny, well illustrated. Her fucking face, though, dude. Anyway, it's a pretty bad card, but it's not offensively bad, and I appreciate that it's not super complicated, and reading through it doesn't make me wish that I would have stopped reading halfway through. So it has that going for it. Overall, it's a pretty okay card in a pretty okay set, but it's certainly nothing great. Alright, next we have another rare. This is Kolskun Falls. This is an enchant world that costs 2 and 2 black mana. During your upkeep, tap target untapped creature you control or bury Kolskun Falls. No creature can attack you unless its controller pays an additional 2 whenever that creature attacks. Wow, this is actually a pretty solid card, which I guess makes sense. It's like oh, it's on the reserve list, only printed once, and this one is like $15. So yeah, it makes sense. Like this card actually has some values, probably specifically in Commander. Cards like this are fine. I appreciate that it has an upkeep cost. Like if you're gonna do this, make them do something. But tapping a creature when they struggle to attack you is not really much of a cost, I would say. It is an enchant world, which I appreciate. I do like that balancing knob. As far as enchantments go in this set, enchant worlds are probably the easiest to remove. All of them are rares, so you might not even see one, but if you do, you can play it to remove a different enchant world. So I think that's pretty cool and interesting. The effect is definitely useful. I'm not a huge fan of how defensive a lot of the abilities are in this set because that's, in my opinion, just a major problem with Magic at the time. At least this is an interesting and playable card that you could be excited about and encouraged to play, which I appreciate. I think this card is pretty awesome for that. I guess that's really all I have to say about Cuscone Falls, though. It's kind of interesting. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and the art is phenomenal. Rob does such a good job with like landscape pictures, and this one is no exception. It's just really beautiful, really cool to look at. But let's talk about Singir Autocrat. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 3 and a black mana. Oh my god, a 2/2 for 4 mana. What a deal. When Singir Autocrat comes into play, put 3 surf tokens into play. Treat these tokens as 0/1 black creatures. If Singir Autocrat leaves play, bury all surf tokens. You know what? I take it back. This is pretty cool. Once again, this card would be awesome, and this set would be way funner if they just deleted the last fucking line of text that they put on all these stupid fucking cards. Like, why? It's a 0. There's 3. It's 4 mana for 2/2 and 3/0/1 creatures, which is slightly above rate at the time, but your rate is bad for all of these cards, so just stop it. This is actually really interesting. There aren't a whole, like, this goes really well with the carriage card we talked about, right? Because this gives you 3 untaps, which is really neat. But like the way and this card goes well with the cards that are designed in the set, which I think is really interesting. They're just so heavy-handed with their like balancing in this set, and it really makes the cards less desirable. If this didn't have that last line, this would be, I think, the first example of a creature that even if it was removed immediately, it would do something. But Homelands managed to fuck even that up, which is pretty funny. I don't know. This one kind of bothers me because it's so close to being a really cool and interesting card, but it's just trash. Like, just fucking swords it. But in limited, it's probably fine, I guess. I guess I don't have much else to say. Anyway, this was illustrated by David A. Cherry, and the art is fantastic. I really like the art on this. Like I said, this set has banger art and really cool cards from like a lore perspective. They're just mechanically fucking awful, and if you play with them, you lose, which is not a good thing. Next, we have Sengir Bats. Sengir Bats is a 1/2 creature that costs 1/2 black mana. It is a common, it has flying, and whenever a creature is put into the graveyard the same turn Sengir Bats damaged it, put a +1/+1 counter on Sengir Bats. Okay, so this is also obviously a reference to Sengir Vampire. It's just a little guy. It's a 3 mana 1/2 with flying, and like the text is the exact same as Sengir Vampire. Being a 1/2 for 3 mana is kind of bad. It's in limited, it's okay because it has flying. It's 1/2, whatever. It's still not great. Outside of limited, this is pretty bad. If this was going to be a 3 mana 2/2 with flying and stuff, I would say hell yeah. The reference doesn't bother me so much. It is a little tiring that like there's like 25 of each color card in this set, and 2 of them are references to Sengir Vampire, which I guess, whatever, it's your vampire set. Sengir is a very major part of the story, so it's fine. Doesn't bother me too much. That being said, I lied. I said there's 25 cards. That's like there's 25 unique arts. So out of that 25, 3 of them are references to Sengir Vampire, just by using the exact same text. But 2 of the arts are the same card, so however you want to look at it. I guess I could say again that the Sengir vampire ability is kind of a win more ability that doesn't really do anything. I will say I think it's more valuable on a small creature like this than it is on Sengir vampire or Baron Sengir. I think this one has more of a chance of actually being relevant and could potentially snowball pretty hard. But even in this set, the removal's not awful, so I don't know that you'll ever actually have the chance to take advantage of the ability, but I do think it is less win more on a small flyer that can come out earlier in the game. It was illustrated by Dan Frazier. I like this one. It's nothing special, but it's nice to look at. That being said, I like this art a lot better. This one is just kind of funny. It almost looks like the two bats are hanging out and, joking around, having a conversation. I just think that's kind of neat. The art is cool. The card is interesting enough. It's not an. Even though they do it twice in the set, I don't know that it's necessarily an overused reference. I guess there's not much to say about Sengir bats. It is what it is. All right, we finally get to talk about a funny card. Temerian Fiends is a rare. It is a 1/1 that costs 1 and 2 black mana. Remove Temerian Fiends from your deck before playing, if not playing for ante. Yes. Pay 3 black mana. Sacrifice Temerian Fiends to bury target artifact that an opponent owns in your graveyard. Put Temerian Fiends into that opponent's graveyard. This change in ownership is permanent. The opponent may ante an additional card to counter this effect. So, Temerian Fiends is the last ante card they ever printed. This was the final hurrah to make ante something that people cared about. Even from the beginning, people did not like the concept of ante. And I've had discussions where I kind of defend the concept of ante. Again, I don't think that it was a good thing to put in this game, but the initial idea for it was noble, to say the least here, I suppose. Temerian Fiends is a pretty bad card, but that being said, most of the ante cards are actually pretty shit from like a competitive aspect. Contract from Below is really fucking good. Jeweled Bird, you can argue, has some niche value. But beyond that, they're kind of bad. They're kind of overcosted. And the problem with anti-cards specifically is that they usually don't do anything in the game that you're playing. What they do is make future games easier because you took better cards. I'm not sure that you should be incentivizing players to play for the next game in your game. I don't think that's a good thing, but like, I'm not saying anything here that people don't know. It's not like they're still trying to do anti. They figured it out pretty quick. And again, it's a different time. There were different considerations. The whole idea of anti came from Richard's love of marbles, which inspired a lot of what Magic would be. He was kind of trying to capture the feeling of playing marbles with your friends and stuff like that. So yeah, little fun fact for you there. Temerian Fiends on its own, like I said, it's kind of a bad card. It's a 1/1 that costs 3 mana, but obviously you're not playing it for that. You're playing it to take like a Black Lotus. And if you can get a Black Lotus with this, pretty cool. But you're not going to get a Black Lotus with this because they'll just ante another card, or they're not playing their fucking Black Lotus in their ante deck. The people that do play ante, the strategy of it was to play the best commons that you could and not play any cards that are valuable and hope that your opponent plays valuable cards. So you take their valuable cards and you offer nothing in return. That's that's how you competitively play ante. It's kind of breaks down with any sort of like competitive strategy or anything like that. But, again, I'm not saying anything here that people don't know. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Ante obviously turned out to be a mistake. Makes sense that it was a mistake. I think people kind of point and laugh at it a little bit too much without really understanding the concept behind it and the idea of it. It was really just there to encourage people to trade because Richard didn't want people to build like a single deck and to just use those cards. He wanted their experience to continually change. And so that's why Ante existed, because he wanted to force players to trade. Again, not super well thought out, but the intention was noble, I would say. It was illustrated by Mike Kimball. The art is really fucking funny. I have no idea what's going on here. Like, I don't understand pretty much any of this. I don't know if there's, like, lore or story as to why these characters look the way they do, but it's really fucking funny. I really enjoy the art. I like it a lot. Next, we have Torture. Torture is a common enchant creature that costs a single black mana. Then it says choose target creature, which kind of doesn't make sense. Kind of just makes the card more confusing in my opinion, but whatever. Pay 1 in a black, put a -1/-1 counter on creature Torture enchants. So this is pretty expensive as far as removal goes. It is kind of interesting, specifically if you are doing enchant synergies. This is not the worst thing in the world. It is very slow to remove anything other than a 1/1, and for a 1/1 you're paying 3 mana to remove it. If you and your opponent both have a big 5/5 and like nothing else going on, a card like this late in the game can win you the game. So I wouldn't say it's useless, and specifically in Limited, I'd say this is pretty interesting. So it's just Grandma Singir, but way better, and even then, it's not particularly good. That being said, I think this card does explain why Grandma Singir has that ability, because they're trying to express that she enjoys torture. So, I guess, fair enough. I think that's fucking stupid. There were better ways to do this. And why are there so many cards in this set that are just the same like effect as a different card, but like a different type and slightly different? It's just, there are not enough cards in this set for there to be so few ideas. It's kind of ridiculous. But this card is decent. Like, you can do things with it. It's not good, and if you're playing with a wider card pool, I wouldn't really recommend this. If you specifically are doing enchant synergies and you want some level of removal, stuff like this can certainly be interesting, and it's not the worst thing you could do. Especially if you're like drawing cards when you play an enchantment or something like that. The value of this goes up significantly in those situations. Outside of that, this card on its own is pretty bad. It was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art's pretty good. I really like that mask. It's super fucking funny. It has a weird vibe to it because, like, the card itself is obviously pretty dark. The concept is dark, what it's doing is dark, the name is dark, and then it has all these torture instruments and, you know, a place to hold somebody down and mess with them, and then this dude is wearing this mask, and it's hard to take it seriously. This one is probably a little bit more unsettling. There's no actual, like, bad things being expressed in this art, but the story it's telling is pretty messed up, and the guy's face definitely goes to show just how scary this is. I don't know. Teeden did a really good job on this art, is what I'm saying. It's dark, it's scary, it's definitely unsettling, but it's not so extreme that, you know, if you have a weak stomach or don't like looking at stuff like this, it's not super unsettling, I guess is the point I'm getting at. I think he did a really good job expressing what needed to be expressed in a classy way. But yeah, that's Torture. It's not a good card, but it's not terrible. But with that, we're on to the last of the black cards. Veldrain of Sengir is a rare 5/5 legend that costs 5 and 2 black mana. Oh wow. It's a 5/5 for 7 mana. Oh boy. You can pay 1 and 2 black mana, and it gets Forest Walk and -3/-0 until end of turn. Yeah. Hell yeah. First off, it's a 5/5 for 7 fucking mana. Why are we like this? Like, the balance of this set is so weird because Isan Shade is an uncommon, so it's easier to get a hold of, and it's way fucking better than this and Baron Sengir. It has a better ability that's actually useful, and it costs less mana than either of these two do. I just don't understand, like, what are we fucking doing? Like, I don't expect the designers of the game to be super understanding of all of the intricacies of the game at this point, but this is like day one stuff, right? Right, like, did they look at Sengir Vampire and this ability and say, wow, these are way better than having protection from white. We better up the cost. And also, this ability is insulting. 3 mana? You have to pay 3 mana just to get Forest Walk, and then you're a 2/5? What are we fucking doing here? This is so... this set is so baffling. It feels like that, like, nobody that understood the game at all even looked at this set or tried at all. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, why does this ability even cost anything? This ability should cost 0, first of all. And even then, this card still wouldn't be good. From a flavor aspect, I kind of get it. Like, he can run through the woods all swift, but, you know, he's not at full power while he's doing that. Fair enough. Just looking at the card, I don't see what the story is here, other than, oh, he's a tracker and he can go through the woods. But then, like, I don't know, let him summon a wolf token when he comes in. Let him do fucking something. It's just weird to me. Cards like this are just kind of insultingly bad. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's not like it's completely awful. If they are a mono green deck, then this does something. You can just get in and jump for 2. That's a 10-turn clock, I guess. Granted, it's a 10-turn clock that probably started on turn fucking 8. So that's good. Just the cards are all over the place. Some of them are pretty decent, but there's no, like, understanding of game balance in this set, like, at all. Like, I'm almost positive any of the cards that are well balanced was completely by accident. I guess that's all I really have. Beldrain of Sengir was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and the art is fucking hilarious. This is fantastic. It's so fucking funny. Susan's work is so fucking... Like, what are we even doing? It's so funny to me. The perspective is great. I love it. The card itself sucks, though, and it's kind of insulting. But I guess that's really all I have to say about the black cards, so let's hit up the conclusion and move on with our day. So the black cards might be the worst cards in this set, although the white cards are pretty bad as well. These cards don't play together that well, and there isn't much for new or interesting ideas in these cards. Dry Spell, Isan Shade, and Headstone are probably the most playable, but none of these are super strong. Still, not being strong isn't my biggest issue with these cards. There just isn't much here for new ideas, and the new ideas that are here are bludgeoned into being garbage. Black Carriage is a genuinely interesting idea that could have made for an interesting card that you would need to build around, but it's next to unplayable. Broken Visage is such an interesting idea, but it's so restrictive that it's hard to get much value for it without taking a turn off. It's not awful and can do some things, especially in Limited, but it certainly could have been better without breaking the game. The Legends mostly suck, and a decent chunk of these cards are just old ideas. I'm definitely not impressed with the black cards in this set, at least not as a whole. There are some interesting cards here, though, and I still think that this set is better than it gets credit for. But the black cards are not really doing this set any favors. Alright, we're on to the red cards, and our first one is a common. This is Alaban's Tower. It's an instant that costs 1 and a red. Target blocking creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Alright, well, first off, this is a pretty reasonable card as far as, like, power level, I guess, kind of. I have 2 or potentially 3 main issues with a card like this. So first off, I really don't like how much we are rewarding blocking. It's already really good. Like, there is banding in this set, so blocking kind of doesn't... It feels to me like we don't need to be turning stuff in this direction any more than it already is. And my second problem is that not just this set, but in this set especially, there's just so many cards where they feel the need to tell you exactly when you can play it. This is 2 mana for an instant that gives +3/+1. Kind of comparable to Giant Growth, but it already costs twice as much mana and doesn't do as much. Giant Growth is +3/+3. This is the same offensively, sort of, but not quite the same defensively. Like, this won't stop a lightning bolt unless you were a 3/3, I guess. It's not a problem, and even helps kind of define the color pie a little bit, right? Saying red can do this, but it's not quite as efficient as green at pumping power, which is fair and fine, I think. But I really don't like saying target blocking creature. This is unnecessary. This isn't a balance change. This is a restriction on when you can play it. It doesn't, like, yes, it does affect the balance of the card because it is less versatile. The card was perfectly fine. it's if it was just target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn, this card would be fine. It wouldn't be super strong, but it wouldn't be awful. This literally can only be used on a blocking creature, which means that you really can only use it while you're blocking, unless for some reason making one of your opponent's creatures stronger is better for you. That's not going to happen very often. So it really limits when you can use this, and that's not, like, that doesn't ask strategic decisions of you. That just tells you when to do the thing. Balancing in this way, I think, it is just incorrect for a game like this. Like, a game whose purpose is to, like, make decisions. I can understand why people looked at this set and felt like that the game sucked. Because it kind of does. There's, like, what's the meaningful decision here, right? Like, what do you look at this card and, because you can't decide, okay, is this better for me to use offensively or is this better for me to use defensively? It's not necessarily that complicated of a decision, but it is a decision to some degree, and it's a meaningful one. Being able to misplay cards means that you are able to win and able to lose. My point is it's very structured on when it can be used, and I don't like cards like that. Find some other way to make them balanced, but also, like, you can ease off the pedal a little bit. These cards don't need to be this bad. And I guess my third kind of complaint with it isn't really a complaint, but I don't understand, like, it's a tower and it gives a bunch of offense, and I don't know, I guess, you know, like, high grounded shit, sure, but I don't know, it's fine. Like, I don't particularly care that much about the story of cards, but this one does kind of confuse me, and I figured it was worth mentioning because that's one area that most of these cards are kind of really strong in. Alaban's Tower was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and the art is really nice. This one is cool. I like it. Looks really cool. And this one is also awesome. I really like the kind of the contrast, I guess, literally, between these two. The black glowing with the magic being cast, very cool. The art on these is awesome. I really appreciate the art, but the card itself is, I don't know, I guess it's just a good example of, like, the issues with this set. At least some of them. Alright, our next common is Ambush. Ambush is an instant. It costs 3 and a red, and all blocking creatures gain first strike until end of turn. This is fine. It's not that great, and it speaks to the issues I have of, like, telling the player when they can do things as a form of balance, and making blocking stronger, which disincentivizes attacking. I guess I can understand it, because this is also the time when aggro strategies where people were figuring out, hey, if I just play a bunch of, like, 1/1s and 2/2s, and just run them over by, you know, playing one color so I'm never color screwed. Like, that strategy was really, really strong against people playing starter decks and shit, so I can understand why they felt that, like, just rush attacking was so powerful. But within the game engine, it's kind of not. I mean, it can be, but control was really good too, right? Yeah, I guess I don't really have much to say on Ambush. I think Ambush is fine. It's not really an exciting card either way. Anyway, this was illustrated by Alan Rabinowitz, and the art's really nice. I think it looks cool. That's really all I have to say about this, though. Then we have Ambush Party. Alright. Ambush Party is also a common. This is a 3/1 that costs 4 and a red. It has first strike, and Ambush Party can attack the turn it comes into play on your side. This is pretty sick. This card is at least 2 mana too expensive, and probably 3 mana too expensive. But I really like the design of this one. This one is pretty cool. It is a little weird to do Ambush and then Ambush Party in the same set. Like, you have 25 red cards. The naming conventions could have been a bit better in this set, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. I like the design of this card. I like aggressive cards. I like cards that encourage people to attack and encourage people to be like, okay, well, they're gonna do something early, so I should have removal or something. 5 mana just feels too much for this. It's a pretty solid card, and the first strike does mean that something has to survive it to kill it, so it's gonna be hard. But a wall with 1 power could do it, probably. I like this card. I think it's interesting. It's not really too much to say about it. I feel like, take a mana off of it, and it's pretty interesting. Take 2 mana off of it, and it's fucking sweet. Ambush Party was illustrated by Mark Poole, and I'm a big Mark Poole fan. This one's pretty cool. I enjoy it. He's brought back some characters from previous cards, which is nice. Very cool. And this one is also really awesome. Personally, I like the other one just a little bit better, but either one I would be perfectly fine running. They're both really nice to look at. But yeah, that's Ambush Party. It's not terrible. Alright. Next we have Onzirin Runes. Onzirin Runes is a rare. It is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 red mana. Choose a creature type. Creatures of that type do not untap during their controller's untap phase. This is pretty sweet if you get it in limited. Like, depending. There's only so many creature types, right? So even if you like throw this down relatively late and only hit 1 or 2 bigger creatures that you can't really deal with, this is pretty solid in limited. Outside of limited, they're like creature synergies are starting to exist, and casually people are building those kind of decks, but like none of that stuff is showing up in tournaments. And on top of that, like at this point, creature types are just all over the fucking place. Yeah, like it's fine. I can even see why this saw a little bit of tournament play, right? Because at the end of the day, if there's a 5 or 6 mana thing that is just like that you can't deal with for whatever reason, like Isan Shade, you throw this down and what was he? Legend? Yeah, he's Legend. So or at the time he was Legend. You throw this down and say Legend. Well, he blanks out your lightning bolts, your swords to plowshares, and your terrors. So like, take that, motherfucker. This is niche. It's definitely pretty cool. Not really a fun or exciting card. Not really a card that like I think casuals would super like, but maybe they would. I think it depends. If you're tired of getting run over by your friend's goblin deck, this is pretty cool too. Anyway, let's see what else. Yes, Anaba Ancestor. This is a cool one. This is a rare. It is a 1/1 ghost that costs 1 and a red. You can tap. Target Minotaur gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So let's talk about errata a little bit more. As you can see, this is originally a summon ghost. Now, was this a summon ghost because they didn't want it to be able to tap itself to make it a +2/+2? Keep in mind, during the rules at this point, tapped blockers didn't deal damage. So that kind of balances itself anyway. If like you block, tap yourself to give it +1/+1, and then you survive a 1/1, you don't kill that 1/1. So I fail to see why that's an issue to begin with. But maybe it was not intended, like maybe that wasn't part of it. They just didn't want this to get boosted by Minotaur stuff, or they specifically wanted it to be a ghost and not a Minotaur. Whatever. Now this is a Minotaur, so like it works with the Minotaur shit, but also the errata now says another target Minotaur, so you still can't tap it itself, which, you know, that's good, because that would be too broken, especially now that tapped blockers do deal damage. It's a 2/2 for 2 mana, holy shit. That being said, like, this one not being a Minotaur actually doesn't bother me all that much. I think it's a little dumb, and I think I can see why people would be upset about it, but this one makes more sense to me than the next one. So we'll continue this rant when we talk about the next card. That being said, I don't really have much else to say about this. It's fine. It's not good. It's a 1/1 for 2 with an ability that, like, one, you need to be tribal anyway in a set that also released tribal hate. But yeah, I guess I really don't have anything else to say about this one. So we'll move on to the next one so we can complain about the whole summon ghost and summon other things issues. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I love the art. It's very cool. Anson does great work. This is very neat, kind of unsettling in such a cool way. But yeah, interesting card. So I think that this is the card that people should point to and say, what the fuck is this? All right, so this is a common. This is Anaba Bodyguard. This is a 2/3 bodyguard that costs 3 and a red, and it has first strike. So it's a 2/3 for 4 mana with first strike. That's not efficient. This does not need to cost that much, but that's not even the issue. The issue here is why is this a bodyguard? Like, look at this card. The art is of a fucking Minotaur. The flavor text says not all Minotaurs are tribal. Some are freelance. So, like, why are we doing summon bodyguard? This is just ridiculous on its face. And to be fair, bodyguard is a creature type at this point. Like, this is not the first bodyguard. But my point is that they might, like, actually have a legitimate reason for wanting to use the bodyguard creature type. And I do believe at this point you couldn't use multiple creature types on a card. Or at least they didn't. So there might have been a real, like, well, which one should it be? But if that's why this is a bodyguard and not a Minotaur, they should have scrapped this card entirely. don't have a Minotaur bodyguard that in a set with a bunch of Minotaur shit, and then be like, yeah, also you can't didgeridoo this out, and also, yeah, it doesn't get, you can't give it +1/+1. And on top of that, I also don't understand why this needs to be a bodyguard, because at this point, like, the bodyguard cards, they, like, take damage for you. If you would be damaged, it instead goes to them. And this doesn't have that kind of effect or anything like that. So, like, why isn't it Minotaur Lancer or something like that? It has first strike. Obviously, all of this is stupid nitpicks, but this is stupid. This shouldn't have been like this, I don't think. This set just feels like they don't give a shit about the customer experience, quite honestly. Like, the lore is really good, but it feels like that's the only thing they care about. I guess that's all I have to say about this. It's a Minotaur now. It got errata. Illustrated by Anson Maddox. I really like the art. This one is hysterical. Yeah, I really, really like the art in all of these, but it should be a Minotaur. Anyway, I suppose let's move on to Inaba Shaman. This is a 2/2 Minotaur that costs 3 and a red, and you can pay a red and tap it, and Inaba Shaman deals 1 damage to target creature or player. You know what? Alright. I will complain about the red mana for the ability, but I guess it's fine. Especially, like, because again, it's probably a story-based decision. If you look at the flavor text, it's shit-talking how bad the Inaba are at Magic, so I can buy the conceit of, oh, it's a Prodigal Sorcerer, but it's like, you have to put more in to get the same amount of magical effect of it. And it's also a 2/2, so, like, it's less feeble than the old Prodigal Sorcerer. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've talked myself around to thinking this is pretty okay. It does feel a little bit overcosted. I think you could have just still knocked a mana off of this. I think you could have said it's a 2/2 for 3 mana, maybe make it 1 and 2 red then. I think in that case it still gets across what you're trying to get across. But yeah, this card is fine. This card is pretty cool. It's not strong, but I like it. I think it's interesting, and I think it's good for a more kitchen table or, like, limited experience. And Inaba Shaman was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I like the art. This one's pretty cool, and this one is very similar, also pretty cool. Just a kind of a different perspective, but pretty much the same image. There really isn't much here to talk about. But this card is fine. Alright, next we have Inaba Spirit Crafter. This is a rare. It is a 1/3 Minotaur. They cost 2 and 2 red mana. All Minotaurs get +1/+0. Fantastic. Wonderful. I guess the interesting thing about this is it powers itself up, which is, I guess, okay, fine. Maybe that's where the extra mana comes from. I still think it could be a little better, but whatever. I guess this one isn't so bad as far as, like, I mean, it is bad. The card is bad, but the hesitancy on making this good, I think, is a little bit more justifiable than a lot of these. And at least this is a pretty open design. I do find it really interesting that all of the Minotaurs in this set are red, except for one that's blue. So, like, all Minotaurs at this point are red-blue, and building a red-blue deck is pretty challenging. If you want to do enemy colors, you have the original duels and City of Brass, and that's, like, all you have. Everything in this set does not feel well thought out from, like, a mechanical or playability aspect. And I think that's just the major criticism you can make of this set, is that a lot of these pieces just don't really work, and they don't work together, and it incentivizes you to do things that are actively bad in the game. And I don't think any of this is intentional. I don't think, like, the people that built this set were like, fuck these Magic players, we're gonna ruin their fucking day. I just think they didn't really know how the game worked. But again, a lot of these cards are cool and interesting, and I like the Minotaur idea. I just think they fumbled it. I guess that's all I have to say on Inaba Spirit Crafter. Also illustrated by Anson Maddox. Anson did great on the Minotaurs. They're funny, they're cool looking. They're, you know, his style, which I appreciate. But let's move on to Chandler. Chandler is a common legend. Wow. A lot of Chandlers around. Common. What? Crazy. Anyway, Chandler is a 3/3 summon legend that costs 4 and a red. And you can pay 3 red mana and tap Chandler to destroy target artifact creature. This is actually surprisingly fine from a limited aspect. So there's like 4 or 5 artifact creatures in this set, and all of them are common, or at least most of them are common. The point is that in a limited environment, you actually would see quite a few artifact creatures, and they would be pretty desirable even at common, just because anyone can cast them. So like if you are trying to do some 4 or 5 or even 3 or even 2 color deck, just because that's the nature of draft, the artifact creatures are going to smooth that over for you. Granted, 3 red to activate this is a tall ask, so you would have to be pretty red for this to be good, but this is definitely something that in limited specifically could be interesting in this set. That being said, like it's certainly not a great card. It is a 3/3 for 5 mana, which is about on rate in this set. It also maybe wouldn't be the worst idea to grab these and the artifact creatures, and then just to either not run these or kind of hate draft it, which is kind of funny to think about. I'm not saying Chandler is good, but I do think that there is some use to this in this draft specifically, which is kind of funny in its own way. Outside of draft, this is just like really bad. If you wanted to do, like, there are better cards to do this kind of thing. But yeah, that's Chandler. Illustrated by Douglas Schuler. The art's fantastic. Super funny card. Hilarious. That's all I got about it. Hey, it's Dwarven Pony. Dwarven Pony is a 1/1 summon pony. Costs a red mana. You can pay it red and tap it, and target dwarf gains Mountain Walk until end of turn. Fantastic. So I guess that's kind of interesting. They printed dwarfs pretty early on. They didn't really make a whole bunch of them. And then with Lord of the Rings and a couple other things, there are some more dwarfs around, some of which are pretty good. So this is kind of funny. It's not great. In this limited specifically, it's okay, right? Like if you're playing against someone who's red and you're running dwarfs, this still feels like too much work for what you're getting, personally, but I guess. It's funny. I don't really have any criticism of this card because it's not awful. It's fine, and it's kind of funny in its own way. The one thing I would say about it is if it's gonna give a dwarf Mountain Walk, right? Like the story there is that the dwarf is riding this, so shouldn't it have Mountain Walk on its own as well, right? Like shouldn't it be a 1/1 with Mountain Walk and this ability? It's not like you could use both abilities at the same time, so I don't think it's like unbalanced to do that, but whatever. It's a minor nitpick. The card's hilarious, very funny. It's not particularly strong, obviously, but it's also like, it's whatever. Dwarven Pony was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene. I'm not sure what style that dwarf is wearing, but it's very funny to me. That's all I got about Dwarven Pony. It's pretty funny. There's nothing really to say here, in my opinion. Alright, then we have Dwarven Sea Clan, another rare. This is a 1/1 that costs 2 in a red. You can tap it. At the end of combat, Dwarven Sea Clan deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Use this ability only if that creature's controller controls any islands. So that's kind of interesting. It's sort of like Desert. The only if they control islands thing isn't so much a balance as it is a flavor thing. But I guess it doesn't bother me too much. I just wish that, like, if they are going to balance around lore, they consider that and, like, maybe do some mechanical balancing in other ways to, like, counteract that somehow. And it feels weird that it can attack, but it can't, like, use its ability unless they have an island. That doesn't really make sense to me. But again, these are all minor nitpicks. It's also a ship and it's a 1/1. Like, that's like a guy, right? Like a soldier, like a human is a 1/1. If they have any sort of martial prowess at all. So you're telling me, like, this thing, like, it's just a tie with one dude? One dude versus this boat? Maybe I'm just extra critical on the, like, flavor stuff here because, like, that's kind of all the set really has. And so, like, fumbles in that feel especially awkward. I don't know. It's not a big deal. This card doesn't really bother me or excite me or anything. I just kind of don't care about it. So I guess we'll move on. This was illustrated by Amy Weber. The art's okay. I like Amy's work. This one is just fine. I don't particularly feel strongly about this card in any aspect. So I guess we'll just move on. Dwarven Trader. Dwarven Trader is a 1/1. It costs a red mana. It's a dwarf. And that's it. This is fine. Obviously, a 1/1 with no abilities for 1 mana is on the weaker side, but this is like no different than Mon's Goblin Raider. I think doing something like this is perfectly fine, at least at the time. Obviously, we tend to make creatures at least a little bit better because nobody's going to run this kind of stuff. But at the time, like if you're trying to build synergies, like you want someone to be able to play a dwarf deck, so you need like some level of dwarves, having a generic basic dwarf that's pretty much nothing but really helps to increase the sum of the parts. That kind of stuff is pretty cool. Like I think Mon's Goblin Raiders and stuff like that, and Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, those are perfectly acceptable cards at the time, especially if you plan on, you know, continuing with these, with the creature type synergies. So this is fine. I don't, there's really nothing to say about it. The art was done by Margaret Organ Keene, and it's very nice. I like her stuff. It's very interesting and kind of different, and I really appreciate that. I kind of don't really have an opinion on which of these two is better, per se. They're both fine. I like looking at them, but I don't care, I guess. But yeah, that's Dwarven Trader. It's a common. I forget if I mentioned that. But I think this one's fine. There's really nothing to say here. Then we have Euron the Relentless. This is a uncommon. It is a 5/2 legend that costs 3 and 2 red mana. So 5 mana in total. Euron the Relentless can attack the turn it comes into play on your side, and you can pay 3 red mana to regenerate it. This is actually pretty decent. 5 mana for a 5/2 with haste. Pretty awesome for red. A 3 mana regenerate is pretty pricey. It's definitely slow by modern standards and isn't like super great, but this is good enough. This is pretty cool. This is a card you could play and have it do something. It has immediate impact unless they, you know, counter it or it swords it the first turn. And the regeneration is kind of nice. It is kind of slow for a red card, but it's also kind of not because it has haste. It's a 5/2 for 5 mana, which is pretty unheard of at the time. I really like this. I think it's really cool. The haste is huge here. This one would actually be kind of exciting and fun to play. Yeah, I guess that's all I got. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush. Fantastic work, as Christopher always did. This one's very cool. Then we have Evaporate. Evaporate is an uncommon. It's a sorcery. It costs 2 and a red. Evaporate deals 1 damage to each blue creature and white creature. So this really sucks. This card is terrible. Now, if you, it's clarified here in the errata, but it's and or. So if you had a blue-white creature out, that's not taking 2, which is usually how this thing works. Usually, if you see card text similar to this, a multicolored creature would take both. That's not how it works here. So any creature that is white and or blue will take 1 damage, and it's 3 mana. In the same set that released Dry Spell. 2 mana black spell that just deals 1 damage to every creature, and also to player. So this card is just worse, costs more mana, hits less things, and doesn't even have the advantage of hitting, like, white-blue shit double. It's just weird. Red is the efficient burn color, and this is an uncommon. Dry Spell is a common. There's just so many decisions in this set that are just kind of baffling to me. I don't know. It's kind of a shame because I do want to gas this card up because I think it's kind of interesting what it's trying to do, but it's not really. Costs too much mana. It doesn't even have the advantage of like hitting blue and white creatures for more. There's no benefit to this. Not that would matter in draft specifically, because there are no multicolored cards here, but again, like, the set wasn't designed for draft, and there are blue and white multicolored creatures that exist at this point, and some of them are quite popular. I don't know. I guess I got nothing else. The card is bad, and it's bad in a set comparative to other things in the same set. It's just really interesting, right? Like, why is this uncommon more expensive and worse than a black common. I just don't understand the logic of it personally. That being said, I will take this opportunity to once again say I do think this set is much better than people give it credit for. I do think there are really cool cards here. I don't think this is one of them. This is kind of a shame. But also, it is not a big deal by any stretch. This was illustrated by Alan Rabinowitz, and the art's really cool. I think it's really interesting and fascinating and kind of unsettling in a pretty cool way. It's nice art, but the card is confounding to me. Speaking of confounding, here's Heartwolf. This is a rare. It's a 2/2 that costs 3 and a red. That's pretty good for this set. First strike, hell yeah. And then tap. Target dwarf gains first strike and gets +2/+0 until end of turn. If that dwarf leaves play this turn, bury Heartwolf. Use this ability only when attack or defense is announced. Yup. Thanks for making me feel like I'm making meaningful decisions here. So, this card is So first off, this card is pretty okay. It's certainly not great, but in a limited, this is kind of alright. It's kind of cool that it, like, calls out dwarfs if you're doing something with dwarfs, but, like, all the dwarfs are, like, fucking 1/1s, so I guess it gives it first strike, too, so it's fine. There's so much discouraging you from using this ability, because it has to, like, say, if that dwarf leaves, you also lose this, and then it also says you can only do this when attack or defense is announced. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the use this ability only when attack or defense is announced is fine. That doesn't bother me too much. Like, I know I was complaining about the restrictions placed on cards. That one generally has some purpose. It's just, and it's not even necessarily that the extra text is, like, bad or ruins the card or isn't a good balance decision. It's just the psychology of, like, everything in this set that is, like, an ability is just so exhausting to read through. Because it front loads you with the, like, oh, here's the cool thing, and then it's just no, and no, and no, and by the time you're done, like, you don't even care anymore. I think that's the problem with a lot of these. Just the way they're written, the how much, like, downside, and, like, it's just, I said it before, but it's just so heavy-handed. I mean, I guess this is a 2/2 with first strike for 4 mana, but again, we have 2/2 first strikers for 2 mana. Which are, again, overstated, but come on, man. There's just downside upon downside upon downside slammed onto all of these. And it's so egregious for the rares. Those are the cards that are supposed to be exciting. Like, these are the cards that, like, that's the card that people read and they're like, holy shit. I don't know, dude. It feels like that's not the case in this set. The best cards have all been commons. Memory Lapse, Merchant Scroll, Dry Spell. They're all 2 mana, do a lot for 2 mana. Fucking have one in every pack. And then, like, all the rares are these things that are like, oh man, you know, maybe if I play against my friend's little brother, I can do this. This set is wild. But there are some really cool cards in this set. And even the cards that suck are kind of interesting and cool. Like, this is a fun idea. It's kind of neat. But I read it, and then I'm like, I never want to play this card. Ever. I never want to even bother trying. And it's just, there's a lot of cards like that in this set, at least to me. Hopefully some of these cards are going to get interesting again here soon. The red ones have been pretty shit, honestly. Alright, next we have Iron Claw Curse. This is a rare. It is an enchant creature that costs 1 red mana. Target creature gets -0/-1. That creature cannot be assigned to block any creature with power greater than or equal to the toughness of the creature Iron Claw Curse enchants. Alright, yeah. So obviously this is inspired by Iron Claw Orc. It just basically turns something into an Iron Claw Orc, which is kind of fun. But this is pretty cool. One, it's a single mana enchant creature, which is really interesting. So, like, if you put this on something, it goes -1, so you can use this to remove a 1/1, which is really cool. There's plenty of 1/1s in this set. This is nice removal. But you can also combine this with, what is it, like Baka's Curse or whatever the fuck it was called. That does 2 damage for each of these on somebody. with this and that card, that's 3 damage to any creature you put one of these on. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty inspired. I really like that. That kind of stuff is like, well, maybe someone did give a shit. Maybe someone did have some ideas of like these cards interacting with each other in interesting ways. Um, there's more of that in this set than I expected. There's also a lot of really bad, very, I guess, interesting and very confusing decisions. But this set is not like devoid of good design. Um, and I think this is one of them. I don't know that you should have this at a rare for like any reason. I think this should not be at a rare, but whatever. It is pretty efficient removal in this set specifically, just because of all the 1/1s running around. But it also is kind of just a weaker immolation with less. I guess not really, because this also does different things, kind of. It is also very similar to weakness, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, I guess that's all I got here. I like this one. I think this one is pretty cool. I wouldn't have made it a rare, but I think this one is at least interesting, and I think this one is fairly playable, at least in the environment. And depending on like what old school meta you had, like this could be efficient. I mean, this anywhere that weakness isn't efficient enough, this would also not be efficient enough. So it's not super likely that this would be decent, but it's possible. And I think that's kind of cool. This was illustrated by Dennis Detwiller, and the art's really cool. I like it a lot. I think it's really neat. But yeah, hell yeah, we got a win. This is a cool card in my opinion. Next we have Joven, or Joven, or whatever. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. This is another common legend. It is a 3/3 that costs 3 and 2 red mana. And you can pay 3 red mana, tap it, and destroy target non-creature artifact. And so this is kind of the other half of Chandler, and that's kind of neat, kind of fun. That being said, I do think Chandler's the more likely to be useful, specifically in a limited of this set. There are obviously non-creature artifacts in this set. Some of them are even kind of decent, right? Like hitting serrated arrows with Joven would be pretty good, but beyond that, I don't know. It's just not going to come up as often. I guess it's also a little confusing to me why they break artifacts. Like, why can't like these two just kind of be reskins of Aladdin, a different version of that? Wouldn't stealing artifacts be more in the story? I don't know. I guess that's a minor nitpick. Joven isn't a powerful card by any stretch. It's too expensive. Its ability is too niche and also too expensive. I guess the ability itself is not like super duper niche, but it is quite pricey for what you're getting, right? Like you could just cast a Shatter. Obviously, this is repeatable and Shatter isn't, but hell, Shatter Storm will blow up all of them, and that's 4 mana. So yeah, I don't know. The card's really fucking funny. Joven and Chandler are just really fucking hilarious characters, and I think the story is better for them, and I think these cards add a level of like personality to the set that's just really fucking funny. I just wish they were a little bit better. It's the same case where like all of the like character cards, all the legendary creatures are just quite bad. And it's just kind of disappointing. I guess that's all I have on Joven. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler. The art's fantastic. I think it's hilarious. It's so good. It's like a Kiss fan. Or Nightman. He's not going for laughs. He's going for gasps. It brings me joy. I like the card. It's not particularly good though. All right, then we have Orcish Mine. This is an uncommon. It is an enchant land that costs 1 and 2 red mana. When Orcish Mine comes into play, put 3 ore counters on it. During your upkeep, and whenever target land becomes tapped, remove an ore counter from Orcish Mine. When the last ore counter is removed from Orcish Mine, destroy the land Orcish Mine enchants. Orcish Mine deals 2 damage to that land's controller. Okay, yeah, sure. This is kind of interesting, right? It feels like they're trying to fix Stone Rain, but again, this kind of stuff falls flat when you're also currently printing Stone Rain. Like, Stone Rain's in 4th edition. I mean, you're still printing Stone Rain. right? You're still printing strip mine. Alright, so this card on its own, I kind of like the idea. If you think that it's not fun to just blow the fuck up outer lands, and you want people to at least have some chance to like do something with their lands, this is kind of neat. It's a little bit complicated, a lot to track, but like not too bad. And it's just kind of a neat idea. But again, it falls flat when you're still printing Stone Rain. So like, what is the reason to play this? It's just there's so many of these like design decisions that I think are fine if you like decide, you know what, this is going to be a different environment, right? Like this is going to be a limited environment. These cards probably aren't going to be super good in extended or in tournaments. That's fine, but they're going to have a place where they thrive. And in that way, like stuff like this is fine, but that's not what that was. That's not what this is at all. In fact, like tournament players are required to play some of these cards, which I think can be interesting, but so many of these cards are just worse than things that came before, and then other cards are not. So like, why would you ever play this over Stone Rain if you wanted that effect? And if you wanted more than that effect, like play Sinkhole or Blight. Yeah, it's just kind of baffling. Like again, I don't think there's a problem with like lowering power down and stuff like that. But you're printing the same cards at the same time. It's just baffling to me. It just feels like pretty much everyone that had a hand in this project had a completely different idea of what they wanted to do, and they just fought with each other about it. I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't make sense to me. Oh well. I do like Orcish Mine, though. I do think it's interesting and kind of fun. This was illustrated by Kaya Folio, and the art's pretty awesome. Definitely not one of her better works. I am a big fan of Kaya's work, and a lot of it's really cool, but this one certainly is not bad. It's nice to see a Kaya piece. We only have 2 left. Next is Retribution, which is an uncommon. It's a sorcery. It costs 2 and 2 red mana. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by an opponent. Bury one of those creatures and put a -1/-1 counter on the other. That opponent chooses which creature is buried. This is really cool. This is a really interesting card. I think I would have like pushed to have this be 3 mana, so it's like not just way worse than everything else, but I do think this is really interesting. Generally, cards that let your opponent choose are worse for you because they'll just choose what's better for them. But that does mean that there's more strategy into when you play this. So these kind of cards are pretty interesting, and giving opponents choice is definitely like, as a player, you don't want as many cards to do that, but as like a game designer, I think you do kind of want some cards to do that. I think it really helps with the interaction side of it, where people won't feel like their choices are invalidated if they make some of the choices of the card. And that's, you don't want people to feel like their decisions don't matter. So I think like this, I think is a really cool idea. I do think it costs too much mana, but I do think it's really interesting. I like that it's a -1/-1 counter and not damage too. So like this does permanently lower something, right? So like even if they have like a 2/2 and a 5/5, right? Obviously that unless that 2/2 is super fucking good, they're gonna bury the 2/2 and keep the 5/5. But now that 5/5 is a 4/4, which is quite a bit more manageable, or at least a little bit more manageable. So I think this card is cool and interesting, and for limited specifically, it's fine. Like it's costing is fine for limited, but I think this could have potentially, like at 3 mana, I think this is kind of interesting and potentially playable. At least more likely to end up in kitchen table. Yeah, I think this one is cool. Again, like same criticism as most of them. It costs too much mana, but other than that, I think this one is very interesting and a very cool idea. This one was illustrated by Mark Teeden. Big Mark Teeden fan, as I've said. I like this art. It's very cool. I guess that's really all I have to say on Retribution, though. I like this card. I think it's awesome. And then we have Winter Sky. Good old Winter Sky. Winter Sky is a rare. It is a sorcery that costs 1 red mana. Flip a coin. Target opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in your favor, Winter Sky deals 1 damage to each creature and player. Otherwise, each player draws a card. This card is super fucking interesting. It's not particularly good. It's so random and both effects are kind of really different. I guess I probably don't have to explain why random is not good for consistency in a card game. Random is certainly fun and interesting, but it doesn't generally make your strategy more likely to succeed. This card is super interesting and fun and kind of cool on a casual level. This is more of like a commander card. It's not that it's not that it's useless, right? Because interestingly, this is kind of like cheaper dry spell. If it goes in your favor, you just cast dry spell for 1 red mana, which is pretty decent if that's what you need. The problem is like its removal that doesn't guarantee that it removes anything. And each player drawing a card, you get one too, so this replaces itself if it doesn't work, which is kind of cool. It's a chaos card, right? Like it's like you play this and just shit happens, and you can either capitalize on shit happening or you're just here to watch it burn. And that's fine, and that's cool, and I like this card for being that kind of design. I think it's interesting. I think it's something to think about in a way that's pretty much harmless. This card isn't doing anything anywhere. And both at like, it's sort of like Mana Clash in a way where it's just fucking wild, crazy fun, but like way more reserved than Mana Clash. Mana Clash could take 20 fucking minutes to resolve, depending on what, like, how it played out. Whereas this is a coin flip and it's over. So I think it's neat, and I think it's kind of a more pulled back version of that chaos, to the point where it doesn't annoy the fuck out of anyone who's not the chaos player. Because that's the real, like, if you're going to do these chaosy cards and stuff like that, the real problem with them is that they're so fucking annoying to resolve that anyone that is slightly annoyed by the concept is just gonna fucking hate it. And like, you only ever see those kind of cards in like Commander usually, because that's where people control more easily. And the thing is the chaos player is probably not even trying to troll, they're just trying to have a fun time in a way that they want to have fun. So I think cards like this, where they don't, aren't super annoying to resolve, are kind of a good way to scratch that itch a little bit. So I think this is a pretty inspired design, even if I'm not sure what the intention of the card is. Like, it does, like, logically it feels like it's a cheap dry spell that does that, but because it's so cheap, occasionally it doesn't do that. And the danger of it is, if it fucks up, they're also going to get a card. Like, you're going to get this replaced, but they're going to go +1. But yeah, I guess that's all I have about the red cards. Winter Sky here was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and the art's pretty cool. It's not my favorite, but it's pretty. Alright, well, that's the red cards. I guess they're okay. There really isn't much here. I'm not even sure how to describe it. I think the ratios are pretty good, as in like how many creatures are in red, how many damage spells. It has some land destruction, and even a red stack style piece, which I always love to see. The legends are kind of interesting, and Iran the Relentless might be the most playable red card, which is pretty cool. It's nice to see a legend be somewhat decent. And beyond that, the red legends are really fucking funny, which counts for something in my opinion. Some of the ideas here are pretty interesting as well. Winter Sky is pretty funny and interesting. Retribution is a really cool idea, but it should be cheaper in my opinion. That's not really unique to Retribution, though. I guess the Minotaurs are pretty funny as well. Overall, I'd say the red cards are the most disappointing so far. It is pretty close with the black cards, but I think the red cards are a little worse. It isn't all bad, but in my opinion, even the strengths of this set don't really shine through in the red cards specifically. I guess the art kicks ass, but as far as the story and the lore go, I didn't really feel like the red cards did too much world building, or rather it felt like most of the world building in the red cards is inconsequential. Not that it's a bad thing to have world building that doesn't really push the narrative along, that's kind of what world building is, but with 25 cards per color, it feels like the set doesn't really have the space for what it's trying to do. That's just a personal feeling, of course, and some of these cards are genuinely interesting, and they all look really nice. Still bad game pieces, but that really shouldn't be surprising by now. Anyway, that's all I have for the red cards. We're going to be tackling the green cards next, and it should be fun on a bun. We're almost done with Homelands. Today we're talking about the green cards, then we only have a few colorless and land cards to discuss after that. So, let's hop right into this. Alright, we are almost done. We're on the last of the colored cards, the green cards. And we're starting off with a rare. Anhava Constable is a 2, 1+ star creature that costs 1 and 2 green mana. Anhava Constable has toughness equal to 1 plus the total number of green creatures in play. So, we're starting off with kind of a banger. This isn't a, like, incredibly strong card, but it's not terrible. Note that it doesn't say other green creatures, so this buffs itself. So it is a 2/2. When you play this, it is a 2/2 for 3 mana, and then it just gets more defense for each other creature you have. That's kind of neat and almost strong. It isn't strong, right? Because it's just defense. It's not like this buffs this guy up anyway. But if you are going wide, this can survive a lot of damage-based removal and can block a lot of things. It's pretty decent. Honestly, it's a pretty strong card in Limited. This one does have the same problem I have with a lot of early designs, where it just kind of makes blocking even easier, and I don't really think that's what we need to be doing, but putting that aside, I think this is interesting, pretty cool, and fun to think about. So, I think it's pretty solid. As far as rares go, this is really fucking cool. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have too much to say about this one, but I think it's pretty cool. It's a good step into the green cards, if you ask me. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and he did fantastic. It's really solid art. Very, very cool. It looks great. I guess I have nothing else on this one. It's a solid card. Good first step into the green cards. Alright, next we have Anhava Inn. Anhava Inn is a sorcery that costs 1 and 2 green. This is an uncommon. Gain 1+ star life, where star is equal to the total number of green creatures in play. Yeah, okay. This one is interesting because I have positives and negatives to say about it. We'll start with the positives. As far as cards go, this is pretty interesting. I wouldn't call it powerful, but it's not, like, terribly weak. If you are going to build a green go-wide creature deck, this is probably more efficient than Stream of Life, which, you know, is a bad card, so whatever. My point is that I think that this card is pretty well designed. You probably could make it 2 mana and it would be fine, but like this, I don't hate seeing this one at 3 mana. My only real complaint about it is that it is basically the same mechanic as the last card we saw. That one increases its toughness based on the number of green creatures, which is is a story that kind of makes sense, I suppose. This one gains you life based on the number of creatures, which can be a story that makes sense, but both of them being kind of the same thing and very similarly named, I'm not big on it, but I guess it's fine. It would be better if it was like something new, but it doesn't bother me too much. Where I am kind of bothered is that this card does not make sense as a sorcery. Why are we doing a place as a sorcery? I don't know. It's just stupid to me. Like, why couldn't this be an enchantment, right? Or a land? You could have done a funny, cool land with this. But whatever. They're not major complaints. I don't really particularly feel strongly about this one either way. It's fine. It's a pretty useful card for, like, kitchen table or low-level play. It's not really a competitive thing, obviously. But, I mean, it's kind of a fun card. I just think this set is doing a little bit too much of the star is equal to thing, and we could have gone in different directions here, but the card itself is fine, if not a little curious as to, like, what's actually going on here. Again, it's not that big of a deal. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is fantastic. It's very beautiful. I like looking at it. It's very cool. I would have preferred something like this to be an enchantment or a land or some type of permanent as a structure, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, then we have Autumn Willow, another rare. This is a 4/4 legend that costs 4 and 2 green mana. Cannot be the target of spells or effects. Pay green, target player may target Autumn Willow with spells or effects until the end of turn. This is a pretty amazing card. It's certainly not super strong, but this is one of the better cards in this set for a few reasons. One, it's very interesting. This is the first instance of Shroud in the game, and Shroud is kind of cool. It's Also, really interesting that the first instance of Shroud can be removed by the player. The reason you would do that is if you wanted to attach like an Instill Energy or fucking whatever, like Howl from Beyond. It could be anything, right? If you pay the green, you can then target it and then pump it up or put enchantments on it or something like that. Or I guess equipment now. Equipment didn't exist at the time, so we won't really go into that, but this is very cool. It is expensive. I think that this reasonably should have just been 3 and 2 green mana. Put it kind of on the same level as like Sarah Angel. 4/4 also seems kind of weird to me. I don't know the story all that well. Maybe Autumn Willow here throws hands with the best of them, but 4/4 seems kind of big for what's going on here. Not that I'm suggesting that this card needs to be worse, because it absolutely doesn't. But I think it would be more reasonable to make it like a 1/3 or something and bring it down by like 2 mana, which would, I think, be pretty cool. I don't know. Autumn Willow is really interesting. I like this card a lot. It's pretty new design space in a lot of ways. That's really, really fucking cool. And in a world with like a bunch of Swords to Plowshares and Terrors and really efficient removal, this is pretty sweet. It's pretty easy to build around. It's kind of like, it doesn't take too long to figure out what you're supposed to do with this. It kind of leads players in a direction without holding their hand. It doesn't have any of those stupid restrictions that other cards have, saying like, you can't cast this unless it's 12:30 at night. All this other bullshit that doesn't really do anything but just make it frustrating to read. This card is fantastic. It's really interesting and very cool. I think it costs too much mana. They could have like made this better, and I think it would have been great. But you know, that is what it is. None of these cards are good except for the ones that probably shouldn't be, and you know, Magic did that a lot back then. So anyway, this was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene, and the art's fantastic. Anyway, next we have this common. This is Carapace. Carapace is an enchant creature that costs a green mana. Target creature gets +0/+2, and then you can sacrifice Carapace to regenerate the creature that Carapace enchants. This is pretty awesome. It's sort of like Regenerate, an enchantment that already exists, except this is cheaper. You have to sack it to use it, but you can do it for free, so pretty much as soon... It's less initial investment, but only one use. But these two things are very different, and I think both of these cards play differently enough that it's a meaningful decision which one you want to use, or if you want to use both, and they both have upsides and downsides, and I think that's really cool. I wouldn't call this just like an old idea. I mean, it is. There isn't really anything new here, but this is kind of interesting, and there is some level of... with Vidura and Enchantress at the time still being printed in like revised and 4th edition and stuff like that, there is like a reason to be running cheap green enchantments or cheap enchantments in any color that you can reasonably run with green. And Carapace is just another one that you could potentially consider, especially since this is really nice too. Like, that kind of deck really kind of depends on its Vidura and Enchantresses sticking around, and maybe their birds. So Carapace is kind of a cool idea in those decks specifically. This is really neat. It's very cool. I like this. I think this is awesome. I don't actually have anything negative to say about this. I don't think it's a like particularly strong card. I wouldn't run this in like tournament play or anything like that, but I think it's really interesting for the whole like kitchen table kind of stuff, and it just gives you more options to build a cohesive deck, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess that's all I have on Carapace. Carapace was illustrated by Anson Maddock. I like this one. It's kind of interesting. We do have 2 different choices to look at here, and this is the second one. And they're both very similar, which makes sense. They were both done by the same person. But so the Carapace looks the same either way. It's just, do you want to look at a dude's back or a chick's front? I guess. I don't know. They're both fine. Pretty decent. Then we have Daughter of Autumn. Daughter of Autumn is a rare. It is a 2/4 legend that costs 2 and 2 green mana. You can pay a white mana and redirect to Daughter of Autumn 1 damage dealt to a white creature. This one is kind of interesting for a few reasons. One, this is the first legend to least I think this is the first legend to have two different colors, to be a single color card, and then to have a different mana colored symbol in the text box. It's not the first card to do this. This has been done since Alpha. Sedge Troll in Alpha also has this same kind of thing going on, but this is the first legend. It's kind of interesting. Beyond that, this card is really bad. This card is funny because its ability to redirect to, so you have to pay a single white mana per each instance of this, and then like you could do that, send damage from a white creature to this. That's not good. They keep doing this kind of ability. It's like this did anyone ever use this? It's just such a terrible use of your resources most of the time. And sure, there are instances and stuff, right? Like there's definitely creatures you'd be like, man, I really need this to stick around. Maybe, fine, whatever. It's really, really funny for this card to care only about white creatures while being 2 green. It feels like it's a new person trap. It feels like this is designed to trick you. And I guess it's not that big of a deal. 2 color pips of 1 color is not like that huge. And they are ally colors, right? So you do have like savannas and you have the Ice Age lands and yada yada yada. But it's still, I don't know. It's just kind of funny to me. The ability sucks. The stats are okay, I guess, for the mana cost. We've seen way fucking worse at any rate. But this is not a good card by any stretch. Maybe you can figure out some dumb combo to do with it. It's just not good. It was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane. The art is really nice. I like that. I think it's an interesting card. It just really sucks, and it's kind of a shame that it sucks. But there's no reason for us to continue on with this for so long, so let's move on. Alright, then we have Fairy Noble. This is another rare. It is a 1/2 that costs 2 and a green. And it's a noble. All fairies you control get +0/+1. Tap. All fairies you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Wowzers. Hell yeah. So now we have Fairy Tribe. So we can play with all of our fairies. Very funny that this is a noble. They've since errated this, as you can see. It's a fairy noble, and now it says other fairy creatures you control. Just so that this doesn't pump itself up, because, God, that would be awful. This would be way unbalanced then. Joking aside, this is kind of okay. Cards like this really depend on, like, what sort of support it has. And to be fair, they printed several fairies in this set, even at common. I don't have the same criticisms of this that I do with some of the other lords in this set. It's not particularly strong, and the fairies kind of suck in this set, but whatever. Like, that's not a big deal. I think this is cool. I think it's interesting. Anyway, this was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and it's pretty funny. I don't particularly like this one. Her work is kind of hit and miss for me. A lot of it is really fucking funny. I do like a lot of her serious stuff. This one just isn't really doing it for me. But, you know, we all have preferences. Alright, next up is a common. This is Folk of Anhava. This is a 1/1. It costs a single green mana. If assigned as a blocker, Folk of Anhava gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This is really solid. Like, this is actually a pretty playable card, in my opinion. It's certainly not super great, and it does kind of speak to the whole blocker advantage at the time. But, like, this is a pretty threatening card, right? It doesn't, like, have flying or anything like that, but +2/+0 on a 1/1 while it's blocking means that it can take out a 3/3, which I think is pretty interesting and pretty cool. I like this card. I think it's great. I think it does kind of have, like, good lore to it, because it's like, oh yeah, they're a community. When they're in trouble, they work together. And it's just interesting. It's very cool. I don't know. I guess I don't have much else to say about it. I think this is a pretty brilliant design at the time. It's certainly not the first time they've done if assigned a blocker kind of thing, right? There's nothing really new here. And, in fact, this text is probably a little overused in this set itself, but I don't mind this version. I think this one is pretty interesting and pretty cool. Kind of, it also feels like Giant Badger, which is pretty cool, because that's a cool card. Anyway, we do have 2 arts to talk about. They were illustrated by Julie Barrow. This one is really awesome. I enjoy it. It's very fun and kind of wacky in such a cool and fun way. But this one is also really solid. I like this one a lot, too. Just bored, hanging out, vibing. I don't know what else to say. Julie Barrow did great on both of these. I think this is an awesome card. Super cool in this set specifically. And I think these cards do a lot of heavy lifting for the lore. I mean, a lot of these cards do a lot of heavy lifting. I just think these ones are among that list. Alright, our next common is Hungry Mist. This is a 6/2 that costs 2 and 2 green mana. Holy shit. During your upkeep, pay 2 green or bury Hungry Mist. This thing is kind of fucking sick. A 6/2 for 4 mana it's kind of pretty massive at the time, and like it doesn't have, it doesn't have any abilities. It doesn't really do anything. And you do have to pay an upkeep cost of 2 green for this thing, but it's kind of interesting. I kind of appreciate this card. I wouldn't say it's obvious. I wouldn't say it's like a super strong card, but this thing probably fucks in limited. I really like this one. I like it because it's unique and interesting and kind of has a cool lore to it, while being pretty different. Like the closest card I can think of to this at this time would be like Ball Lightning, or maybe the Red Ifrit, or the Red Jinn. And neither of those cards are very similar to this. They just are both heavy offensive statted, and with a downside, right? This is not that much of a downside for the stats, which is really interesting. It's still like, dies to a fucking 2/2, right? This gets walled and doesn't even trade with like a white knight or a black knight, which is kind of fucking funny. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I really like this one. I think this one is really cool. And it feels like there's more to this set than people give it credit for. A lot of this stuff isn't like new, but this kind of is. I don't know. It's hard because I'm not sure if I'm like just being extra generous because I want people, like, I want to respect this set to some degree, and I just don't want to shit all over it. But some of these cards I kind of like. I do think most of them needed a mana cut off of them, and at the very least, half of them needed a sentence or two taken off of them to have any sort of, like, being able to bring any sort of joy to anyone. But Hungry Mist is pretty kick-ass. This is pretty cool. It's a card to think about, at least, in my opinion. And I think that's really important. Hungry Mist was illustrated by Heather Hudson. This one's pretty cool. But this is the one that I really like. This is just so spooky. It's very cool. I appreciate that it's green. I don't know, like, if that's super lore heavy or super fits within the color pie or whatever, but I think it's really fucking interesting, and I appreciate it. Hungry Mist is an awesome card. It's obviously not super strong, but it's probably stronger than most people give it credit for, at least within the card pool at the time. 6/2 is pretty big. And format, like, I've been bitching about paying 4 mana for a 2/2. This is like 2 2/2s, but different. The point I'm trying to make is this is pretty interesting and pretty good at the time. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. Pretty crazy to see this at common. I don't think it's wrong. It's just kind of interesting. Then we have Yovin's Ferrets. This is another common. It is a 1/1 that costs 1 green mana. It's a summon ferrets. If declared as an attacker, Joven's Ferrets get +0/+2 until end of turn. At the end of combat, tap any creatures that blocked Joven's Ferrets. Those creatures do not untap during their controller's next untap phase. Excellent. What a fucking, like, why are they doing this? This is fucking dumb. It does. Why is it? Alright. So, again, we're doing, this is interesting because they're like, alright, what if it's a declared attacker? So if it declares an attack, it gets +0/+2. Fine. I appreciate that you're, encouraging people to attack. This other bit is just kind of exhausting to track, I guess, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I don't hate these kind of abilities, and this is neat because it's kind of pseudo removal, and you'll never hear me complain about pseudo removal in these sets because they make limited at least slightly playable. But like, why does this have nothing to do with artifacts? It's Joven's Ferret. Like, why doesn't like? There's so much consideration to the lore in these cards, and they're so willing to make confusing and bad cards just to describe, like, the flavor they're going for, which in its own way is admirable. But then they have stuff like, okay, the two thieves have nothing to do with stealing artifacts, they just blow artifacts up, and, like, they're expensive and bad. And then the dude's ferret is just a stun piece. These cards don't really make any fucking sense. As far as cards go, this is kind of fine, I guess. Like, it's pretty decent because no one's gonna, like, block this in the first couple turns. It basically just reads kind of pseudo-unblockable. It's unblockable until it gets annoying enough for the person, and then they probably kill it, and then the thing they killed it with is stunned for a turn. So, like, it's pretty decent as far as, you know, fucking draft chaff goes. But it just bums me out that this, like, does not, like, I don't even understand what the story they're trying to tell here is. Like, whatever the imaginative, like, oh, this is why it happens, right? I'm not sure I understand what the point there is. Yeah, I don't know. Tell me in the comments if you know what the fuck the story here is supposed to be. This card just reads weird to me, and it also reads exhausting, and, like, it's too much effort for what is effectively not that great of a card, which is kind of a lot of the experience here, at least in my opinion. There's only one artwork for this one, even though it's a common, which, okay. It was illustrated by Amy Weber. The art's really cute and fun. I like the art. I like her work. I like the little frog. The lizard there is also funny. The sitting on grass and then just a wall and just immediate desert behind, also great. Love it. Hilarious. For such a Vorthos heavy set, this just kind of bothers me, and maybe I'm picking on it too much for that, but that's the part that gets me when I look at it. Then our next common is Leaping Lizard. This is a 2/3 lizard that costs 1 and 2 green mana. You can pay 1 and a green and give it flying and -0/-1 until end of turn. Hilarious. I don't have any issues with this one. It's simple enough to understand. The story is, like, pretty funny. There's different ways to interpret the story too, right? Because, like, the -1, you could say, like, oh, well, why it's in the air flying, it's a predictable path, right? So it's not as defensive. While it's on the ground, it can move all the directions, it has cover and stuff like that. So you could look at it like that, or you could also just look at it and go, huh, it hit the ground hard when it landed. Yeah, whatever, right? I like this one. I think this is neat. I think it's kind of interesting. A 2/3 for 3 mana is pretty great, and being able to give it flying and be a 2/2 for 2 mana, like, that's kind of a lot, like, for what you're getting, but not really. Pretty solid and limited, especially later in game. You can get this down and just, you know, ping them slowly, put them on a 10-turn clock or whatever. I like this. I think it's really interesting for green. I think it's kind of fun. I do like some level of flying in green. I know not everybody does, but I do like when they do it and it has a fun or interesting story. And I think this does. I think this is hilarious. This was also illustrated by Amy Weber. The art's fantastic. I love it so much. It's a great piece, in my opinion. All right, next we have another rare. This is Mammoth Harness. This is an enchant creature that costs 3 and a green. Target creature loses flying. If any creature is assigned to block the creature Mammoth Harness enchants, or has the creature Mammoth Harness enchants assigned to block it, that creature gains first strike until end of turn. This is awful. This is horrible. And this is horrible for a couple reasons. One, it doesn't fucking do anything, which kind of sucks. Like, 4 mana for a creature to lose flying? And then any creature that blocks or is blocked by it gets first strike. First off, the wording on this is confusing as fuck. It's so much cognitive load for something that does nothing. This sucks. Like, it's terrible. Why is this 4 mana? What the fuck does this do? What is the purpose of it? Why is it 4 mana? This is... I don't like this one. I don't like this one at all. This is a great example of why people do not like this fucking set. Because this is exhausting to fucking read, and then you get to the end of it, and you get kicked in the dick. Why would you ever play this? It's just bad. There's no reason for this to cost 4 mana. It's insane to me that this costs 4 mana. It's insane to me that someone thought that this would be a fun card. Like, it doesn't do anything. It's not impossibly complicated, right? Like, it's not really that complicated, but it's written in a fucking awful way. You definitely probably have to read it twice to fully understand what's going on. I guess it's not worth complaining about too hard because the card is completely unimpactful and everything. What a fucking bum rare to get. Oh, yeah, absolutely fucking miserable card. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. The art is fine. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just a bad card, right? Like, this is just, it's not fun to read. It's not powerful. And cards don't have to be powerful, but it doesn't really even do anything. It doesn't, like, okay, removing flying can certainly be good, but 4 mana good? I guess maybe it's flavorful somehow. I don't know. Let's just move on. I'm not. Next we have Primal Order. This is an enchantment. It costs 2 and 2 green mana. During each player's upkeep, Primal Order deals 1 damage to that player for each non-basic land he or she controls. Amazing. Awesome. Banger of a card. This is super cool. It's not particularly strong, and you could even argue maybe costs too much mana. Like, this is probably fine at 3 mana, but it's still very cool. The card effect and the card cost both encourage you to be playing a lot of green, which means you'll probably be playing a lot of basics, which you want to be doing if you're going to be punishing people for not playing basics. There's also an extreme amount of not basics in this environment that are pretty fucking good, right? Because you have Maze of Ith from the Dark, which I think is still mostly playable right now. That thing is fucking amazing. Strip Mine, I think they printed in 4th edition. Maybe it's 5th edition, but Strip Mine's really fucking good. You potentially still see Library of Alexandria floating around once in a while. And then, obviously, there's the original Dual Lands, which they stopped printing after Revised Edition, so those are harder to come by, and they're still very powerful. And even, like, the Ice Age Duels, the Pain Lands, those are very good. So there's a lot of lands that people could be encouraged to play that this deals with. I think that's really good. In Limited, this is significantly less valuable, obviously. There are non-basic lands in this set, but if anyone's playing any of them, they're doing it as a challenge. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Outside, but again, the set's not designed for Limited, so that's not like a huge, like, I can't believe you would do this. It helps out players with smaller collections, which I think is cool. I think that's very cool. Definitely kind of a meta consideration. It's certainly probably not a great main board deck, depending on, like, what you're playing against all the time, obviously. Like, if everyone you play against just plays 4 color decks, then it's fine main board, but to run this and gain any sort of benefit from it, you probably have to be a pretty aggressive strategy yourself, planning on winning through some level of damage, but you're in green, so that was probably always the plan. Overall, this is fantastic. I love it. The art is amazing. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and the art is really funny, really interesting, and pretty cool. I like this card. I guess I don't really have much else to say about it, but I think this card is actually elegantly designed and very cool and exciting to new players, and while it's certainly not broken, it does have a decent amount of utility and use, especially if you consider the wider card pool at the time. That being said, I have nothing else to say about it, so on to the next one. Alright, next we have Renewal. This is a common, it is a sorcery, and it costs 2 and a green. Sacrifice a land to search your library for a basic land and put it directly into play. This does not count towards your 1 land per turn limit. Reshuffle your library afterwards. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. This is the 3rd version of this kind of effect that exists. So in Legends it was Untamed Wilds. It was Untamed Wilds. Untamed Wilds costs 3 mana, and you can search for a basic land and put it into play. Pretty good. These days it's not. At the time when it was the only one, it was pretty okay. And quite honestly, had some uses, especially as a library shuffler. In Ice Age, the set that came out before this, we got Forgotten Lore, which is 2 mana, go get a forest, put it into play. And what's interesting about the forest one is that it can go get a bayou, right? It can go get a taiga. It can go get any color as long as that color is attached to a forest, which thankfully, because of ABU and Revised, we had those. You could do that. So Forgotten Lore can do some color fixing if you build properly around it. Renewal, on the other hand, is interesting because it is a slow trip, right? So this replaces itself, which is really good. That being said, it is not ramp, right? Because you have to sack a land, and so you have to sack a land to go get a basic. My point here is I don't particularly like this. I don't think this is a good card, but like it's also kind of fine. You would run this in a fast bond deck, I suppose, and it would be pretty okay there if you had like extreme color requirements. I guess this is interesting. It is kind of just like everything else, just a something else that's already been done, but like worse, which is it kind of depressing. Replacing itself is very cool. 3 mana for this effect is awful, and it doesn't feel good even then. Maybe there's something you can do with this that I'm not thinking of. I don't think this is awful. Like, I'm not mad that this exists. I think it's kind of interesting and a kind of a card effect I would have liked to see more of at the time. So now that there's 3 of them, pretty cool. This one I would say is pretty clearly the worst, but it's hard to say that for sure because the card draw on this, like replacing itself, is kind of a big deal. It's not a good card, but I guess it's worth discussing and thinking about, so it has that going for it. This was illustrated by Kaya Folio. I really like the art. I'm a big Kaya fan. Said that a million times, but this is beautiful. I think it's really interesting and kind of cool. We'll move on. There's not really much to say here. Alright, so this next one is an uncommon. This is Root Spider. It is a 2/2 that costs 3 and a green. If assigned as a blocker, Root Spider gets first strike and gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Oh wow. I have nothing to say about this one. I just don't fucking care. Anyway, Root Spider was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and I like the art. I think the spider is kind of cute in a weird way, and it's pretty funny. The art's hilarious. The story is dumb, and I don't like the card. Let's move on to Roots. Man, for a set with like 100 fucking cards, not even, the naming conventions in this really needed work. Why does so many cards start with the same word? Anyway, this is Roots. Roots is an uncommon enchant creature that costs 3 and a green. Tap target creature without flying. That creature does not untap during its controller's untap phase. What the? Why is it 4 mana? Why are both, like, this is less confusing than Mammoth Harness, but it equally doesn't do much. Why are these 4 mana? This is fucking stupid. I don't know what to say about this. This is just, okay, yeah, it's incredibly restrictive removal that doesn't actually remove anything, and it costs 4 fucking mana. What are we doing here? Like, do we just not want people to, like, was the goal here to have people that bought these cards to just lose? Why are we doing this to people? This just seems rude. The art's fine. It was illustrated by Nicola Leonard. I don't particularly care about this one either. It's fine. The art's kind of interesting, I suppose, but I don't know. I'm just sick of looking at 4 mana cards that don't do fucking anything. Let's move on. Maybe the next one will be interesting. Hey, it's a badger. Next we have Rhysorian Badger, which is pretty cool. There's not a whole lot of badgers in the game at this point. So this rare badger is a 2/2 that costs 2 and a green mana. Not bad. Let's see what it says. If Rhysorian Badger attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to have it deal no damage to defending player this turn. If you do so, remove from the game up to 2 target creatures from that player's graveyard. Gain 1 life for each creature removed this way. Alright, I'm taking it back. I love this. Alright, it's a little complicated, it's a little wordy, but it's not like... I didn't feel like I needed to go back and read it to understand what's going on. First off, the story is pretty funny, right? Like, it's a badger stealing corpses. Which is great. The art is super cute and goes along with that. That's pretty funny. Removing specific cards from an opponent's graveyard is actually, like, pretty good. This is a kind of card effect that has seen, like, well, this card hasn't seen tournament play, but there's stuff that does stuff like this has seen, like, competitive play in various card games. Admittedly, this is not super powerful, but it's a 3 mana 2/2, alright? And so, like, on its own, it's fine. Perfectly fine. I'm not a big fan of the you can choose not to deal damage to have a different effect happen most of the time, but this one's kind of neat. Gaining life is kind of whatever, who gives a shit. But if you're removing creatures from the opponent's graveyard, like, that can really fuck with them depending on, like, what they're trying to do. This is interesting. This is interesting in a fun way. It's pretty neat. It's not powerful, but at least it's funny. I like this one. I'm glad this one existed. Rysorian Badger was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art is amazing. Look at that. This is so fucking funny. I might be biased to this card because of the art, but I don't even fucking care. Look at this little guy. He's hilarious. More cards like this, please. Anyway, let's move on to our next common. This is Shrink. Shrink is an instant that costs a single green mana, and target creature gets -5/-0 until end of turn. Perfectly fine. I like the idea that green doesn't like to remove creatures per se, but if you combine this with a creature, you will have removed a creature via Shrink. But it required you to have a creature and to be engaging in combat. That's very green. I think that's very cool, and I think this is a pretty interesting and neat card for that. It's not particularly strong, obviously. It's also not, like, super weak. -5 is pretty good. It is, the downsides of this, obviously, are that it's a one-time use. So if you are not able to block or attack that creature, you will still prevent, you know, up to 5 damage, but just for a turn. Which might be enough, but that is like, it's not good when that's what you're using a card for, because it doesn't, like, they didn't use a card in response, it just ends up putting you behind. But Shrink is pretty cool. Shrink is pretty interesting, and I appreciate how not wordy this is. And I'm so appreciative that they didn't say target attacking creature or target blocking creature or whatever, or any other sort of dumb restriction to, like, just limit what you can do with this. This is pretty cool, and it's a simple card, and the set needed more stuff like this. This is pretty great. Shrink was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and like a lot of these cards, we have two arts for it. We have this one, which is hilarious. This is very funny. Like, yeah, Shrink. Oh no, look at you, little guy. It's funny. I like it. And this is the other one, which is also fantastic. I like that both of these have kind of different styles, or different takes on her style, rather. It's very cool. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. Spectral Bears. Spectral Bears is an uncommon. It is a 3/3 bear for 1 and a green. Oh my god, I bet you it makes you give up a fucking kidney. If Spectral Bear is declared as an attacker and defending player controls no black cards, it does not untap during your next untap phase. Huh. Well, first off, this card is fucking sick. Holy shit. This is a 3/3 for 2 mana. And if you don't want it to get a stun counter or whatever, just don't attack with it. It's a 3/3 for 2 mana. Holy shit. This thing is legit, but I don't think this thing is overpowered, obviously, but I do think this is pretty fucking legit. If your opponent controls no black cards. First off, it's really interesting because this is not, like, nothing on this card is new text, right? Like, we have seen all of this before. Does your opponent control black cards? If it's a declared attacker, and he does not untap. Like, these are all things that this set just used liberally. But I think this one is pretty awesome. I would say it doesn't even need to be a sideboard card, right? Like, this is just, like, it's just kind of extra sauce. If they do have a black creature, then you can just aggressively attack into them, which is really cool because at the time most black decks were leveraging their life total a lot. So putting pressure on that is really nice. Forces them to use their drain lives a little bit earlier and stuff like that. This is pretty neat. Now, obviously, I don't think this is gonna stop Black Summer. Spoiler, it didn't. But this is pretty cool. I appreciate this one. I think this is really fun. But the thing I love about this most is how I've read these same fucking words so many times, and I still think this card is cool, which I think is impressive. This one is fantastic. You never hear about this card. You'd think people would point to this and be like, yeah, Homelands was kind of shit and boring, but Spectral Bears was interesting. I don't get why people don't talk about this. Maybe I'm alone and most people look at this and are not interested in it. I know, like, the whole, if the defending player controls no black cards, put a stun counter on this. That's not actually what it says, but kinda. That can be a bit much, but I still think this is cool and kind of a, like, puzzle piece to figure out. You can also, like, play into that. I'm not saying it's going to be a good deck, but you could run this with fucking Deathlace, and then bam, guess what? They do have a black card. Just Deathlace one of their basics. It won't do anything but be a black card and a basic land, and then you can just truck on in, and unless they have a way to blow up their own fucking land, they can't do anything about it. So, I think this is pretty sweet. This was illustrated by Pat Lewis, and I love this. Spectral Bears is awesome. It's great. I can see some people being mad that it's a bear that's cost 1 and a green and it's not a 2/2, but, you know, shut up. Yeah, I don't know. I like this one. Let's check out the next one. Willow Fairy. Heck yeah. Alright, Willow Fairy is a common. It is a 1/2 fairy that costs 1 and a green, and it has flying. Yeah, so this is a 1/2 flyer for 2 mana, which is pretty okay. It's not super great. It's way better than the 1/2 flyer for 3 mana that I said was like, kind of okay. And this is a fairy, so if you have both of them, this is a 2/2 for 2, and with flying, which is pretty jacked. This card is perfectly fine. This literally just exists for the, like, fairy tribal support, and it's good. It's interesting. A 1/2 flyer for 2 mana is perfectly fine on its own in, like, draft and stuff like that, and if you do get the fairy support, you could maybe flood a few of these out and win, which would be pretty awesome. I don't really have anything negative or positive to say about it. It's a just basic card. It's not, like, super interesting unless you specifically think fairies are interesting, which, sure. Willow Fairy was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. This one is hysterical. Very funny. It's just a fairy sitting on a deer. He looks slightly annoyed by this, but who's to say? Anyway, this is only one of the 2 arts. I wonder if she got someone to pose for her. Oh, man. Not my vibe, but it's really fucking funny to me. Susan is so crazy, dude. Yeah, I don't know. The butterfly wings are very, very funny. Very, very funny. Holding the little acorns for scale. Funny stuff. I don't know. That's all I got. Willow Fairy is a pretty basic card. There's not much to say about it, but it is funny at least. And next is a rare. This is Willow Priestess. This is a 2/2 for 4 mana. Oh, hell yeah. Tap, take a fairy from your hand and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned. Oh, holy shit, I forgot there was 2 sneak attacks in this fucking set. There's fairy sneak attack. You never hear anyone talk about it. Just the didgery. Anyway, you can pay 2 and a green. Target green creature gains protection from black until end of turn. I mean, that's a very, very expensive rate, but, like, if you were doing pestilence stuff, that's kind of interesting. The fairy sneak attack is funny. There are, like, no good fairies, and all of them are cheaper than this, which makes it even funnier. But at least this is interesting in its own way. I like this. This is like a new thing for the most part. You don't really, obviously the protection from black is not a new thing, but tapping this to put a fairy from your hand into play, pretty sweet. Not particularly good, at least at the time. I mean, there's probably cracked fairies now. There might even be big fairies. I don't know. But at the time, this is interesting and feels really powerful, but the fairies kind of suck, so it is what it is. It's a very cool idea, though. I really like this one. I keep calling it sneak attack, but it's actually show and tell, right? Because it doesn't, like, go away at the end of the turn. It just hangs out. Kind of a ballsy card to make, too, because cards like this, like, when you do this and you're like, it doesn't matter. There's no good fairies. Like, obviously, eventually it'll be fine, but you do have to be kind of cognizant of what fairies you're going to print in the next few years, right? So, it's just kind of a risky thing to do this kind of thing. especially when it feels like the sets were not communicating, right? Like, I do not believe that the people making this had any idea what the fuck was coming out in Ice Age, or before, or Alliances after. So, like, designing cards like this is kind of ballsy when you don't even know what other cards are coming out, because it's just, yeah, I guess. It turned out to be fine, pretty sure. Uh, I guess that's all I have. This one was also illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and it's fucking hysterical. It's the sexy spirit in the back, just her hanging there with like a lynx, maybe some type of small cat, maybe a cheetah. I don't know. I don't know cats that well. Feels like a lynx, but I could be wrong. But anyways, this was the last green card, which I kind of forgot. I went through these a little quick because, yeah, I did get through these a little quick. Because a lot of these suck and are not interesting to talk about in this. Is it's getting harder to cope, right? Like, well, maybe there's better cards in the coming up, but we're getting close to the end. We only got one more section, and I think it's only like 20 cards total to talk about in the next one. So we are like almost done. So the green cards aren't that bad. I mean, they are bad competitively, but I think that goes without saying. Creatively, I really like a lot of these, and I think I had the most fun reading through the green cards. Other than a couple of minor complaints like places being sorceries and the most dog shit removal I've seen in a while, I think the green cards are pretty interesting. Autumn Willow is a straight banger, and Fairy Show and Tell is pretty funny. I wouldn't say this color fixed any of the issues I've had with the set, but I did feel like these issues were lessened in the green cards. There are some really questionable choices here, but for the most part, I really liked these cards. And for our first artifact, we have Apocalypse Chime. Ooh. Apocalypse Chime is a rare. It is an artifact that costs 2 mana, and you can pay 2, tap, and sacrifice Apocalypse Chime to bury all cards from the Homelands expansion. Hilarious stuff. So the set hosers started with Arabian Nights. There was City in a Bottle, and then Golgothi Silex in Antiquities. And then while Legends doesn't technically have a set hoser, it does have Arena of the Ancients, which I am pretty sure was inspired by set hosers. It basically fucks all the legendary creatures, which at the time the only legendary creatures were in Legends. So it did kind of act like a set hoser. They also had Caracas, which, again, not a set hoser, but kinda. And then we didn't have any more of those for a while, and then we had Apocalypse Chime here. So set hosers are really funny. People like to point and laugh at them. And, fair enough. They also like to call it bad game design, which, again, fair enough. I will kind of push back on that a little bit. Apocalypse Chime is probably not defensible. Like, by this point, you guys should have known better. But City in a Bottle especially was designed specifically because Richard Garfield did not want players to have to feel like they had to buy into a new product in order to play the game. He didn't want expansions to be forced on people, and he didn't want people to have to play against them if they didn't want to. It's why he originally pushed so hard for the card backs to be different, so that when you were looking at cards, you could say, "Oh, hey, you have Arabian Nights cards. I don't want to play with you. Fuck you." It was a pro-consumer move. At least that was the original logic behind it. Now, this turned out to be kind of stupid and doesn't really work because, one, the set hosers are all rare, so they're not common. You'd have to search them out, and also you would have to buy into the product to opt out of the product. So I won't say that the set hosers were a stroke of brilliance or anything like that, but I do think people are a little too harsh on them. And it's the same thing with the Arabian Nights card backs. Everyone just laughs at the decision like it's ridiculous, and there's no reason to do it, and there's no it's just they look at it like it's stupid. But I don't think it was stupid. I think these came about from real concerns that Richard had that would inevitably prove to be incredibly true. Now, Richard was on file at some point saying standard fixed this, but let's look at fucking standard. You think it still has this fixed? Like you could look at this very similar to the universes beyond thing, right? Like how some players are like, I just do not want to be involved in this at all. If you have some empathy when you look at this, I think that these are, well, I don't think they're good. I can respect the idea behind them, and I can appreciate the fact that they just really, especially Richard at the time, just really didn't want players to have to deal with shit that they didn't want to, which I think is noble. The set hosers themselves are I don't want to say bad. City in a Bottle is really good and is actually pretty relevant in certain old schools. Like, it's definitely a card you should sideboard if you have access to it, because it shuts down some pretty awesome shit. And a lot of the Arabian Nights cards are just really powerful, like the Jinns and Afrits. There are quite a few playable cards in that, so it's not uncommon to see a City in a Bottle in a sideboard. Golgotha Silex also has some good targets, but it's kind of too expensive to do, and it doesn't have as many good targets. Obviously, Mishra's Factory is fucking cracked, but I mean, it does have decent targets, but again, it costs way more, and it's not quite as good. Apocalypse Chime, I mean, I've seen it in sideboards in, like, specifically like 95 stuff. That being said, I don't think this one is good enough. It doesn't. So this one is different than City in a Bottle because it doesn't say you can't play Homelands cards, right? It just buries Homeland permanent. So this doesn't do anything against, like, Memory Lapse or Merchant Scroll or, like, really any of the good Homelands cards. There's like a couple, I guess, this hits, but it's certainly kind of funny. And, you know, I'm not gonna say you're stupid for playing around with it. I don't think that it is worth it. That being said, if I mean, I could be wrong. Some of the Homelands cards are okay, and people did play it in the Pro Tour, which again they had the whole you have to play at least 5 cards from every expansion, and it makes more sense in that environment because you're like, well, they definitely have Homelands cards, right? Because they have to. Still, I don't think this is particularly strong. If you're playing a limited and you get this, it's like fucking game over unless you guys ban it for some reason, but I don't think you should. I think you should just let somebody have this. I think it's really pretty fucking good in limited. But outside of that, I mean, maybe there are permanents in this set that are not embarrassingly bad. So, like, it's definitely possible. I do think you have better options in your sideboard though. But yeah, Apocalypse Chime, it's kind of funny and like I said, really good in limited specifically, just blows up everything. Outside of that, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. But yeah, I guess that's all that I have to say on Apocalypse Chime. It's an interesting and funny card, but not great. I can see why they got away from these. Apocalypse Chime was illustrated by Mark Poole, and the art goes fucking hard. The art on this is amazing. This is fantastic. It's really detailed. It's very cool. It has that old, like, just kind of a picture of an artifact style of art that I really fucking love. This is super cool. The art is a banger. 10 out of 10. But let's move on. Alright, next we have Clockwork Gnomes. Clockwork Gnomes is a common. It is a 2/2 artifact creature that costs 4 mana. You can pay 3 mana and tap this to regenerate target artifact creature. It's worth noting that you can target itself with this and regenerate itself. 3 mana and tap to regenerate target artifact creature is quite pricey, but not, like, offensively so. 4 mana for a 2/2 with an overcosted ability is also, you know, it's not great. But it is a common artifact creature. This does have, like I think this is awesome in limited specifically, like, because you will probably end up playing 2, maybe even 3 colors, and if that's the case, Clockwork Gnomes is going to be way easier to cast. The other nice thing is that there are actually quite a few artifact creatures in this set specifically, and I think all of them are common, at least most of them. There's a couple that are common. We'll see. The point is that in limited, this is actually pretty legit. This is pretty decent. So I would definitely be grabbing these up. Just so that you don't have to fucking deal with them. That's also why I think Chandler. I think Chandler is the one that hits artifact creatures. He's actually pretty decent in limited specifically. Granted, getting 3 red to use his ability is kind of a tall ask, but there are a lot of artifact creatures in this set. So if you were going to play with just these cards, there would be a lot of artifact creatures. Yeah, other than that, I guess let's point at the bad things. This is Clockwork Gnomes. At this point, Clockwork is kind of an established... I mean, archetype isn't the right word, but there's a... At this point, there's Clockwork Beast and there's Clockwork Avian, and there might be one more I'm not remembering. But the point is up until this point, all Clockwork creatures come into play with a number of counters that affect how powerful they are, and then you can add more. And whenever you attack, it takes away a counter. So this doesn't feel like a Clockwork thing at all. It doesn't like. My complaint is not with the card here per se. It's just with the naming convention of the card. Like, I don't think you should have called this Clockwork Gnomes. There are already Clockwork cards, and this doesn't do anything with them. That being said, it's a minor complaint. It's not. I certainly don't care about it, but it is. It's just another like thing to, you know. We're all having fun pointing and laughing at Homelands, right? So might as well throw more fuel on that fire. I guess that's all I really have to say about it. It's a basic creature. It's overcosted, but not by a whole lot, and its ability is pretty useful, specifically unlimited, or if you are going to play with a lot of artifact creatures, which is not necessarily a bad thing to do, especially if you do have older cards, right? Because, like, casting this off of a Mishra's Workshop is pretty okay. There's better things to cast off of a Mishra's Workshop, but, like, you know, maybe this is the 3rd or 4th artifact creature that you're considering. It should probably be the 4th or 5th, honestly. But whatever. Point is it's not terrible. Clockwork Gnomes was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and I love the art. I think the art's really fantastic. I think his style really goes well with this scene specifically. They look very cute and just very funny and very... I don't know. I like it. I think this one's fantastic. It's a solid and kind of interesting card. Like, it just... The effect doesn't really have the whole Clockwork thing going for it, but whatever. And then we have Clockwork Steed. Okay. Okay. Alright. Clockwork Steed is a common. It is a 0/3 that costs 4 mana. Cannot be blocked by artifact creatures. When Clockwork Steed comes into play, put 4+1/+0 counters on it. At the end of any combat in which Clockwork Steed attacked or blocked, remove one of these counters. X tap. Put X+1/+0 counters on Clockwork Steed. You may have no more than 4 of these counters on Clockwork Steed. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what a Clockwork at this point. Okay, so now there are... So why did we name the other one Clockwork? Like, why is... I don't know. I guess if you're going to have Clockwork Steed, I'm glad they didn't make Clockwork Gnome also like this, but just call it fucking something different. They don't have to be Clockwork Gnomes. They can be autonomous gnomes or whatever. I don't know. It's just pick a different fucking adjective. This is pretty decent. It's kind of crazy to see this at a common. The other Clockworks were uncommons, but there were no common artifacts or artifact creatures until, I guess, Antiquities had some common artifacts, I think. I don't know. I don't remember that much about all these sets, even though I probably should, considering how much I fucking look at them. Anyway, Clockwork Steed here is pretty cool. Like, the Clockwork creatures were pretty popular. So, and while this is definitely... complicated, right? Like, I've been complaining about how complicated and unnecessarily complicated these cards are. That being said, I'm going to give Clockwork Steed here a pass, because this text block is basically just copy-pasted from other cards that exist. This is, again, not an archetype, and they've only done 2 before this, but it's, like, kind of a thing. So I'll give this some slack on that front. It is really fucking weird to call both of these Clockwork and for them to have nothing to do with each other, and this one to just be an homage to like what was already Clockwork. But that's not this card's problem. This is pretty sick. It's actually pretty decent. It's a 4/3 for 4 mana, and granted, every time you attack, it loses its counters. So it's certainly not like super great for a long game. You have to put more into it. But these Clockwork Beasts are pretty okay, especially if you're running Mishra's Workshop, which you probably aren't if you're playing Homelands cards. But with that, like, it's really nice and easy to slam these Clockworks down as super quickly using a lot of ramp, and then just to like aggro really fast, and then sack them to like an Ashnod's Altar for like a fireball or something, or for a different Clockwork Beast. And there's other things you could sacrifice it for too. But these are interesting. They're pretty decent. They're not like super good by any stretch of the imagination, but depending on what cards you have with them, they are actually pretty solid. They're also just very fun. People really like them, and I can see why. Yeah, I don't know. I think this one's great. I have no problem with this. This design is pretty, like I said, this design had been done before, and it's pretty popular. Clockwork Avian, or the original was Clockwork Beast, I think, and Clockwork Avian and Antiquities, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say on it. It's certainly not a super strong or powerful card, but it's pretty decent. And again, in limited, you can play this pretty easily in your multicolored deck. The nice thing is that in limited, you often do find yourself with a little bit of extra mana in your turn, just because all the cards are expensive and suck. So pumping this up in limited is not anywhere near as detrimental as it is in like constructed. This was illustrated by Amy Weber. I really like Amy Weber's art. I think this is fantastic. This one kind of feels a little bit like, it almost looks like it has a real horse head. I don't think it does, but it looks a little bit like hoary. But it looks a little like kind of messed up. But I do really appreciate her kind of gears and spokes when she does this kind of style of thing. I like it. I think Amy Weber was a great person to do this card. I think it's fantastic. But that's all I have on Clockwork Steeds. Let's move on. What the fuck? I swear I read through all of these cards before I did this. I did not read. There's 3 Clockworks out of... There's 10 artifacts. What are we doing? Okay, I guess we're really going hard in why did we call Clockwork Gnomes Clockwork Gnomes? Why did we do that? Okay, alright. So this is an artifact creature. It's a 0/3. It's a common. It's a 0/3 for 4 mana. Cannot be blocked by walls. Okay, interesting. When Clockwork Swarm comes into play, put 4 yada 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 yada. Same text. Yeah, okay. Alright, so they're the exact same card, except one is can't be blocked by artifacts, which is pretty interesting, and this one is can't be blocked by walls, which I guess is also pretty interesting. Why? Why are we doing this? Were we so desperate for ideas that we couldn't come up with fucking anything? Like, there's not that many cards. There's not that many cards in this set. There's only 10 fucking artifacts, and 3 of them start with clock. Oh, okay. 1 second. Oh, thank fuck. All right. Yeah, I checked. 3 of them start with Clockwork, and 2 of them are the same fucking card. It's fucking crazy. I guess everything I said about the last one kind of holds true. It is weird that they did 2 of these in the same fucking set. Like, you only have 10 artifacts, and... Alright, I guess. I like the Clockwork cards. I don't want to complain about this too much. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Why are we doing this? It's the same fucking card. It's like this set is just like 5 fucking cards. It's just 5 fucking cards. It's just copy pasted. God, it feels so lazy. It's so crazy to me. It feels like zero thought was given to the customer experience. Like, this is not, like, this is basic shit, right? Right? Like, this is, like, did no one flip through the card file and just not see that, oh, why do 3 cards, like, why do we have 2 cards called Ambush? Why do we have 3 Clockwork cards, 2 of which are just the same fucking card, and a third that has nothing to do with Clockworks? Just rename some shit. It's like, this is the same card. It is wild to me. I don't mind this card. It's fine. I like the Clockwork Horse a little bit better. I just value not being blocked by artifact creatures more than I value being blocked by walls, but I suppose that would depend on your meta. This one was also illustrated by Amy Weber. The art is fine, her classic style, like it. It's got the clocks and the wings and all the shit that she likes, and her usual color schemes. I'm a big fan of it. I like the horse a little bit better. And yeah, let's move on. Next, we have Didgeridoo. Didgeridoo is a rare. It's an artifact that costs 1 mana, and you can pay 3, take a Minotaur from your hand and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned. Man, if they ever print a Minotaur that doesn't suck, this thing might be pretty good. Didgeridoo is hilarious. It's probably one of the funniest speculations of all time ever. Or people like, eventually they're gonna fuck up and print a broken Minotaur, man. Didgeridoo is pretty funny, and realistically, it's not that bad. I heard it was used in a pre-modern in a standstill deck to like get Minotaur. Like, there's like an Azet Minotaur or whatever that's like not the most embarrassing thing you've ever seen, and you just fucking stand still and then you didgeridoo out your threats, which is hysterical. This card definitely has some uses. All of them involve Minotaurs, of course, but it's pretty decent. It's also pretty pricey for a Homelands card, which is really funny. But that, again, that makes sense, because like the card is fucking kind of cracked. 3 mana to bust something out. Problem with it, at least in this set, is like all the Minotaurs are like 3 or 4 mana, and there's no standstill in this set, so like there's no reason to like ever do this. But it is pretty funny. I'd probably draft it and just do Minotaur Tribal, just because like who the fuck cares how good you do in this set, right? I'm just here for the memes. I don't know. I like Didgeridoo. I think it's interesting to think about. You could do funny shit with it, because can you imagine a power artifact on a Didgeridoo? That's Minotaurs for 1 mana, baby. Holy shit. Now we're fucking just flooding the board. I like this card. I really like this card a lot, because it's funny. It's not particularly good. And when it is good, like, you can't even be mad. Like, if somebody fucking figures out a way to whoop your ass with Didgeridoo, how do you even be upset about that? This is probably like this is peak Magic card design right here. Is this card specifically for so many reasons? It brings joy to my heart. I would not play it though. It's not probably worth playing. Although it would be funny and limited, and I guess you could fuck around with it in like 95. And like I said, in pre-modern it does see some play. I don't know how like good that deck is, but it is interesting. Any card that does something relatively unique can be broken in unexpected ways. And this card is just begging to be broken. But yeah, 10 out of 10 card. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. Fantastic art. Really great. Love Melissa's work. This one's really fucking funny. I guess I don't have anything else to say about Didgeridoo, though. Alright, so let's talk about Ebony Rhino. Ebony Rhino is a common. It is a 4/5 that costs 7 mana, and it has trample. Fucking sick. This is pretty solid. It's a decent enough, like, high end for limited. Obviously, 7 mana for a 4/5 with trample isn't, like, the best rate, but that's okay on an artifact, because it's colorless. You can cast this with anything. This can't block Clockwork Horse, which is really rough. You're gonna have to figure out a way around this. And if anyone has a Chandler, you're gonna have to deal with that before you bust out the boy. But other than those two considerations, this is just a pretty solid card. I mean, it's obviously nothing special. I kind of appreciate it. But the thing I appreciate about it most is the simplicity. There's so many cards here that are just like, you can't do this, you can't do that. You have to do this at this point specifically. Are you still having fun? Because that's also not allowed. And this card is just like, yeah, dude, 7 mana. I'll run at him. But not this turn, I don't have haste. And I appreciate that. I know I've been, like, kind of harping on the new player experience, and this isn't, like, a new player product, right? It's just a product, but you know, you got to be cognizant of that, I think, especially at a time where you don't really have an onboarding process of other than just, hey, go buy some cards. And by that very nature, new expansions, especially ones that fucking suck, are just going to end up in the hands of new players more often. Who do you think bought more Fallen Empires? Like tournament grinders or fucking poor kids? So like that's who got those cards. Because like if a set is good with like really powerful tournament cards and like underprinted or highly valued, anyone with any sort of know in the game is going to scoop it all up before anyone else gets the chance to. And so anyone who just like happens to wander by and get caught into the net of the game at any point, they are likely going to end up with the latest core set and the latest expansion sets, or the expansion sets that are selling for really cheap, which are going, you know, most cases are going to be the latest expansion sets or the unpopular ones. And if the latest expansion set is good and it sells out immediately, it will just be the ones that didn't sell out. And obviously they aren't thinking about all this at the time, and it's not right to even judge them for it. This is very early into the game's design, so like mistakes are bound to happen. But you got to be cognizant of this, because these bad cards are going to end up in the hands of new players. And sure, those players aren't going to necessarily know they're bad cards, but they'll fucking figure it out when they play against someone's Black Lotus, right? And I'm not saying that this set needed shit like Black Lotus. Obviously, those cards are too much. But, like, I don't see what the harm is in giving these, like, why are all the cards so bad? I'm getting on dumb rants that don't matter and don't have anything to do with our poor boy Ebony Rhino here. You're perfectly fine at this mana cost, my dude. Ebony Rhino is great. I love this card. It's illustrated by Amy Weber, and the art is fantastic. It's a banger. I really, really like this kind of, just the vibe of it. I don't know. It's very cool. I'm a big fan of this one. Alright, next we got Pharaoh's Bane? Pharaoh's Bane? I'm not sure. Anyway, this is a rare. It's an artifact. Summon spells each cost an additional 2 to cast. Yeah, take that, new player, with your 7 mana 4/5. Get fucked, nerd. So, this card's pretty funny. I mean, if you can figure out a way to cheat this out, it's not terrible. 6 mana is a lot for this kind of effect, but it definitely should not be cheaper. You should not be doing stuff like this. The creatures are so bad, and every creature not from Alpha or Arabian Nights, well, that's not true. There's been some efficient ones, but most of them are pretty bad. This is really funny. It's just what we want to be encouraging, is creatureless decks. It definitely is a card that has uses and can do things. But if you're doing anything with this, it's probably not fair, and you probably did not pay 6 mana for it. But it's alright. It's pretty funny. Pharaoh's Ban was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art's really nice. It's very cool. I guess I don't really have much to say about this one. It's, you know, it's a hilarious stacks piece. It comes down, and they're like, well, fuck. But let's move on. All right, Joven's Tools, or Joven's Tools. Hell yeah, we're learning more about the expert thief, Joven. This is an uncommon. It's an artifact. It costs 6 mana. That's cheap. You can pay 4. Target creature cannot be blocked except by walls until end of turn. What? You know, for this mana, I could just have cast 2 fucking Juggernauts, right? What are we doing here? Also, like, what is the story here? It's like the thief tools, right? Like, some of those are lockpicking tools. Like, the rest is like files and punches. I'm not sure. Like, I don't spend too much time breaking into shit, but like, can only be blocked by walls. I mean, like, sure, but like Cemetery Gate is a wall, and that has a gate, right? Like, don't you think that walls usually have gates, right? That can be lockpicked. This just doesn't fucking make any sense. And also, it doesn't have anything to do with stealing. Why we keep talking about this great master thief Joven and his ability to blow up an artifact and his ferret that can, like, what did it do? Gives us like +2 when it attacks, and then something else that, oh yeah, it's stunned anything that blocks it. Yeah. Yeah, because his ferret has the ability to make you tired or something. I don't know. And then his tools, which can allow you to avoid anything that isn't a wall. For some reason. This is just stupid. Like, the effect isn't even all that particularly good. Like, unblockable, sure, and it's pretty rare at this point, but it's not that rare. You can do the same thing with an invisibility, and that's 2 blue mana, and you only gotta do it once. And this is 6 mana, and then 4, like 10 mana before you've gotten an unblockable creature. Just cast another fucking creature, dude. What are we fucking doing? This is fucking annoying too, because the best defense anyone has for this fucking set, other than that the art is peak, which it is that the flavor is good and that there's interesting lore, which sure, but like some of the cards it transfers to really nice, and other cards it just fucking doesn't. This doesn't make any fucking sense to me. This doesn't make me invested in the story. It doesn't make me give a shit about any of this. It's just really annoying that I'm looking at this card that is just transparently fucking awful. And, like, it's not like this is the first set and we really don't know what we're doing. Like, sure, it's still very early, and tournament structure is just, like, basically started. But, like, come on, this is transparently bad, right? I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Unblockable is really nice, but I would say invisibility isn't worth a fucking card slot. What the fuck is this? But, I guess whatever. I'm getting mad for no reason. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and the art is nice. The art is fine. Like, it looks like the tools of a thief. It's very cool, very interesting. I appreciate that. Otherwise, this is stupid. Let's move on. We're almost done with the artifacts. Only 2 left. But right now, we are talking about this common. Roterothopter? 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 Rothothopter? I'm not entirely sure how this is supposed to be pronounced, if it's some type of Rotothopter or Roterothopter. I don't fucking know. I think it's stupid. Anyway, it's a 0/2 artifact creature that costs 1 mana. Flying, and then you can pay 2, +1/+0 until end of turn. You cannot spend more than 4 in this way each round. Yeah. It's almost as good as Ornithopter. Almost as good as Ornithopter. Bro, why does it cost 1? Okay, so 2 mana for +1/+0. It's not a great rate, but it's kind of okay, and it's kind of interesting. How much you can spend each turn, I guess. Like, they had a habit of doing that. They did it on Dragon Whelp and a couple others. This is just, like, comically bad. This is just a comically bad card, and it's kind of insulting in a way. I don't know. I can't... Alright, so this is Ornithopter, but you can pump it up. So because you can pump it up, you have to pay 1 for it, which, whatever. A 0/2 with flying for 1 is not obviously great, but it's fine. You would pay 4 mana, make it a 2/2. You could pay 1 mana, make it a 1/2. This set is bad. I got nothing else. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about this. This is stupid. It's bad. Like, it's kind of a neat idea. It's just kind of insulting at this point. There's like 6 fucking cards in this whole set that I'm even the least bit excited to play. There's so many that I just never want to fucking read again. And this is one of them. It was illustrated by Amy Weber. As I've said, I like Amy's work. I think this is pretty interesting. It's kind of confusing in a way, but all of her work is, and that there's kind of a charm there in the doohickey nature of it. But this card is stupid, so I guess let's talk about the last one. Hey, it's a playable card. Serrated Arrows is a common. It's an artifact. Costs 4 mana. When Serrated Arrows comes into play, put 3 arrowhead counters on it. During your upkeep, bury Serrated Arrows if there are no arrowhead counters on it. Remove an arrowhead counter from Serrated Arrows to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Serrated Arrows is actually a pretty decent card. It's obviously meta dependent, but if you look at the side, this got played in the Pro Tour quite a bit, and there's a couple reasons for that. One, it's colorless, so it could fit in any deck, but also the meta at the time. So this is 4 mana, it goes down, and you can machine gun down over the course of 3 turns, either 3 1/1s, or you can make 3 2/2s into 1/1s and then like block them or attack over them and make it awkward for them. Or you can take a 5/5 down to a 2/2 over the course of 3 turns, right? There's actually quite a bit of versatility in here, and -1/-1 counters are actually really good because they stay. So serrated arrows, like, it might not look like much, and to be fair, it isn't, but it is quite strong, especially with 1v1, and especially in a meta where, you know, everybody's required to run some bad cards. I like serrated arrows. It's hard to complain about it too much because it saw some play. And I definitely don't think the card needs to be worse. I don't think it's busted, obviously. Like, it's not like it gets to play, like, it's modern legal. I doubt it's ever showed up in a modern list, or at least a serious one. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think it's a perfectly fine card. Thick as fuck and limited for sure. Like, it's a common. I would grab every fucking one of these you see because there's no color requirement and you can just machine gun down their shit eventually. This is a pretty solid card. It's a really interesting piece of removal, and it's really nice to see removal here. It's also really interesting because it's on board. Obviously, they probably have some creatures down before you play this, but once you play it, they're like, well, oh shit. But it's not like they can stop advancing their game state, right? Because, like, if they never figure out a way to deal with this, well, then they never deal with it, right? So it's interesting. I like it. I think it makes games richer. And that's really all I've ever wanted out of cards, is that they are interesting. They provide some sort of change to the game experience that is maybe not unique, but also not mundane. Cards that make you think about the game in a different way. And this card is really great for that, because the first time, at least the first time I saw it, I was like, okay, 4 mana for that? And it's definitely, this feels like a hard card to, like, kind of, like, look at and be like, oh, that's pretty good. And again, it's not always pretty good, right? Like, if it doesn't do anything and it's not fast enough, it's not good enough. And it's a very slow card. But I do think that it's pretty cool. I appreciate it very much. I guess the biggest annoyance I have with it is that there are 5 arrowheads in the art and it only gives you 3 counters. But, like, whatever. I can get over that. I don't know how much value it would have in old schools these days, but probably. This is probably worth playing if you're in a color that can't deal with creatures super well for whatever reason, or if you have, like, artifact synergies and you're looking for ways to make more of your removal, like, be artifacts, or, like, maybe you're rewarded for casting artifacts or whatever. There's also some neat things you can do with this for, like, it doesn't remove itself until the next upkeep. Either if you have instant speed stuff or you do it on your turn, you have some time to sacrifice this for value. So, like, you can play this, use the 3 things, then you could sacrifice it to a Sage of Latnam to get a free card draw. Hell yeah, buddy. And then fucking use your, like, Drafna's Restoration to get it back and do it all over again. You could sacrifice it to a Tog. There's interesting things you can do here that are kind of funny. Not that I think it's a really super good card in, like, in a Tog deck or anything, but it's stuff you could do. But yeah, that's it for the artifacts. All right. We are not going to spend too much time on these lands. I'm just going to lay it out to you straight. There are 5 of them, and all 5 of them are the same thing. So we will talk about the cycle, I guess, while we're looking at this one. And then we will discuss all the art and talk about how great the art is. All right? Okay. So this land is on Hava Township, and you can tap it to add a colorless mana to your mana pool. Okay. Then you can pay 1 and tap it to add a green. Okay. Filter land, sure. Then you can pay 2 mana and tap it to add white to your mana pool. Or you can pay 2 mana and tap it to add red to your mana pool. These are awful. These are terrible cards. These have never been run anywhere ever by anyone, except people just trying to make it work. I like these. These are really fucking interesting. These are the first tri-lands ever, and they are attempting to balance them in a way that isn't pay life. That's really interesting, but they missed the fucking mark. If this was filter lands for white and red, and you could add green, then I think these would be fine. But you would have to tap 3 lands, or like a land and a soul ring, because you'd have to tap this plus 2 mana to make a white. That's 3 lands. Like these are just transparently bad. Like I don't know what I should say here. They're awful. They're not good to play with, and it's a really fucking upsetting that they're not good to play with, because these are very interesting. And it's weird to me because like we have balancing mechanisms. You could make these legendary lands and just make them a little bit better. Maybe City of Brass is too much, and we don't want like a land that can tap for that many colors and stuff. It would, sure, fine, but like it could still tap for one of the 3 and pay a life, or even make it like tap to add a green, and then if you want to add a white or a red, you have to pay a life or 2 life or whatever. But this is just awful. This is just ridiculous. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm not a professional game designer, and us talking about how this could be better is, I guess, not productive. The card is the way that it is, and it's not going to change. Like, I guess, whatever, you can also just make new cards, which they did. They made tricolors that are way fucking better than this. But it's just kind of a shame. They are very not good. And there are balancing methods that they could have gone through that wasn't this. Like I said, make them a legendary land and make them cracked. It would have been fine. Well, I guess the legendary land rule was kind of shit at the time, and if these were good enough to be popular, then it would have been kind of rough. But like, you didn't even need to make them legendary. You could have just made them good. It would have been okay. It would have been fine. I get that the dual lands are too good, but there are some steps between that and this, and I feel like we... You know, actually, I do kind of appreciate these, because they are a perfect fucking example of what I'm talking about with this set. What a way to end this, because these really help highlight all of my criticisms with this set. These cards are so fucking cool. The first time I saw this, I was like, oh my god, it's 3 colors, hell yeah. And then I read the card, and I was just left empty. Like, because there's no way. There's no way you ever play this in a game and you don't fucking auto-lose. The art is so great, the flavor on this is so incredible, and it is a desired effect. And it's just bad. It's terrible. It's transparently bad for anybody who's played more than 2 hours of Magic. And I just don't understand. It's really upsetting in its own way. I mean, it's not upsetting now, right? Like, just play whatever you want, proxy whatever you want, make a lot of changes. I play Magic in a way where I just do what I fucking want, and I don't listen to any rules. If there's a Rata I like, I will use it. If there's a Rata I don't, I won't. And I just do whatever I want as long as my friends are okay with it. And usually with my friends, we all either play like Commander sometimes, not very often, or like we'll be playing, like, occasionally we'll do I haven't done one of these in a while, but my friends do what do they call it? Modern Players Gauntlet. I think they call it a gauntlet, right? So he's got all the modern decks, and like some of them are proxied because even modern's fucking expensive. When they're testing a deck or trying to like tweak their deck or something, they'll go through a gauntlet and they'll just play, okay, so we're playing modern and we're just running through these decks playing 1v1. Otherwise we play fucking cubes or a draft or something like that. So everything is just kind of this experience that is not a tournament thing, except for prepping for tournaments. And obviously for tournaments you just have to play the best cards that are available or whatever you want, and accept that like maybe you won't do as well. But like, you're not showing up to a fucking tournament with this, even if you love the art, right? At least not unless you are just there to troll. So I don't know. It's hard to be too mad, right? Because again, it's a fucking early set, but these cards are terrible. And they're embarrassingly terrible. They're insultingly terrible. And I think they speak to this entire set having some great ideas for lore and storytelling and being very interesting. like all of the cards are pretty fucking interesting in their own different ways, and a lot of that comes from the intrigue of the story. But like, just because the top half of every one of these cards is awesome doesn't like excuse the fact that the bottom half is garbage in 90% of them. It's like a lot of these are exhausting to read, a lot of them are disappointing to read, a lot of them are unnecessarily confusing. Clearly whoever was designing these cards felt differently. They like, to them Magic was a different game than it is to me. And to be fair, that's cool. Magic is a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and that's fine. But as far as game pieces go, these are not good. They are not interesting. They are not new player friendly. They are not old player friendly. They're not. There's like zero considerations for a player's experience when reading through these cards or thinking about these cards. The art direction is fucking incredible. The artists really fucking carried this set. There's a lot of amazing pieces on this set, and it's actually kind of sad because like they just sit in binders because you can't fucking play any of these except for like Memory Lapse or Merchant Scroll. Anyway, I guess that's all I have. All of these are the same, so let's just, as the last thing we do, look through the art on these lands and just appreciate it. So Liz Danforth here did On Hava Township, and it's fantastic. This is beautiful. The ancient carved kind of Nordic style, the wood houses, the trees. It's lovely. It feels cozy. It feels nice. It feels like a place that's grand. It looks nice and well cared for, and it's just really, really pretty. I really appreciate this. Oh yeah, and these are uncommon. I think I mentioned that. Maybe I didn't. But also for limited, I wouldn't recommend it. You're better off just like you're better off putting just any basic in the deck. Even if you want to play like a lot of colors, like you could certainly fucking try it. If you use like one or two or maybe three of each color card, and they all only have one fucking pip, and you just run all of the artifacts, and these will still cast your artifacts just fine. And so like you could maybe make that work and then have color fixing. So you could maybe build like a 5-color deck with all of these stupid fucking things. I don't think that'll work out well for you, but it's certainly possible. But there is non-basic hate in this set. So like if you do that, someone's just gonna fucking nickel and dime you for all of your really shitty lands that you were trying to play just to be funny. So I don't really recommend that. Let's go back to the art. So Ace and Abby was also illustrated by Liz Danforth, and this one, again, fantastic. It's a beautiful art piece. It's a nice, like, you know, obviously some level of civilization. They have clay tile roofing and the ability to make structures. I don't know what I'm saying here. But it's very pretty. It's very interesting. It's very nice. These cards are fun to look at, and I wish I could play them. Or I wish I could play them without being sad. And then we have the Grixis one. Castle Sengir. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good old Castle Sengir. This one was illustrated by Pete Venters. The art is fantastic. It looks fantastic. It's such a super cool card. Super great that we can all run this in our Sengir Commander lore decks or whatever. It's a thing you can do. Yeah, alright, we'll move on. I really like the art. Pete did fantastic on this one. Alright, then we have the red, black, and green one. This is Koskun Keep? Kuskon? I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but whatever. This was done by Pat Lewis. The art's fucking banger, like the rest of these. This one is also super cool. I don't know that I super like it for a land because it's such a zoomed in, like we can't actually see the keep. We see a body and a door. I wonder if maybe some art shifting happened or something. I'm not sure. I like the art. I think it's fine. But I prefer if we're going to like have a named place, like we can actually see it. But it's a minor complaint. I do really like the art. So, Wizard School. Yeah. They all have such cool names too. Anyway, Pat Lewis also did this one. I really like this art. I guess it has the same complaint of not being able to see all of it, but I don't mind it so much in this because you have the path and you see the base of the tower and we can see that there's cliffs, and It's very cool. There's enough here to kind of get a sense, and I guess that's really what my criticism of the last one was. But yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say on the lands. Uh, there's like, I don't know. I guess you don't have to like do utility lands and stuff like that, but just doing one cycle of lands and they all suck. I guess whatever. It's a small set. It's fine. To the conclusion we go. Okay, so those are the artifacts and the lands. This set is kind of interesting because most of these artifacts are common, and all of the artifact creatures are common. I've said 1,000 times that this set wasn't designed with limited in mind, or really any form of gameplay, but the inclusion of common artifact creatures does a lot for the playability of this set if you were to draft it. Outside of that, the artifacts and lands here are just another example of how dogshit this set is from a mechanical standpoint. There's 10 artifacts, and 3 of them start with Clockwork. 2 of those are almost exactly the same card, and the gnomes just makes all that kind of confusing and stupid. That being said, the design space here isn't as bad as you might assume. Serrated Arrows is a genuinely interesting and useful card. I really appreciate it. The artifact creatures themselves are mostly okay, and Apocalypse Chime is really fucking stupid. Everything here is just a surface level understanding of the game that's really baffling. I mentioned that City in a Bottle was originally designed as kind of a pro-consumer move, but I didn't mention that it was also sort of a safety valve. Arabian Nights was not playtested at all. Its entire development was like 6 emails, and the major concern was nerfing Library of Alexandria, which is still an insanely strong card after it got nerfed. The difference here is that Apocalypse Chime doesn't really do anything that City in a Bottle was trying to do. It only hits permanents, so it does nothing against the actually good cards in this set, and by this point, Standard was a thing, which at the time was seen as the solution to a lot of what City in a Bottle was trying to do. And on top of that, the Arabian Nights cards were very, very powerful. The Homelands cards kind of are not. Didgeridoo is really fucking funny though, so I appreciate that. There isn't much else to say about the artifacts though, since there really isn't much here. There also isn't much to say about the lands, other than the fact that they are absolute garbage. This set feels so much like Legends 2.0, where it has a pretty rich story and interesting characters, and there's a couple of 2-mana spells that are some of the strongest cards in Magic, especially at the time, and everything else is mostly just complete garbage. Every remotely playable card in this set seems like an accident. Oh well, it is what it is. Homelands is a pretty bad set, at least mechanically. I find this especially interesting, and I wanted to know why it is what it is, I guess. So let's go over what I found. I think there's no better place to start than looking at what the actual designers of the set had to say about it. There was a comic released called Homelands on the World of Magic the Gathering, issue number 1. They only made 1 issue. And in that comic is an article written by one of the 2 designers. You can also find this article hosted on mtglore.com. We're not really going to talk about the lore of the set today, at least that's not our main focus. But I think the first part of this article will help provide a little context here. Hello, my name is Scott Hungerford, and I'm one of the designers of the expansion, along with Kyle Namvar, who's also head of the customer service department at Wizards of the Coast. I started working for Wizards of the Coast as a customer service representative about 16 months ago. But Kyle and I first got the idea some 9 months before that, on a beautiful sunny afternoon amidst the chaos of Wade Racine's living room. We were sitting on the floor sorting out Antiquities TM cards for the customer service reps to use while they answered calls and letters, when the conversation came around to whether we should try to design our own set. In all seriousness, I'm sure that everyone who plays Magic talks about this at some point, but when we started talking about where Baron Sengir came from, and whether there was a Heirloom Vale, it all came together in a flash. A name? Homelands. An epic about the concept of home and the cultures of some of the most unique creatures in the universe of Domina. Admittedly, there have been a lot of changes since then. The setting for the Homelands expansion has been placed on a separate plane, far removed from the locations of the previous card sets. We focused more on new cultures than old, but still kept enough of the old flavor to answer questions about the origins of the Sengir vampires, or whether there are other minotaurs inhabiting Domina. But the feel and flavor of that first day is still there, even with all the changes and the chaos that have occurred throughout the design process. Kyle did the lion's share of the rules for Homelands, and I did the bulk of the set's story work. But we crossed over into each other's territories many times. We frequently spent hours together theorizing about the philosophy and characters of Homelands. At other times, we hashed out rules and card ideas, while we sat on his front stoop watching the sun go down on the horizon. Over the course of the last 2 years, especially in the final editing and production process, well over 100 people have lent their talent, skill, and expertise to the set. And quite a bit of humor and creativity as well. Homelands, in my mind and heart, is really Wizards of the Coast's set, and belongs to every last person who has struggled to see it through to completion, even while coping with a company undergoing exponential growth. Over the course of the year that I worked in customer service, I also traveled all over the country to gaming conventions as a rep for Wizards of the Coast. I played a lot of gunslinger magic during my tours, taking on all challengers with the somewhat decent decks I put together. By the way, while I'm not anywhere near the strongest Magic player out there, I'm not the weakest either. Still, I must have played about 2,000 games of Magic at those cons, and I only won about a quarter of those. This is mainly because I don't own any really expensive cards. I hate playing against control decks, and I'm not especially good at blocking 128 power, 1 toughness, mountain walking, fire breathing kobolds. Getting to my point, I talked to a lot of you out there over that year. Real people in the real world who had concerns about our game, and comments about what they like and don't like about the cards and rules. 2,000 people may be only a small fraction of those of you who play Magic, but a lot of your comments made a sizable impact in shaping the ideas and flavor of Homelands. Because of that, the set is partly dedicated to everyone who was willing to talk to me while playing a game of Magic, and who was willing to deal with my half-brained antics as I played my Sorceress Queen transmutation decks against competitors who wiped the floor with my Cyclopean mummies. In the end, I think we've got a pretty strong set in Homelands. It's been a long, strange trip to this point, and I'm glad I had the chance to meet so many of you along the way. I hope you enjoy what we've done, not just the madness Kyle and I have created, but the set that all of the WotC staff have shaped over the last year. Well, first of all, I can say here that he's well-spoken, and it makes sense he was in customer service, and the design goals are noble. Path to hell and all that. I don't know how much of this is sarcasm or said in... Does sound like maybe he's deflecting blame, maybe he's not, I don't know. No idea if it's genuine or not, but it is well written. Anyway, the comic that published this article came out the 1st of February 1996, and while it doesn't really say a whole lot as to what actually happened in the background, I do think it's an important step in understanding the motivations behind some of the design decisions. I've been pretty harsh on the mechanical side of this set, and the cards are bad, but I do think we really need to appreciate, or at least understand, the context around these decisions, at least if we want to try and be fair to Homelands. With that said, there's a wealth of context in an article of The Duelist, issue number 7, written by Christopher Ferris. In April 1994, Scott Hungerford and Kyle Namvar sat together in Kyle's house, sorting through the new shipment of Antiquities TM. Kyle, head of the customer service team at Wizards of the Coast, was collecting card sets to use as reference for rules questions. It would only be a short time until Scott would join the CST. He had been a Magic TM player from the beginning. At that time, expansion sets were a relatively new addition to Magic. Kyle, looking at the game mechanics of the set, was convinced that Antiquities could have been stronger. But Scott felt that Antiquities set a strong precedent because it had a coherent theme that each card developed. It introduced characters that had substance and history, and suggested tales that lent depth to the entire set. Their conversation turned away from Antiquities itself toward what could be built from the hints in the existing flavor text and card titles. So it's a little ironic that the guy responsible for Homelands thinks that Antiquities could be stronger. But to be fair, without knowing exactly what he meant, it's hard to comment on. Like, is this a power level thing? He is the mechanics guy. And if it is a power level thing, there are certainly cards in Antiquities that could have been stronger, like Martyrs of Corliss. But for a set with so few cards, there are some pretty strong cards in the set. Perkle's Recall is pretty busted, depending on context. Transmute and Power Artifact are the same. Yawgmoth's Demon is pretty decent for the time. A Tog is a goat. Crumble and even Titania's Song are pretty playable. To say nothing of Mishra's Workshop, Mishra's Factory, or Strip Mine. It is important to remember the context, though, because I could also mention the Tron lands, but they were pretty bad at the time. Scott, however, is right when he says that the lore for Antiquities was banger as hell. I mean, it's incredible, especially considering it's the second expansion. Hours later, the foundation of Homelands TM had been laid, but the course which it would take through development, through the hands of the research and development team into the realm of artists and editors, was one Kyle and Scott could not predict. The early designs. From the outset, the two designers had very distinct visions which contributed to the formation of the expansion. Kyle wanted to create a new level of play in which subtlety and skill would become the mark of an experienced Magic player. That is certainly a noble goal. Scott was bent on the creation of a world so rich in history that the storytelling element of Magic would be as powerful as the strategy. Both of them, however, were intrigued by the possibilities that the basic set and the early expansions had opened up. The Gathering sketched out a world, but left many details unanswered. Who or what were Sengir and Sarah? Where did the merfolk come from? The two were determined to create an expansion which would answer some of these questions. Scott had read an article in the May 1994 Duelist supplement titled The Brothers' War, A History of Antiquities. This article was a goldmine of historical information about Domina. From it arose an initial timeline and a cast of important characters for the expansion. As I said, we aren't dipping too deep into the lore of this set today, but it is important to acknowledge that there was care put into the lore, and that this was a major consideration for at least half of the development team. Skipping further down, we come to this next section, from pipe dream to proposal. After their initial brainstorm, Kyle and Scott soon began writing down ideas for individual cards, and the first version of Homelands began to take shape. But as they tackled the challenge of developing this world, they knew an even bigger challenge lay ahead: convincing Wizards of the Coast to accept their expansion for publication. Scott recalls weeks of intense labor and late nights as he and Kyle struggled to assemble the first presentable version of the set for the Magic Research and Development team. In retrospect, Scott felt that the original version was a very weak set, but Glenn Elliott, then head of R&D, had a different opinion. The set was a little underpowered, Glenn observed. The result of Kyle's first look at Legends TM, which would be released within a few months. In response to the raw power of Legends, Kyle set about creating a set that relied on strategy. So I haven't seen the original draft of Homelands, but based on the dogpile that got released, I actually agree with Glenn that this set had potential. It's also funny to hear about the raw power of Legends. It definitely had some strong cards in it, but it also released some of the worst cards available at the time. It's certainly not a bad set overall, and it has a lot of cards in it that I really love, but I think I would hesitate to call it like a powerful set or a good set. Glenn agreed that Homelands couldn't be released in its original version, but he thought the set had a lot of potential. Scott and Kyle's expansion proposal was accepted, and it was tentatively put into the queue behind the Dark. But changes in the expansion development process prompted the company to revise its initial schedule. The new process gave the expansion's designers a much larger role in the polishing of their expansion, Glenn remembers. We wanted to give Homelands the chance to be the first to use that process, but we realized that it would not be possible to put Homelands through the process and still get it out by Christmas. R&D decided to design a separate expansion, Fallen Empires, for release in the fall and to slide Homelands into the next available slot. Ice Age was already scheduled for spring 1995, so Homelands was slated for a summer 1995 release. Kyle and Scott were given until January of that year to develop a new draft of the set. I think this is a good time to remember that Wizards of the Coast was like working out of a garage a few years before this. Magic blew up huge and everybody wanted a piece of the new hotness. They were still trying to figure out how to even make sets at this point, so it makes sense that there was constant restructuring and reorganizing at the time. They were also rushed from the very beginning, as they initially planned to release sets much slower. Arabian Nights was made pretty much exclusively by Richard in like 3 months, and sets like Ice Age and Mirage were in development before Alpha released. A lot of shifting happened, and sets like Legends, The Dark, and Homelands weren't even like really planned much, as they were released simply because people wanted to make sets and people wanted more cards, and WotC needed more sets. Anyway, it just kind of makes sense that this, kind of shit happened. That being said, there are rumors that development didn't want anything to do with this set, and, how this is framed, that may or may not be true. Kind of seems like it, at least at this point. A month of desperate reconstruction. Though the release date was still months away, tremendous work remained to be done. New developments were constantly producing changes in the set. The release of Legends in June 1994 had a particularly dramatic effect on the course of the new expansion. The set introduced a new type of card, the Legend, whose characteristics were particularly suited to Baron Sengir and the other characters central to Homelands. Legends also sparked a few key card ideas. In response to Serpent Generator and Pit Scorpion, for example, Scott and Kyle added an anti-poison card to the set, one of what would turn out to be a series of cards meant to help counteract various deck strategies. Finally, the confusion over the new rules which Legends brought to the game confirmed Scott's conviction that they should strive for simplicity and clarity in the cards. That's really funny to me because one of my major complaints about Homelands is that many of the cards lack simplicity and clarity. I mean, I guess if you're going to compare Homelands cards to stuff like Raging River, Lich, Illusionary Mask, Chains of Mephistopheles, and Tackle Maggot, then yeah, the Homelands cards are pretty simple and straightforward. But I do think that they missed the mark on all of these. Or something happened later in development that messed with this. In the next few months, Scott and Kyle came back to the set again and again, changing storylines to keep the set consistent with new expansions and changing card values to keep in touch with the developments in tournament play. The design was developing well until a casual observation caused a major shakeup in the set. In November, the latest version of Homelands and 20 pages of backstory were sent to the East Coast playtesters, the group of University of Pennsylvania graduate students who had helped Richard Garfield develop the original card set for Magic and who had designed Antiquities. Early in December, Scaphalius wrote back to the Homelands designers with a question about one of the characters from Antiquities that appeared in the new set. Wasn't Tokesia a woman? Scott fell into a panic when he realized that the article he had read in the Duelist supplement actually had 2 more pages to it. He was horrified as he turned the page and discovered information that completely undermined the continuity of the set he and Kyle had created. I gotta say, this bit flabbergasted me. Holy shit. So, I tracked down the absolute goldmine of Antiquities lore from the Duelist supplement, and this is what he's talking about. And these are the 2 pages he missed. To Scott's credit, this shit is fucking impossible to read and doesn't necessarily look like a continuation of the lore, but maybe it's easier to read when not scanned onto a computer screen. Man, though, if I was like a developer and I received 20 pages of lore written from a dude who had read a magazine article and didn't even finish most of it, I would be so fucking annoyed. It's also interesting that Tokesia was originally in Homelands. Anyway, December was a month of desperate reconstruction. The combination of the contradictory Antiquities evidence and the new elements that Ice Age would undoubtedly bring to the picture of Domina forced Scott and Kyle to rethink their whole approach. How could they create a set that explored new facets of the Magic multiverse while remaining consistent with the game's existing world? In a flash, they envisioned a plane that had been trapped or sealed from the rest of the planes in Domina. In that way, Homelands would have been spared the repercussions of the violent war between Urza and Mishra and would be free from the fallout of all that followed in the centuries of aftermath. The world of Homelands suddenly gained a powerful new identity. One of the lesser characters, then called Farazhi, suddenly grew in importance, and everything about the character's history was dramatically changed. Yeah, that's pretty funny. You know the story is going to be great when you have to use multiverse shit to make it make sense. That being said, the set itself does not give away that the lore had to be pretty heavily rewritten like a month before the set's due date, so I think they did a decent job fixing this mistake. After several major overhaul, Kyle and Scott's final design was submitted to Wizards of the Coast. The remaining work on the set would be done by an experienced team of developers who would carry out the designer's vision from the final playtesting of the expansion to the creation of its unique look. Magic Project Coordinator Ron Richardson had been following the progress of Kyle and Scott's creation and stepped in to coordinate the project. Developers Dave Petty and Jim Lin led the team's work on the game's mechanics for the set. Their primary interest was to make certain that casting costs were commensurate with the abilities of cards. Likewise, they were careful to ensure the cards' abilities were appropriate for the colors they represented. It's hard to comment on the development without seeing what they started with, but the end result is cards that cost way too much mana and are overall incredibly boring game pieces. I wonder how much of this is tongue-in-cheek. Once R&D had gone through the set and adjusted each card where necessary, they sent out mock-up versions of the cards to several groups of playtesters. These groups were challenged to find broken combinations and degenerate cards, and were also requested to comment on their overall opinion of the set. The playtesters' responses were mixed, an encouraging sign, recalled Scott. If it had all been a good response, it wouldn't have been as good as if there had been some controversy. If it's a good set, some people will love it and others will hate it. While the playtest groups were busy creating decks and strategies with new cards, Kyle and Scott put together the list of cards and card titles for Sandra Everingham, art director of Magic. A Magic artist herself, Sandra worked with the designers to prepare a package for the artists that would explain the history and context of the cards they would be representing. Guidelines on how the actual image should appear, however, were kept to a minimum. In keeping with the original diverse spirit of Magic, Sandra worked to make sure that the artist's vision wasn't compromised by too much artistic direction. Sandra worked with the designers to make a few specific requests of the artists. We wanted each group of related cards to be represented by one artist whose style complemented the characters, notes Scott. Artists Pete Venters and Christopher Rush were singled out early on by the designers for particular concepts. Pete was asked to portray the royal family of Sengir, and Chris was asked to paint Abbey Gargoyles, Isan Shade, and Prophecy. Chris was also given a choice of several other cards and immediately chose Euron the Relentless, one of the chief figures among the red cards, and Rashka the Slayer, a vampire hunter. I wanted the Baron Sengir, but he was taken, so I took the character that wanted to kill him, recalls Chris. In my opinion, Sandra did fantastic with the art direction of the set. All of the art is great, and leaning on Pete Venters and Christopher Rush for your flagship cards was an inspired decision. I really cannot praise the art and art direction of this set enough. It's fantastic. As the artists received their cards and the histories, the final reports from the playtesters began to arrive. By mid-April, all of the results had been gathered, and the R&D team set to work considering the opinions and concerns of the playtesters. Most cards required minor adjustment to statistics or casting costs, others were completely rewritten. Since the artists had already begun creating the pictures according to the titles and descriptions sent to them weeks earlier, the developers attempted to keep the new powers in line with the artwork in progress. So that's really interesting because I usually hear that little development was done for this set, but they completely rewrote some of these cards and adjusted mana costs. What the fuck did these cards look like before they did that? This is fucking crazy. By the end of April, R&D was ready to send the set into editing. Darla Willis, the lead Magic editor, coordinated the enormous task of rewording the cards. Working closely with the Magic R&D team, she developed wording for each card that was succinct and accurate, and made sure that both the content and style of cards were consistent with existing sets. Often, the new card powers required that new templates be developed or rules text be trimmed to fit. The cards were reworded numerous times before both R&D and editing were satisfied. Wow, well, that explains part of the problem. What the fuck did these cards look like if the final result is considered succinct and accurate? Like, holy shit. Alright, I'm reading between the lines here, but if it says that R&D and editing were both satisfied, I imagine that neither were satisfied. The absolute garbage text on these cards has to be the result of petty compromise, at least in my opinion. Maybe not, but that's what it seems like to me. There's more to this article, but it's mostly talking about the effort that went into the flavor text and the difficulties with Homelands being the first set to have a worldwide release. Those bits are really interesting, but aren't really relevant to the point of this video. The last paragraph is pretty funny in retrospect, though. The designers have been anxious to see the results of their efforts. No one can say for certain, however, just what will happen once these cards become available to millions of players. Over time, the strengths of Homelands will surface in unpredictable ways as it becomes more and more a part of the growing multiverse of Domina. We know that this is going to be a controversial set, says Scott, but we can't wait to see how people respond to it. Okay, so I just want to take this opportunity to say that I'm not trying to make fun of or bully anyone that was involved with this set. I'm honestly not even certain as to who deserves the blame for Homelands having some of the most unappealing and terrible game pieces in the game's history. A lot of effort and care went into the art and the story and, hell, even the design. And I think it does a fantastic job of the art and the story, and some of the design is close to interesting, but I do think it misses the mark on the game piece side of things. And speaking of Mark, in episode 87 of Drive to Work, Mark Rosewater discusses 1995 and briefly talks about Homelands and what went wrong. Here's what he had to say.
So Homelands was the first set that really did not get a super strong fan reaction. It was a very flavorful set. I've gone on record as saying that I believe Homelands is the worst design set in Magic history. And then real quickly, the story behind it is when they realized that Magic was going to go big, both Richard and Peter each went to different people and had asked them to work on Magic sets. Or people, in Peter's case, I think people came to Peter because Magic had been successful and asked if they could make a Magic set. And the two people, it was Scott Hungerford and Kyle Nemvar. Kyle, I think, was the head of the customer service, and Scott, also known as Scooter, was on the continuity at the time, what we call the creative team. At the time, it was called continuity. And they had made a set that was super, super flavorful, but neither one of them were really game designers. They had no sort of technical, at least with Magic. And when they had turned the set in, R&D was not happy with it. And R&D at the time, which mostly was the East Coast playtesters and Richard, said that they didn't think we should print it. And Peter overruled them and said, no, I promised them we would do it. And so there's a lot of tension around that set. I think that R&D at the time, because they were very upset, said, oh, okay, Peter, if you think this is so good, we don't want to change it, and lose its vision. So they really did not do a lot of development on it because they were very frustrated that they were being forced to put it out when they did not think it was acceptable. And so Homelands definitely had this issue of it came out, it had some design issues, it wasn't strongly developed. And so it's the first set that really kind of made a sour taste in the sense that it was perceived publicly as not being very good.
Yeah. So that's what Mark Rosewater had to say on this, and I have no idea how true it is. It does go a little against what was printed in the Duelist, but is the Duelist really going to say that the development team pissed and moaned about this set while trying to sell it? Probably not. There's probably quite a bit of truth and merit to this. I just don't know that for certain. I think the only thing that we really know is that we probably never will know exactly what happened here. But there's likely a grain of truth to this. We do have one more bit of information that I'd like to go over. This next article was slapped right in the middle of the Making of the Magic expansion article that we just went over, and doesn't have an author credit, so I think that Christopher Ferris wrote this bit as well, but fuck if I know. Baron Sengir is an excellent example of a card that went through a great deal of transformations. Much of it even before the research and development team saw the card. The original Baron was designed to be a vampire lord who would lead the Sengir vampires. An early version had a casting cost of 3 BBB and was a 5/5 creature with flying. The card text read, tap Baron to regenerate vampire. Regenerated vampires lose all counters. Each time Baron kills an opponent, gains a +1/+1 counter. Well, formatting issues and ambiguous word choice aside, that's a decent, but not broken, card. This version was designed before Legends had been released, and it contained the old tap text configuration, which was later revised. I see what you did there. And used opponent instead of creature. The next version increased the Baron's power to 6/6, and the wording was clarified to indicate which counters the Sengir vampires would lose. Throughout these functional changes, the flavor text remained the same. Eventually, the Baron was reduced again to a 5/5 and became a legend with a casting cost of 3 RBU. Soon after, however, came the December continuity catastrophe, and in the ensuing changes, the Baron's rule over the barony was reduced to 200 years, and the card was returned to an all-black casting cost, though the Baron retained his legendary status. This was the version that R&D received as part of the submission in January. As R&D worked to refine the casting cost and the abilities of the card, they were concerned that the card didn't accurately reflect the power that they felt the Baron should possess. Its casting cost was raised to 5 BBB, its counter benefit was raised to +2/+2, and the text was written in the latest template. Wait, they were concerned that the card didn't accurately reflect the power that they felt the Baron should possess, so they raised the casting cost? That's really funny. And sure, they gave it the +2/+2 ability, but fuck, come on, man. Anyway, they had to shorten the flavor text, but that's not really relevant to what I'm discussing here.
It's crazy that Sengir was almost Grixis. That's pretty funny. You can see elements with that with Castle Sengir. Man, if that was how it was, you could play Castle Sengir in your Sengir commander deck. How fucking cool. This whole thing seems like a fucking shit show. This set started sprinting and immediately tripped over its own feet when the lore guy didn't turn the page in his lore information, which was just publicly released information. That's baffling to me. It's so it's kind of ironic that the mechanic guy thought antiquities should be stronger, and this is the set he helped to design. Not to say the bad cards are his fault. Many of these cards were apparently rewritten, and it makes me wonder who's responsible for most of my complaints, especially since the Baron Sengir card was pretty decent before development got its hands on it. I strongly believe that this set would have been sick as fuck and interesting to play if they just removed Ascendance from like half these cards, removed some of the timing restrictions they put on them, and just took like a mana off of like 95% of the set, and maybe 2 mana off in a few cases. I think this set was so close to being a decent set with fun and playable cards, but something on the inside caused these cards to be garbage, and I'm really curious about what actually happened. It's so fucking baffling to me. Unfortunately, I couldn't really find any more information on the development of this set, and I was hoping to have more definitive answers when trying to figure out why this set sucks so bad. But we got partway there, and I guess it is what it is. Oh yeah, I might as well mention here that Memory Lapse was actually part of Mirage, but was moved over to Homelands when a different card was cut, for whatever reason. Which makes a lot of sense.
Let's talk about the lore of Homelands. There's kind of a lot to it. Homelands lore was distributed mostly through articles in The Duelist, with various stories showing up in issue 7, issue 8, 9, and 10. There was also a comic released called Homelands on the World of Magic the Gathering. I read through all of this to various levels of enjoyment, so I'm going to briefly summarize the story beats, then share my personal opinions on the lore. I've always heard that Homelands has incredible lore, so let's find out. The first piece of lore was simply called The Story of Homelands, and it released in October of 95 in the Duelist issue number 7. This is pretty much just an overview, and everything in this half-page article is covered in other parts, so we'll just skip ahead to the comic. The comic was written by D.G. Chichester, a comic writer who's done a bunch of stuff including some Daredevil and Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The art was done by Rebecca Gua, a name you should recognize as she's done some fantastic Magic cards over the years. The comic book opens up with a battle between Ravi and some wizard that dies before his name is relevant. It's the final battle of the Wizard War, which was just like a bad war between wizards or something. The only real lore it gets is that war is hell. Anyway, Ravi rings the Apocalypse Chime and then hides in a magical coffin in the Basalt Spire. Not too dissimilar to the coffin Thanos hides in, but that's neither here nor there. After the chime was rung, it disrupted mana channels all over the plane, and everything was burnt by a colorless fire. The land died, the energy channels ran dry, and, well, pretty much everything died. Ravi then realized that she didn't know how to open the coffin and is stuck. We'll get back to her later. Now it's time to meet Faraz, the super cool and handsome. Faraz is a pretty cool dude. He is morally opposed to summoning monsters and binding their will to his because he views it as slavery, which, yeah, it kind of is. So anyone who plays creatures is a bad evil douche, and creatureless decks have the moral superiority. At least if I'm understanding this comic correctly. Anyway, Pharaohs shows up on Algrotha after it's started to regrow, I guess. He finds a didgeridoo and plays it badly, which annoys Sandrew, who shows up to tell him that he's bad and that he should feel bad. Faraz takes the opportunity to virtue signal about how enslaving things is wrong, and Sandrew finds it endearing, saying Faraz reminds him of his unstable uncle, and the two become best friends. While traveling, they run into some Albion's towers, which I guess are rock spires that can grow out of the ground if you do the Macarena or something. And Sandru takes the opportunity to say that magic is stupid because the magic towers crumble sometimes and kill people. Faraz says that this is because the mana is unbalanced in this world, but even he doesn't really know what's going on here. But it doesn't matter because they get interrupted by a small child screaming. Except it wasn't a small child, it was a root spider that eats small children and can also scream like a small child to attract food. They are almost eaten when Sarah shows up with her angels, which manage to beat up the root spider. Yeah, that makes sense. Faraz takes this opportunity to lecture Sarah about enslaving beings to do her bidding and that the root spider was just a little guy living his life and he did nothing wrong. Sarah explains that her angels aren't creatures, and I guess this is before the errata, so sure, but then she says they're raw psyche and also here by choice. She then tells Pharaohs that he'd be fine AF if he wasn't such a fucking dweeb, and Pharaohs starts backpedaling, while Sandru decides this whole conversation is stupid. So they go and get drunk at the Anhava Inn, where Sarah explains the humanitarian aid she's been doing, and Faraz shoots his shot. He's 2 drinks in, BT dubs. Anyway, they get bored of the whole will they, won't they thing, and they start talking about how the mana is bad, or whatever, and Sandru gets into a fight with some young Minotaur that finds tradition stupid, and is also Sandru's brother. Anyway, Sandru thinks the younger Minotaurs would respect the traditions more if Sandru could, shoot lightning or something, so he asks Pharaohs to teach him magic. So they step outside just as the black carriage is about to run someone over. Luckily, Faraz steps in and summons a brass man who saves the woman from being run over. Baron Sangir pops out of his carriage and thanks Faraz for keeping his undercarriage bone-free, and Sarah clearly doesn't like this guy. Baron Sangir asks them to go to his house with them, and then Sarah is like, what? No. So he threatens to suck some peeps if they don't join him. So they go to Castle Sangir, and that's where we learn why Black Carriage has to sack a creature at upkeep, because Baron feeds the carriage driver to the horses after each ride. Either way, we meet crazy Grandma Sangir, who is actually Ravi. Yeah, so she was left inside the coffin for a super long time, and she went a little crazy. She still wears the apocalypse chime around her neck, though, which is kinda cool. Apparently, all this was just so Baron Sangir could tell them that their whole save the world thing was harshing his vibe, and it would be irresponsible of them to start a war over dumb shit. They argue about it, but agree to disagree, and Faraz goes off to make wizard school and to teach sea dwarves how to make clockwork gnomes. Anyway, that scene is done, and now we're establishing what Sarah has been doing, which is talking to Hadzer in the street. We then shoehorn in Abby Matron and take the opportunity to remind the audience that Sarah is kind and forgiving. Anyway, Sandru knows magic now, so he plane walks away and immediately finds Christina of the Woods, another planeswalker you've probably never heard of, and he starts rizzing her up. This angers Tassier, who also wanted to rizz up Christina, so he makes some pejorative comments, and then we move on to Sarah's Aviary, which is being maintained by Soroya, while Faraz shows up on a big-ass bird to rizz up Sarah. So they start macking when Sandru ruins the mood by running from Tassier back to Algrotha, but Tassier follows, says some mean words, and then sends Sandru to another plane. This is the last we'll hear of Sandru, but he did survive, at least until he was called to fight in the Planeswalkers War, but that comic never got made, so we don't know what happened to him. Where was I? Oh yeah, enraged by the teleportation of his friend and the fucking with his Riz attempt, Faraz goes into a rage and fights Tassier. Tassier, being the troll that he is, summons a couple of Anaba Minotaurs and enslaves their minds to fuck with Faraz. Faraz uses Aladdin's ring and Rod of Ruin to look cool, and then throws a serrated arrow at Tassier. I didn't know that's how arrows worked, so that's pretty cool to learn that. Anyway, Tassier casts Earthquake, breaks his leg doing it, and then Faraz just ends this dude. Faraz and Sarah are both upset about this and sad about their friend, but then next we cut to a few years later where Sarah and Faraz are happy again, but Faraz casts his ban on the world, which prevents planeswalkers from entering or leaving so outsiders couldn't fuck up Algrotha anymore. Then we shoehorn in Abby Gargoyle, and Faraz discovers that the rift that's feeding mana into the world is right under Castle Sangir. and it's presumed that the Baron can't know this or shit would be bad. Instead of worrying about that, Sarah and Faraz go to make out on the beach and talk about how awesome they are. Anyway, Faraz is dead. I didn't skip anything here, it's literally the next page. He was doing some science by poking a crystal holding a fire elemental, and for some reason that didn't work out for him. Sarah is super upset about this, and then tries to save someone, but fucks it up and they die. Baron shows up to rub it in her face, because maybe that dude would have been fine. He also tells her that if she'd stopped meddling, Faraz would maybe be alive. Anyway, because Sarah wasn't really, working on anything important or doing anything of note, she decided that she has no more reason to live or be around the world that she had been tending for however long, now that her man had died, and so she leaves. While traveling, she gets mugged for her ring, and it turns out to be a planeswalker that mugs her, and she gets ready to fuck him up, and then remembers that her man died, and with him, her personality. So she just stands there, and the dark spellcaster's attack swallows her whole. Brother Angus is also here, but I have no idea who this is or what his purpose is other than to whack the attacker in the head and to take care of Sarah as she dies. And with that, pretty much everything that was in the way of Baron has faded to nothing. And that's where the comic ends, and the story told throughout the cards begins. I thought the comic was fine. There are aspects of it that I really enjoyed, and others I was less enthusiastic about. Rebecca Gua did a great job, and I really love the incredibly unique art style, and I really enjoyed seeing a whole comic in her style. This is an incredibly beautiful comic, and I think the art goes a long way to making this comic a pretty unique and novel read. The writing is okay for a comic book. The story definitely feels a little rushed, as there are so many story beats to get through, and almost every page is a different scene and plot arc. That isn't a bad thing per se, but reading the story felt like it was written as a checklist almost. It was a pretty fun story for what it's worth, and I did enjoy seeing some of the card references, but other references felt like they contributed nothing to the story, like Abbey Gargoyles, or actively took away from the story like the Abbey Matron scene by being entirely irrelevant. Maybe it's just the sheer number of references in a story that already felt like it needed 2 more comics to really flesh out what was going on. The plot is fine. I'm not the hugest fan of romance and fantasy. It's fine, but the whole love B-plot in this comic felt really cringe to me personally. That is just a personal taste, though. I don't hate romance. I just find it over the top and a little stupid in this story. But you may have noticed that there are a ton of characters that we haven't talked about at all. We are not done with the lore of Homelands by a long shot. Going back to the Duelist issue number 7, there's a few page story called The Slowing of His Heart. I'm not going to go too deep into this one because it doesn't really push the plot along, instead focusing on world building specifically for the Anaba Minotaurs. It's the story of Thexar's death. Thexar is a young Minotaur that had earned the right to be scarred. It's like a rite of passage into adulthood, and a shaman would carve designs into their skin as a sort of tattoo. Netharna was the shaman who performed the procedure, but it was her first, and she botched it. The rest of the story is Thexar bleeding to death while the rest of the Minotaurs deal with and reflect on the situation. It's a really interesting read if you care about lore that has long since been retconned, but there really isn't anything else I can think of to say here, so let's just move on. To Eiron the Relentless! Eiron was showcased in The Duelist issue number 8, where they went over his story. Eiron's story starts when he goes to the wizard school and Bernathine asks him to steal a tome of dark spells from Grandmother Singir's library. Eiron popped into the castle with no issue, found Grandma taking a nap, and grabbed the first book he saw that looked like it might be a spell book. He turned out to be right, and like the gambling man that he is, he requested that the final spell in the book be cast on him. Turns out that spell stopped him from aging or dying. However, the spell did have a downside, and his scars would never fully heal. From here, he caused chaos and stole a bunch of stuff, fighting groups of guards by himself, and on the occasion even cutting himself into bits to squeeze through the bars of a jail. Not sure how he got a knife into jail, but he did. Eventually, he grew bored of his antics, so he walked into the castle of the goblins, declared himself king, and they slaughtered him. And then he got back up and they slaughtered him again, and then eventually they said fuck it and put him in charge. Iran formed a treaty with Aeson, and for the most part was benevolent in that he did what he could to keep the goblins from plundering everything. He was not a person to mess with, though. He's described as maniacal, but his primary concerns are the future of all the people of Algrotha, and of course, his place of power within the larger structures of society. Overall, he's a really interesting and cool character. I like Euron a lot. Duelist issue number 9 gave us some insight into Autumn Willow. Autumn Willow started as a simple forest spirit, but after Pharaoh's ban prevented travel to and from Algrotha, it also prevented excess mana from flowing from the plane, and that mana poured into Autumn Willow, giving her sentience and power. Autumn Willow was considered a legend of sorts, and tales of her and her daughters saving the lives of people are common. When pharaohs died, Autumn Willow had a vision of Baron Singir ripping through the world, causing war and strife, and most of her focus has been on preventing this disaster. Shortly after, Pharaoh's ban started to fail, and with it, the energies that sustained her power started to fade. She potentially has the power to restart the mana channels of Algrotha, which over time would fix the wastelands and return the world to one rich in life. She's hesitant to do this, as it would somehow probably cause the deaths of every creature in Homelands, and she doesn't want to do that. So she's in a precarious position, as if she waits too long, she won't have the power to fix it. But if she does fix it, everything she loves will die, and the potential of a solution without death will be irrelevant. So she waits for a miracle, possibly in the form of a planeswalker. Perhaps you, the viewer, are the miracle that she's waiting for. There's also a look at Baron Singir in Duelist issue number 10. There's a lot of words, but it doesn't actually tell us too much. It takes a few paragraphs to let us know that Baron Singir is a cool dude and super classy. It tells us that Baron appreciates the humans he reigns over, not just for their labor, but because he can turn them into undead. It also tells us that many of the students in the wizard school have succumbed to his offers of dark power, and that Veldraine is tirelessly tracking Autumn Willow. Joven and Chandler are just selling artifacts to the highest bidder, unaware that Baron is behind it all, and even Euron the Relentless is fooled, unaware of the Baron's informants in his trade caravans. Oh yeah, they also talk about the one-way portal underneath Castle Singir. Baron Singir is building an undead army to march through it, but he has no idea what's on the other side. Overall, Baron Singir is basically playing the waiting game, biding his time and increasing his power and influence. These little articles were pretty neat and a cool way to build hype for the cards and the story of this set. But that's all of the lore, at least that was available at the time. In 2002, the Secrets of Magic Anthologies was released. This is a collection of short stories, but the only one that's relevant to Homelands is Song for the Plague Rats by Philip Athens. Song of the Plague Rats goes over an event that happened long before anything else we talked about. When Ravi was a child, she lived in the village near Castle Sengir. The Baron Sengir had brought forth a plague of rats. Maybe just for fun or to see what happens. We never really learn his motivations because his son teaches Ravi the Song of the Rats and convinces her to attack his father. She gathers the rats and they go to the castle and she sings the song so that the rats will attack Baron Singir, who also sings the song. As the rats hear two magic songs telling them to kill the other, they go mad and attack the only viable target in the room, the Baron's son. As the boy is ripped to shreds, Baron Singir panics and starts to sing a different song. Probably the song of becoming a vampire or something, because the act turns his son into a vampire, saving his life. While he's distracted saving his son, Ravi continues the attack and the rats devour the Baron Singir, making the child the new Baron Singir. And new Baron Singir is like, wow, Ravi, you're a super special magic person. I bet you could be a planeswalker. And that's pretty much the entire story of Homelands. So I'm on two minds of the lore of Homelands. On the one hand, these stories are overall pretty good to really interesting, and I had a really good time learning the lore of this set. The characters are rich, the motivations seem plausible, and there's a level of intrigue and curiosity that makes the lore of Homelands incredibly interesting. Pharaoh's is a pretty interesting character, and the idea that he's against binding and summoning creatures is pretty interesting, but I'm not sure you want to frame a major mechanic of your game as being immoral and evil. Baron Sangir is a pretty intense and awesome character as well, and really all of the characters have their own strengths that are really fascinating. I can see why this lore resonated with a lot of people. It's really cool that scraps of information came out every few months in the latest magazine, and you could get hyped for the set or learn more about this magical world. But fun time is over. I do want to say that we are all entitled to our opinions, and if you really like the story of Homelands, I think that's great, but I don't really like the Homelands lore. So this is hard to explain, and this is entirely just opinion, but I really prefer how Alpha handled lore and storytelling. To me, the lore is far more interesting when it is sparse and left up to interpretation. I understand not everyone agrees with this, so I don't want to call the story of Homelands bad. I just really prefer it when Sarah and Sangir are just words that imply a bigger story, but don't explain it. From the creation of Magic the Gathering, the story is that you are a planeswalker. You have your book of spells, and you battle other wizards, sometimes for stakes, sometimes for glory, and sometimes for fun. I really like the feeling that Alpha's lore and story provided. That this was a type of final frontier. That there are creatures and magic and realms that you've never heard of or seen. To me, Homelands takes too much from Alpha, and in doing so makes the world of Magic feel smaller, full of less possibility. I don't mind sets that take a bit of not well explained stuff from previous sets and expand on it, but Homelands just took so much, and in my opinion, cheapened the experience by doing so. In the designer interviews, they talk about how much fun they had when coming up with stories and with the history of characters and answering the question of who is Sarah. But in my opinion, by making this set, you rob the players of the same exact fun. Again, this is just an opinion. A lot of players do just want to read the stories and find out what happened, or to have these questions answered. But I think a lot of the fun is just kind of making this shit up yourself, or theorizing and wondering. I think Magic was cooler when the players were the main characters. And while the game has had main characters since Antiquities, or maybe even arguably Arabian Nights, I think sets like Homelands pushed it too far. I don't want to say I hated the lore, because I didn't, and I did genuinely enjoy these stories. But I do really prefer when the lore takes a lighter touch than what we got with Homelands. But that's just how I feel about it. And obviously, I'm still here talking about and playing Magic, so obviously the lore going in this direction wasn't a deal breaker for me. I would love to hear what you think about all this. Are you a fan of the lore? Did you prefer the minimalism and more freedom of wonder? Or do you really appreciate a good story and seeing beloved characters on cardboard? I don't think either preference is wrong, but it is always interesting to hear how you guys interact with the game and what you thought as a kid. So leave a comment if you have an opinion. I'd love to hear it. There isn't a lot here in terms of new ideas. But there are some new ideas here, and while I think they were executed atrociously, I don't think they were all bad ideas. This set gets a lot of flack, and to be fair, it deserves a good chunk of it, and no matter how much time I spend trying to look at the positives of this set, I'm probably never going to cast more than maybe 7 of these cards ever again. But, I don't know, I don't think the set's as bad as people think. Anyway, think I'm done talking about Homelands for a while. I guess that's all I have. I did recently open up channel memberships if anybody feels like they have a little extra money and wants to toss some of it my way to show some support. Don't worry, you do not have to. There's no reason to do it at all if you do not want to. None of my content is going to be locked behind paid walls of any kind. So it's just something to do if you want to and you're able to. And if you are not both of those things, forget I even mentioned it. Otherwise, you can like the video if you liked it. You can subscribe if you give a shit. But either way, I hope you have a magical day. Thank you for watching.